everybody, to our very first day of the Montreal Major. We hope you've been well. It's been a bit of a break between Manchester and here, but we are back in another city that starts with M, and this time I am joined by a new person. In person. It's our first time casting together here.
Wow. In the real flesh.
Very strong.
Wow. We are back in Montreal, Parker, the home of Rainbow Six Siege. It's been too long since we've been in this city. SI 2023 would have been the last time that we were here for an official Rainbow Six event. Yes. So it's nice to be back in the city of Siege, nice to be back, and where we can crown, once again, a new major champion.
Yeah, it could be G2 repeating, by the way.
It could be, you're right. Not technically new.
Not technically new. They're actually playing today. They're in our very first matchup that you and I are going to be casting, but they've got to get to the actual tail end of the phase, because right now, as you see on your screen, we are in the middle of the play-ins.
And historically, at least this year, that's been very difficult for G2, who famously didn't make it out of play-ins in Manchester. They're going to be hoping to get a little bit farther this time. Once again, they're going to be participating in these play-ins, and regardless of how they finish, they should have some prize money that will be doled out to them. The farther that you get, of course, the more money that you will be making, $210,000 for first place. But maybe more importantly for some teams, those SI points. By the end of this event, we will know all of our teams going to the 6th Invitational, except for the 4 qualifier teams that will be heading there. So this is an extremely important major to figure out who will be heading to the biggest event of the year.
And that event was announced just a couple weeks ago to be taking place in Boston, Massachusetts, in the United States. I don't know if tickets are still available. They did go on sale, so in just a couple months, we will see you stateside. Just actually, strangely, a little bit south of where we are right now. Very, very close by. We referenced G2, who are competing today, and you might be wondering what the schedule looks like and what teams will be doing battle. Well, here they are on your screen. On Stream A, we'll be starting off with CAG Osaka versus G2, and then Black Dragons versus CL4L will round out Stream A.
And on Stream B, of course, we've got more games going on. That stream starting a little bit later in the day, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Of course, Alpha versus Falcons, and then Chiefs up against Fear X. We've got all 8 regions participating here in the first phase. Only Southeast Asia doesn't have a team, but they've got a team immediately in phase 2, so they will still have some representatives here in Montreal.
That is very correct. And of course, as we said, the play-ins start today. We have 2 days of play-ins, and then we get 1 day off before going into phase number 2. It is going to be a very rapid ascent to the finals. We will have wall-to-wall coverage over the next week and a half, give or take, until we crown a champion. And it will be strange to say this, but the person who wins this event won't be hoisting the hammer like we're so used to. They'll be hoisting whatever the trophy may look like.
I've seen it. I've seen pictures.
Yeah, but the people haven't seen it. That's the whole point. I just want
to brag.
You
just want to flex.
Wow, you work the event. You've seen it. CAG Osaka used to go by Cyclops Athlete Gaming. They now go by CAG Osaka. Just as a small change, they got a different logo, a slightly tuned logo. Shiraniko, Shurip, Chibisu, Aniton, and Black Ray. A lot of these names very familiar if you've watched international competition. Of course, you know them if you've watched the Japan League. But a lot of these players have no shortage of international experience.
Yeah, a staple of the international scene. We expect to see CAG at almost every single event. They are back once again representing Japan. They're here with Scars, who have gotten a immediate slot into phase 2. CAG, of course, hoping to join them over there. Cyclops, an exciting team for a lot of people because I really think they're the play style that CAG like to bring out. They've historically always been a team that have leaned into those shields, that have leaned into some of the more out there strategies, and those have really come into the meta over the last 9-ish months. And so we're really looking at an environment where CAG could seemingly thrive, yet to be tested against international competition, but I'm really excited to see this squad.
The one thing I will say about this team is that while they have an abundance of experience, that experience hasn't necessarily paid off. This is a team, and these are players that have always struggled to make it into the upper echelons of international competition. This is a team that is a perennial bottom to, at best, middle of the pack squad, with their average placement being somewhere between 12th and 10th place. They've got their hands full up against a G2 roster who themselves don't look like the same team that hoisted the hammer here just a year ago. You know Doki, you know Uno, and you know Alimao. If it's your first time watching international competition and you didn't watch the European League, Blaz and Loira might be two new-ish names for you.
Certainly some controversial pickups. A lot of people didn't know about G2 making some changes after they struggled at the start of the year, but it's done them at least well enough to succeed and find their way here in Montreal. Once again, getting through that last chance qualifier, at the very least, attaining what they were able to attain back in stage 1. But of course, their hopes are a lot higher. They are a team of world champions. They're a team who expects to be at the top of every event that they compete in. And frankly, looking at the majority of the other competition here in Phase 1, they're going to be expected to go through. Pretty much everyone you talk to will say that G2 is the best team in Phase 1. We expect them to go through without any problems. It is double elimination here in Phase 1, so they have the chance to lose one game, but if you lose two, just like in Manchester, G2 would be going home. So excited to see what G2 can bring out. They've been having some really good results throughout the last chance qualifier, and even I think in EUL had some low points for sure. During the regular season, they had some games where they didn't look ideal, but they fought hard in the playoffs, lost to Virtus Pro, still managed to make that comeback. I'm really excited to see them.
I will also make a bold claim here and say that of all the regional leagues so far this stage, Europe was the region that what is going on? Oh, we're in there. Woo. Oh, we're 3, 2, 1. G, 1, 2, 3, 4, go! There you go.
Beauty.
I will say a bold claim. I think EU was the most unpredictable of all of the regions, at least of the major regions that I watched, where every single day things didn't seem to go according to plan. So that unpredictability has some reverberations when it comes to international events, because you might struggle domestically but then take off at international competition. G2 is certainly a team that has been tested, they are experienced, and they have found that success, as you said. Loira coming over from Brazil, one of the top-rated players in the previous stage, coming into this G2 team. There he is. And then, of course, Blaz is a name that most people should know if you've watched competitive Rainbow Six. Enough about these two teams, though, Jesse, because we have to determine where we are going to play.
The map's on coming in. We've got the first pick from G2. They're going to pull out a bank. Interesting because it's not their greatest map ever. In stage 1, it was. They were really good at a bank back when they had their old roster in stage 1. This stage, they're 0-1 on the map so far, though. They lost it to BDS, who's a great team, good team to lose to, but still a bit of a surprising pick. Maybe one that they want to try to get over KAG because they've seen KAG play it quite a bit this stage on their part. KAG will answer with a Kafe pick of their own. Only a couple of wins this season. They got an 8-7 win over E1 back in Manchester, and then a 7-5 win over Kintrope this stage. Otherwise, 3 losses on the docket. So again, maybe more of a counter pick. It's not one that G2 have been too big of fans of this stage in the regional leagues. And then we end on Consulate. This is the exciting one. Both of these teams, excellent Consulate squads. G2, world famous for their Consulate, a 7-2 record this season. The OG squad, Cyclops 5-1 this season. Both those teams love a Consulate. Really hope we get there.
We don't have an analyst desk for the play-ins, so we have to be the analysts ourselves. You.
Just like the good old days.
You very well suited for this role. I want to ask you, do you think we're even going to get to Consulate? That's the question that I think needs to be answered. And now I'm going to ask you to put on your analyst hat.
Yeah.
And pretend that you're in the good old days of about like 6 months ago.
Here's the thing, right? I think G2, they're going to be the favorites, and frankly, they should probably be 2-0ing Cyclops. The real question for me is, are Cyclops going to be able to lean into the meta and take that advantage and run with it? Cyclops are the team who have for years been running more shields than any other team in the entire world. And now that we're at a point where shields in Rainbow Six Siege are stronger than they have ever been, that is an advantage that Cyclops need to bring and they need to be utilizing. I will say, this is not the same Cyclops of old. I would say over the last, year and a half or so, they've really actually pulled back from shields. Anaton, who is their primary shield player historically, actually has been jumping on more and more gun operators as of late. Shureep has typically been playing far more Monty than even Anaton has. Generally, you'll see Anaton rocking the Blitz. He'll still be in that more aggressive position, but then if they want a Monty, Shureep is generally the one to pick that one up instead. But they're still a good shield team. Even if Anaton's not bringing the operators quite as much as we often see, they're still a team that can lean into this meta. So if you're forcing me to pick, I expect G2 to win this. I expect them to look confident in this game. But there are factors that make me think, you know what, Cyclops have a real shot here.
I mean, it does, as you pointed out, seem like it's a meta very well suited for all 5 players on CAG. Let's go back 6 months and talk about the Manchester Major, and a team that is not competing here in Montreal, Cloud9 Beast Coast, then competing as just Beast Coast, was a team that many people said was very well suited for the meta at the time. Not a whole lot has changed with the meta. There's been some very minor tweaks. A couple operators have seen some changes. Teams have been able to find their footing and catch up. But overall, the team that might have been the best equipped for the meta back in May prevailed. Now, obviously, a team like CAG Osaka has never had that same level of success that we saw from Cloud9 Beast Coast.
Right.
But they are a team that should be able to thrive under these conditions. Should being the imperative word here, because just because you can doesn't mean you will. We are seconds out from getting underway with Bank. I am fascinated to see how our very first match of our very first day of play-ins begins. CAG versus G2. First up.
Let's get right into it, Parker. Starting with the operator bans. As we always do, Cyclops banning first. I'm thinking of Dokkaebi. That's typically been the operator they've banned most often on this map. But they ban out the Monty. Just what I'm saying. Kag could lean into the shields and Alamau. Just as shocked as I am. Again, Anderson's not been playing as many Monties as he has historically been known to play. And that will be answered right with the Blitz. So immediately, this thing that we constantly talk about with our meta, the shields that have been dominating this meta, are taken off the board. Valkyrie out next. Cyclops, a couple of options for this final ban. They could go Goyo, they could go Kaid. Those have been what they've been banning so far through the stage. On Bank, both extremely powerful on this map in particular. And we'll land on the Kaid, so sticking on with their tradition. But yeah, the Monty Blitz, that's going to be the key thing to focus on here. G2 haven't been a huge shield team so far. Uno's played a bit, Alamau's played a bit, and Cyclops as well. I mean, they've played it here and there, but I suppose these squads, at least for their opening game, deciding to take that entire part of the meta and just remove it.
Yeah, I mean, a Bank with no shields is something that is quite interesting. Well, no shields on attack. Let's put a pin in that no shield talk, because immediately Anderson locks in the clash. I feel like all that time spent discussing how CAG has moved away from their shield play, a crutch, if you could call it that, and yet a clash emerges right off the rip. G2 obviously have the entire prep phase to swap out operators, so they can... Do you hear the players?
Very faintly, I think. Starting a game.
That's Doki.
They're putting a Goyo on the server stairs.
Yeah.
Lock it in. One thing they might not be
Don't know if this is intentional, but I kind of like it.
It's nice. It's nice to be able to hear. We do call-ins sometimes at certain events to hear specifically, like during
Who's calling?
timeouts. What?
Who's calling?
No, they call, like they get on like the headset and they call, like, oh, opening pick from Shu Reap. Taking out Blaz, immediately losing your buck.
And did you immediately hear the chirps from CAG, the coos, the woo?
All right, getting into it a little bit here.
Blaz and Loira were both big additions to this team after Benja and Virtue were moved off of the roster after a disappointing series of results for G2. And Loira and Blaz are two players that you expect to do battle with the best of the best internationally, and you will be robbed of one of those players very early on. Not exactly the start that G2 wanted.
And we've got the Clash, of course, coming out. This was very common from Anderson. It's the second most played operators. G2, are they going for a bit of a back rush? It looks like they might be. They've opened up the gold hatch here. They've got Loira, who's going to be pushing in through Garage. And here they go. The drop coming in from Uno immediately into a Dread Mine, but he still finds the kill. He doesn't even need to be able to see. He gets the down and the finish off now. Black Rag falls. Minute 50 on the clock. Lots to work with, but they're not quite in a plant position yet. Uno's got to work his way through. This definitely caught Cyclops off guard. They've got their way into the basement, but they haven't been able to convert much off of it just yet. Alamau, another kill into Shu Reap here.
And the Clash will pay dividends as long as there's a supporting cast around her. Back to an equalized 3v3 with half of the round still to go. You've got lots of information at your disposal. Tons of SAM cams for Alimau that can still be used. All the while that this is happening, Loira beheads Shiraniko, and Uno pulls off a successful defuse with nobody from CAG seemingly aware. It's the smoke of Chibi-Su. Right now, perfectly in between both bomb sites, but he'll have to split duties as the two remaining G2 players. Alimao and Loira, both from Brazil. We'll say to Chibisu, if you won't come to Brazil, we'll bring Brazil to you. First round goes to G2.
We stopped actually just before inside and counted the positions. I counted with glasses, stopping you. Smoke is on your left. And Loira has that kind of carriage.
Too much good, guys.
Play it slow if we have to.
Play it slow if we have to. I love the listening. You heard it. They had the player in garage that was able to cut everything off. Lawyer got those 2 picks. It was a brilliantly executed strategy from G2. Just dropping in through the back. As soon as they lost that opening pick of Blaz, I was a little bit worried for their take, but they didn't skip a beat. The Dread Mines were set up properly. Cyclops clearly had utility that were set up to stop that. As soon as Uno dropped through the gold hatch, he was completely blind. Fenrir gadgets, they can be so effective, but it doesn't matter if Uno hits the shots regardless. Black Ray, you can't be losing gunfights to guys that are full blind. That just can't be happening, unfortunately. That's what went down to start that round. So for Cyclops, maybe not the ideal way to begin your run at the major, but it's one round. It happens. Cyclops, now's your opportunity to reset.
Think about what happened as well. You lost the buck very early when Blaz got picked off. CAG are sitting on one of the best defender bomb sites in a 5v4 for 2 minutes and 30 seconds with a clash on the board, by the way, which means that if one player from G2 is doing battle with that clash, then there are only 3 other players that can focus on other things. The real success for G2 came from Uno. He dropped. He was obscured for just a second through that Dread Mine, still able to get the pick, and nobody from CAG pivoted to cover the back of the bomb site, and it was Uno's for the taking. He got the diffuser down, and with G2 taking control of that top floor and then pushing in through garage, there was nowhere for CAG to hide.
Now we move to open area, of course, but there's a top floor extension. I like this little duo roam, but hold on. It's actually the site players that are being torn apart. Loira finds Chibisu and Anatson brought down to just 23 HP. Alamau's in through Printer. G2 again, they just want to go through the site. They want to skip past them these early rounds, but Alamau punished now with the Nitro Cell from Anatson. Finally, this is going to be a pick for Cyclops. Equalize that man count, get control of this round, and slow it down a little bit. Loira doesn't stop, though. Finds the trade. Anatson falls. Uno as well to Shoe Reap. This is one of those top floor players now falling off of the elevator, and it leaves just Black Ray on the top floor with 2 site players now.
And they know exactly where Shoe Reap was. Black Ray dies to Blaz on the very final bullet. A small bit of that caliber-based destruction through the wall. Doki dies to Shiraniko, and this is far closer than what we saw in the first round. Heard the boogie go off. Very similar to what we saw from the track stingers of Gridlock when she was first unveiled. That gadgetry might not do any soft destruction, but it'll make an awful lot of noise, and that can conceal your advance. This time around, it will destroy some of the roof over top of Shiraniko.
Diffuse Kit is miles away. Can they even achieve, re-pick that up? It's very far. Blaz, I think, is going to get it, but is it outside? I believe it might be. If the player who was holding it was killed on rappel, yeah, he's got to go all the way outside to pick it up. That's a huge distance, and Shurip seems to have a read on that, knows that someone's gone out to maybe pick up that diffuse kit. Might have an idea that Blaz is coming over to the front door. The nice thing is they have the time to play with. Because they hit site so quickly, they've got this time to reposition. Loira's not dying. He's waiting for Blaz, so they're setting things up, but time's going to be low when they do execute.
He's going to have to do double duty, and gives his position away over by that electrical wall. He was stopped, but for a second, because of a small piece that was preventing him from going on through. Now he walks on in, but where, oh where, are these players? Excellent patience here from CAG. 15 seconds to go. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Eliminating Loira, it's all up to Blaz. Blaz and Shurip in a 1v1. Shurip has been the player of this round for CAG. He has a good read on it. Blaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commits, and Shurip gets the down, ice in his veins, and a triple kill. He started the fight upstairs. He went back up top to assess where that diffuse kit went and managed to make his way back to the bomb site. Perfectly timed. And when there's only 10 seconds left and you're in that open area, break room bomb site, there's only one place for you to plant. He knew exactly where it was. He won the gunfight as Blaz emerged from the diffuser, and that was it for G2.
Yeah, greatly played by Shurip. Again, they didn't want to get into gunfights before they knew that it was in sight, getting that 2v2. You saw the Fenrir was moving to the top floor, trying to go for some of those aggressive picks when that player was going for the defuse kit, but knew that he didn't have to get into a gunfight, right? Wasn't rushing for that, would rather play in sight, play their trades. Shurip played that perfectly. A rare fail from Blaz in the clutch, by the way. He's been the best clutch player on G2, winning 5 of his 27 clutch attempts through the second stage. Most of those, of course, coming in defensive situations, as most clutches do, but regardless, Blaz is very good in those late round situations. Wasn't quite enough to beat out Shurip this time around, but still very good showing from both players. I like the way that G2 played that late round. Sometimes you don't have the most favorable situations. I will say, G2 in these first 2 rounds have really telegraphed the pace they want to go for. Both times, they have hit the site within the first 60 seconds of the round. They clearly want to get active and hit that site, or at least pressure it early on. The second round certainly turned out very different from the first round, as they had to readjust and change their plans a little bit. But as far as the early round goes, G2, they've got a playstyle, and they're sticking to it. We got a Glaz and an Osa running through the dirt tunnel.
This could be a quick one, and I think Anaton understands that. Grenade goes out, still has the Vulcan canister as well to slow down the advance of G2. 20 long, painful seconds that those attackers need to sit and wait out. Alamo looking for something, anything over towards server as the smoke lingers and dissipates. And now Anaton has bought himself some more time. 2 minutes and 30 seconds with 20 off the clock. That'll be just around the 2-minute mark that G2 can continue their advance. If they were looking for a rush strat here, it seems like CAG have done a great job of slowing down that rush.
Yeah, this is a really great read. I mean, they're not leaving, to be clear. They're still in Dirt Tunnel, 3 players down there, just waiting to find their opportunity to strike. But Anaton's clearly done his job, spotted that out, and recognized that there might be an aggressive play coming through Dirt Tunnel. The Goya was over now. Blaz is in server stairs. Cyclops quite aware of what might be happening here. They've still got good control of top floor. Shurip is upstairs in open area. Chibisu's upstairs as well in the office hallway. So you've got players still above that could maybe play with those hatches. But G2, they don't care. They're in server. They're opening the walls. They're popping the glass, and they're hunting for picks, but nothing given.
Does anyone know how glass works? You got to stop moving, man. That's how it is. Finally, there will be some clarity with the glass as Loira gets the very first pick on Nashir and Nico, and out goes the talent shield. Doki will trust in Ali Mao as a quick reload, and then right back to assessing whether or not this is doable. Nicely done by Ali Mao to take care of the Nitro Cell, tossed on out. No explosive to be had there. And now a rush from CAG to get back to this bomb site as the timer will run against them. 2 for 2 as G2 is able to get the plant down on this bomb site yet again. An all-out brawl as 9 players are still alive, and the timer on that defuse kit is at the halfway point. Ali Mao with 2 kills. Now it's Doki to push up, but he assesses whether or not he can get a kill. Yes! 3 kills for Doki, 2 for Ali Mao. The diffuser also being walked in by Doki. That's a great round from G2, and they win it flawlessly.
I trusted you so much, man. I just started I was like, if he kills me, he kills me. Fuck.
I don't miss the shots.
The thing about trust, Parker, it's so important for rounds like those, as you hear Doki explaining it himself. I mean, it's risky watching out for a C4 when it's only a glass. You've got 1 shot to hit that Nitro Cell, but perfectly done by Alamau, making that op look easy. The experienced captain of G2. Having a good time with that round, you can tell. I love it. The Glaz Osa strat coming out from server. I think Cyclops expected. They seemed to know what was going on, but they really relied on that 1 Nitro Cell to do all the work for them. If it had landed, it would have blown up the shield, it would have killed Doki, it would have done everything they needed, and likely won them the round, but that 1 shot destroying it was all that it took. They had no other explosives because the impacts were all used earlier. The Toxic Babes weren't out fast enough to deny that plant. I would have liked to see a flank going through. It was possible one was attempted by Shiraniko and then he died. That was caught off cam, so I'm not sure if he was going for that. Don't want to say that he wasn't. But typically that would kind of be the strategy, right? If you've got full top floor control as a defense, you want to be flanking, you want to be pressuring them from behind. That was never able to happen, whether that was due to a lack of attempts or whether that was strong flank watch. So G2, all bases covered at the moment, clearly feeling very good about that. And 3 rounds now, all of them direct sight hits within the first 60 seconds. That is once again doable as we enter here onto the top floor. Might be a bit of a slower strategy this time, but I mean, we've got to wait and see. G2 have been very consistent in the type of rounds they want to go for.
The way that CAG went about those two downstairs defenses were wildly different as well, Jesse. The very first time it was a Clash and a Tubarão coming out. The Tubarão likely designed to keep your hatches safe.
Yep.
And that was not a focal point for G2 whatsoever. G2 either assessed that there was a Tubarão and said, let's hit the site direct, let's go through garage, or they said, maybe they just never had that in mind at all. The second time around, CAG ran with a more conventional composition, lots of utility burn with the Goyo and then the castle to boot an Elysian to slow down G2, and unfortunately for CAG, they were unsuccessful. Here, wildly different lineup. Amira is brought for the first time. We also see Skopos get brought for the first time, and Aruni gets brought for the first time. Awamai gets brought for the first time. So these are all new operators tailored to this bomb site, and so far through the first minute and a half, G2 have looked for something on those outside windows, looked for something over towards Square, and have not been able to find it just yet.
Oh, there it is. Doki, the opening pick.
Literally as I stop speaking.
Yeah, that's how it goes, isn't it? Parker, the casting curse. Answered by Shuri. That's going to be that player down below. The things you can do with the Skopos operator, but G2, they're not done yet. They're in, but Doki missed the shots with a pistol. One of the best Damos players in the world. Can't get it done. As that gets answered. Now Shuri with a second finds Uno going for the trade, but also Chibisu at the front office able to find two of those huge picks to shut down that push. G2 again and again and again. It's early sight hits, and finally, Cyclops, they look ready.
That swing in and those last two kills that came out for CAG were done because G2 tried to course correct a little bit too quickly, right? They thought they had information, they could get somebody over towards those banana windows, and then nothing was found there. Doki was dropped from that position, a bit of hastiness from G2. And honestly, a lot of this really boils down to the fact, and we say this when there is a slight mismatch based on legacy between these teams, that you have to respect your opponents. G2 have shown throughout all four of these rounds that they are very formidable when it comes to gunfights. Loira in particular has been making mincemeat out of these CAG players. However, you don't get to an international competition being lousy aimers. You just don't. And if you don't take your opposition seriously, they will punish you repeatedly. Even the worst statistical team at this tourney will have some really great moments of punishing some of the better teams. If G2 thinks that they can get cutesy and swing on in and take very quick fights where they have limited information, they're not going to win that against a team that so far, through 3 separate rounds, they only won 2 of them, but through 3 separate rounds, CAG has caught G2 off guard in the early engagements, and that's something that G2 needs to fix.
Well, we're not done with the shenanigans on either side. Sharif's going for a wrap play, currently 6-2, but I doubt he's going to find anybody down at the front door. Everybody from G2 stacked up. They're going to go for a Sense, Glaz, and Fuse Shield play. Fuse Shield's been very popular this meta. Anytime Monty and Blitz have both been banned out. Obviously the worst shield that the attackers can bring, but better than no shields in many situations. So we do see quite a bit of Fuse Shield in today's meta if you get that Monty Blitz ban, as we see here on Bank. Haven't gone for any type of an execute just yet, I will say, for G2. Whether they clear out that top floor or not, it's going to be an interesting decision for them to make. It looks like they will be trying to clear out these top couple of players. It is only Blackray, actually, all alone. Previously, they had a smoke playing inside a Janitor as well as an Azami, but Blackray with less support than he's had in previous rounds, doesn't want to play it too aggressively. He falls back to the main stairs in a position where he can fall back quite early. And now we see the cluster charges starting to get used. These rarely have much effect in terms of getting kills. They can clear utility at times. Good for barbed wire, Kiba barriers perhaps, but with all of the players on the defense rotating off of the top floor, they seem to be accepting the fact that there will be cluster charges coming down, clearing out a bit of the utility. It gives so much warning. You're almost never going to get a kill with these things, but regardless, can deal a lot of damage and can cause a lot of disruption for G2.
The big thing as well is clearing out utility. That's what Fuse is used for in a lot of different situations. On some maps you see before Ram came out in particular, you'd use those cluster charges to get rid of a lot of the floors around you, etc. Alimau somehow taking down Blackray. I don't know where this engagement happened, that Alimau was able to do that with the Fuse pistol in hand, but so it goes. Alimau now with Diffuser. At the halfway point, CAG caught off guard by this. Doki has died, CAG have lost Blackray and Chibisu. The clash is still upright. And there's the Glaz to now harass Aniton over by Electrical. Shureep will retake from above. This has been a very nice spot for Shureep in rounds previous, and it will happen yet again. Tearing open as there's the fuse down below. That PMM does a lot of damage, but you need the bullets. Alimao goes for an unfortunate reload, and Shoereep is unstoppable. He was the one who clutched from this position before, and it's Shiraniko to get the final kill. Goodness gracious, what happened there? Shoereep, an unstoppable force on this bomb site. CAG take the lead.
What an interesting round that was. Alimao with the opening pick, jumping in. I believe that was the printer window, able to get that kill with the fuse shield. I will say, they brought Glass, they brought Sens, they had 4 smokes, 4 Sens walls. They used none of it. I think we're trying to sneak the plant and trying to make it so Cyclops weren't aware of it, and they might have been successful in that. They obviously got the plant down to the ground. I was about to spend this post round just glazing Alimao for his play on the shield and as an IGL and as a planter, but never mind, we got to talk about Shoereep. This guy has been absurd today. 9-2. He was their second best player throughout the stage, and actually their best player on defense throughout all of stage 2. So it's not a surprise that he is the one to be carrying the team here on the defensive half of Bank, giving Cyclops their very first lead of the night. Obviously, Shoereep has been fantastic in all of his gunfights. Typically, he's been more of an entry-focused player. He takes a lot of opening engagements on both the attack and defense. He's typically the guy who's getting into those first fights, who's starting off as the entry and as the roamer. But today, he's been a little bit more late rounds. He's been a little bit more involved in the later phases, and I think that's just a consequence of how G2 are choosing to push, right? Every round, G2 are going direct to site. They're not roam clearing. That means Shoereep, who's often starting off in the roam, isn't getting into those early gunfights. He's got to come back to site late and often is the hero that they need. So excellent play from Shoereep, coming back and stopping all those G2 players in the site. You got to imagine that wasn't the plan for G2 because they didn't use any of their utility, but they thought they had a gap. They did hit that gap. They got the plant down. The post plant from Shoereep was just way too good.
I mean, when you cluster charge the vast majority of open area and you see CAG completely retreat over towards break room, over towards electrical, over towards square, then Alimao assesses, hey, this is free for the taking. I can just walk right in, I can get the diffuser down, and then we should be okay. The real issue with G2 was watching from above in that trading room, because that's where the first pick for Shoereep came from. He held that position, then took the hatch, then dropped and got into the bomb site. 9-2 up against G2 is really quite a fantastic scoreline. And Shoereep will keep it going, only good enough for a single kill, but honestly, taking Blaz out, getting rid of the boogie drones over top of Teller's archives, that is a huge loss for G2 and a big win for CAG.
Not done yet, of course. Alimao hunting for this last player that's upstairs inside of Janitor. They find Anaton. Alimao, a huge second pick on this roam clear. For the first time, G2 are actively engaging with the roamers, and they have completely torn them to pieces. Alimao, a huge start, finding both Anaton and Shoereep, 2 players who have quite different stat lines to start this game, but still 2 kills nonetheless. They're hunting for this Echo now. It's Chibisu who's inside the elevators. That nade's going to force him to move. It'll force the drop out, and he takes no damage as he falls. Does give up his shield position, of course, and Alimao's going to continue to watch that just in case he stuck around and somehow survived that, but should know more or less that player has likely dropped, and they will also catch Blackright inside of Archive. So now it goes all the way down to Shirin Echo and Chibisu to clutch this out.
Or to choke it out. I mean, maybe not a slip of the tongue. Maybe that is correct. Logic bombs going off. Chibisu isolated by Alimao at the top of the stairs. 3 kills for Carl. Dogi getting diffuser down. G2 have enough players that can walk that on in, and it's Alimao with a 4K to equalize the first half of Bank. 3-3. Neither team able to outpace the other.
You can say what you want about Alimao. He's a controversial figure, maybe. He's very confident in himself, and he's very, very good at the game. But you cannot deny the impact he's had on G2 since the start of the year. Stage 1 and Stage 2, he has been their best performer. He put up a 1.29 KDR this stage. Alimao has been absolutely amazing. Of course, their IGL as well. Trying to talk to his team there, set them up for this 3-3 half, going on to the defense. But Alimao has been absolutely fantastic. And I know a lot of people have been critical of him. Sometimes at big events, he hasn't had the best performances. But consistently, throughout the regional leagues, he has been their top fragger while also leading the team. So Alimao can absolutely get it done. You saw him there on the entry, finding all of those important frags, really well executed. And you got to kind of wonder, G2, it felt like that 6th round was the first time we saw them going for a bit of a mix-up, not going direct to site. It went so successfully. you start to maybe question, wow, I wonder if had they done that a little bit more often, maybe they'd be in a better situation than 3-3. But even still, a 3-3 split, you're not going to be mad at that if you're G2. Bank can be pretty 50-50 most of the time, so this is kind of expected. G2 are now on defense, which is often the easier side anyways. So we'll see how it goes for them. On the side of Cyclops, now that they're on the attack, looks to be a similar story. We got the Fuse Shield coming out once again from Anaton this time around, and some more smokes and Ying this time coming out for the open area bomb site.
At least you have the Warden on the side of G2 to deal with the Ying. So, I mean, you'll be able to handle, or presumably handle, these tricky operators. Another Fuse Shield being brought, as you talked about how, well, with the Monty and Blitz bans, maybe we don't see a shield. Well, we've been wrong across the board.
I mean, it's not surprising in today's meta, honestly. The shields are so good.
2 clashes were brought on defense. Fuse brought with a shield 1 time, all the way back in round 5. Staff an open area where there's Alimau on that operator. Shureep looking for an opening now. He's not alone. Anyton takes out Doki. Black Ray running on in, gunned down by Alimau, who doesn't understand that there's more than one person up there. 3 separate players, all guarding open area. Blaz downstairs, holding down the fort. Uno and Black Ray, and Anaton for that matter, started this round with a single kill. Anaton getting on the board means more than one, so for Uno and Black Ray, tough on offense so far, but again, not usually on rolls where they're required to get kills, so that's okay. Maybe for Black Ray on attack, things will change a little bit.
I like Cyclops a lot for this late round. They're going to start by trying to clear out the server stairs player. This is an important position for Loira. He's able to get something done as he's in a man disadvantage, full blind, and caught out by Goyo canisters. Retreats back to the site now, though. Still, 2 Candelas to work with from Shureep, of course. Still some of those smoke grenades as well in the pocket of Chibisu. They have got so much time, so much information. They're going to give the kit over to Anaton as well, planting with a shield on your back. It's one of the most successful ways to get a plant onto the ground as well. There's some Toxic Babes, there's some impacts, there's some util for sure on the side of G2, but this is not going to be easy.
Yeah, not a ton for G2 to work with, but enough that they could bail themselves out of a bad situation. Both Candelas go down. Shureep looking for a dozen kills. 1 away. Oh my! A creep up from Loira as he runs into the wrong side of Shureep. Diffuser goes down, and Blaz and Uno are the last 2 standing for G2 as Shureep continues his rampage. A 4K to start attack for Shureep. Goodness gracious!
I'm not sure if G2 understand, but he's certainly letting them know. And I think, regardless of the language barrier, somebody drops a 4K, they scream at you across a banner. I'm pretty sure you're going to get the message. In G2, I think they get it loud and clear. Feeling very good about that if you're Cyclops. A strong execute to finish that out. I was a little bit worried at the start because the Candelas didn't actually land. Both of the Candelas that came out during the execute, I don't believe they were able to blind anybody with it, but G2 played it so passive in the late round, entirely relying on those smokes to do something to stop the plants, to disrupt the side of CAG. It never really happened. Cyclops were so confident in their ability to just get that plant down. They had full site control. G2 didn't respond very well. So with the early round not going their way and then them kind of refusing to engage in the late round, it was a good plan from Cyclops. And then, of course, Shureep. 14-3 now. One of his best performances he's ever put up. Of course, the newest player on CAG, not new at this point, been on the team for a while, but still, he got picked up not too long ago at this point and has been absolutely fantastic for the squad. I talked about him as the primary Monty player, the primary shield player for this team. Anaton obviously picking up a lot of those duties as well, but Shureep, whether he needs to frag, whether he needs to play on that Monty, can do it all, and today he's certainly doing more of the former.
Really cannot believe this performance by Shureep against G2. A hell of a start for a player who maybe just a lot of people don't know of if you don't watch the Japan League, which admittedly, if your audience is primarily European or at least North American, then the time zone might be a bit too much for you. I know that the vast majority of the games I watch in the Asia regions tend to come through rewatches because I'm usually asleep when the matches are on. The beautiful thing about having an esport like this is we are truly global. So there is Rainbow Six at almost all times of the day. Can't sleep, turn on Rainbow Six. Some of you might even be in the middle of the evening right now watching this matchup. Chibisu wanders haplessly into archives and gets picked off by Loira with the Boss G. The hands of a Vigil, a frightening thing for ranked players, especially frightening when you play at a top level and you don't miss your shots.
Great entry there. You got to kind of question what's going on with the solo Finka entry. Maybe just not expecting anybody to be down below. Dokeby might have been able to help with that, but they go Finka instead. Don't get much use out of it. There's no way. Trying for the second shot of the Boss G. Loira.
Why run back up? Why?
Yeah. Odd decision-making there coming out. Obviously, that Boss G at that range, insta one-shot. If you can hit the head, no doubt about it. But Loira missed the first shot and then tries to sprint past for the second. Mistimes it a little bit and will get punished. So now you find yourself in a 4-4. Anatson down to 8 HP as he sits at the top of the square. Likely somebody was able to find an angle onto him. But with this bottom floor control, Cyclops can actually do quite a lot. They're going to have the Deimos down here, and he can hunch through the floorboards, try to get a vertical pick. You can see he's only got the smoke in the castle scan, so he cannot track Mira or Azami. But the other two operators, if they're not standing on hard floor, they could be really, they could be in danger from being shot from below by that Deimos pistol. But if he rotates around, there's still more going for a horizontal hit. And here we go.
Shuri finds Doki sitting completely unaware of what was happening. Death mark, but a missed opportunity for Shiraniko, gunned down by Ali Mao. That information was in hand for CAG, but they could not capitalize off of it. 30 seconds now for the Japanese squad to be able to pull off this execute. Ali Mao finished off by Uno's Nitro Cell. That's quite the gambit, isn't it? Blaz with 3 kills to his name. Usually you expect a better performance than that from this player. Anaton's on 8 HP, swapped the defuse kit over to Black Ray, who himself struggling with kills, but that's okay. That's not what you need him for. The cavalry is here. The cavalry finds you, and Black Ray, his second kill of the match. It's an impactful one. 5-3 CAG on G2's map.
Shuri, a monster performance again, dominating through that round. I believe it was another 4K coming out as G2. They're going to give Shuri some more time to yell across the stage and let him know his feelings. They call it a tactical timeout. Try to tune out Shuri during this. Of course, we do have some comments for the Cyclops players coming on out. Sharif has been phenomenal today. The 21-year-old joined CAG just at the start of this competitive season back in February. Cyclops not attending the Six Invitational, so they picked him up right before, but weren't able to play with him there. Just barely missing out of that event. I believe 21st on the SI standings, if my memory is correct, last year, so didn't quite make it there. But regardless, having his impact now, and Cyclops in a good position to make their way to the Six Invitational in 2025. Certainly going to be in a good spot if they can take down G2. If you're a G2 fan, I mean, it's too early to say this, but I'm going to say it anyways. Maybe starting to get some flashbacks. It wasn't that long ago that G2 were in phase 1 of the major, losing to a team from APAC. Wasn't Cyclops, wasn't CAG, it was Fear X last time that put the nail in the coffin for G2, sent them home. Again, it's important to remind the fans, this is a double elimination tournament. Phase 1, it's always double elim, so G2, they would have to lose twice to be eliminated from phase 1. And, you know, there's a BO3, plenty of game to play, and you know, they still come back. Tactical timeouts, they often shift the pace of the game quite drastically. So despite a good start for Cyclops on their attacks, going 2-0 since the halftime, G2 have all the opportunity in the world to bounce back from this, and we're going to see if the world champions former can do it.
I mean, this is where you really sound the alarm, and I'm glad that G2 called the timeout here. Things have not gone the way this second half, as I'm sure G2 had expected. They've come up empty-handed as Shurip is marching his way towards potentially breaking the single map kill record. It would require G2 to win a few more rounds. Overtime would give him the best bet for it, but 18 kills through 8 rounds is really quite something.
I gotta say, 6.0 KD ratio is something as a statistician you don't see very often. That's pretty ridiculous. Just pairing with the number of deaths that he has. He stayed alive in every round that Cyclops have won, which is incredible to say. But again, this looks to be a pretty direct hit from Cyclops. They've once again put Anderson on the shield. He's playing on that fuse this time around. They've got the ram up above, but is it just a distraction? A couple of players still in the supply closet down below towards the site. They don't seem to be moving in just yet, but they certainly have the opportunity to if they can find their way through sites. There's the first pick from Blackray.
And he's finding a great amount of space. He sees a second player from G2 as well as Anaton, the literal shield, drawing in those bullets. Shureep finally on the board this round. It only took him 1 minute and 14 seconds. G2 down to 3 players. Some damage has been done to CAG, but they are still in excellent shape, Jesse. Toying now with Archives. Find an opening, over towards small office, in towards open area. G2 will be feeling the heat for the final 90 seconds.
G2 need an answer, and Doki's hunting for one right now. They know if they just sit in sight in a 3v5, they're not gonna win. A shield's gonna run through their sight and cause massive havoc. But Doki, if he can't find the angle, there's not much he can do. Uno and Alama both in open area, so they're kind of pinned in at the moment. Doki's still hunting, but he's too obvious, and I think Cyclops, they're aware of what Doki wants to do. They're holding their angles. They're being patient right now. They know that G2 are in a position where if they don't make a move, they lose. So Cyclops are waiting for that move, and G2, they've gone for some attempts, but nothing that's actually resulted in a kill or a death just yet. Still top floor being utilized by the Ram. Anaton works his way down the stairs. Cyclops, they are perfectly happy with this game state. They are just waiting for their opportunity to get deep into sight, and I think at this point, G2, they're probably just gonna have to baron down the hatches.
Down Uno goes, another pick for CAG. Shureep looking for number 20. Chibi's on the board, and Shureep finds 2! If Shureep's KD was a person, it could have voted. And it could also legally drink in America. 21 kills for Shureep. My, what a performance it has been from CAG. G2 on the ropes. 3 rounds now in a row on attack for CAG Osaka.
What can you say about this guy, Shureep? My goodness. This is his 3rd major. He was in Manchester, of course, with Cyclops at the start of the year. And he was actually in Copenhagen as well. Was not playing for CAG, but was playing on North Eption. They were eliminated from that tournament by Revan in last place. So not the greatest performance there. This is, if he can keep this up, no doubt going to be his best international showing that he's ever had. But even if he doesn't, very likely to break those records. We'll find the stats for you later on, but man, he has been having a hell of a performance now. The rest of the players, it's kind of funny, all of them are negative, by the way, on Cyclops. Chibisu's the closest at 5 and 6, Blackray -3, Anaton -1, Sireneko -5. It is really the Shureep show today.
He created a kill heatsink where Shureep is just slowly eating all of the kills.
Yep.
Leaving nothing for anybody else. I think it's a bit disrespectful, if I'm being honest. I think you need to spread the kills around.
I agree. I think Shureep, take a round off. Let your teammates have some fun, okay? You've been kind of dominated here. I think it would be fair, both to G2 and his teammates, if Shureep, maybe he took a backline. He can be throwing Candelas in, right? But then maybe let your teammates run him for those kills. We'll see if he's willing to take me up on that offer. I imagine he likely will not, but you never know. Obviously, every new round, a new opportunity here. Interesting little hold inside of open area. The idea is not stopping the flow from G2. Doki starting to keep the hatch above him closed inside of stock with those 2 brow canisters. But that won't do anything for the Buck, who's able to just rip up those soft floorboards and still find those angles. They've also got the cluster charger, so once again, they could just force him back by using that fuse utility. Lots of options now for Cyclops, but Lawyer at the top, about to be faced with a Candela. What can he do with this?
Well, nothing, because he's immediately stopped by a Kiva barrier, and there will be another right thereafter. Loira tossing out all the utility at his disposal. 1 more now remains. That will be the final Kiva barrier. Slow down that advance on blue stairs, and oh my, Anaton eliminating Loira. Follow up with the Buck as well as Doki is dropped. Shureep dies. That is huge for G2. As you pointed out, everybody else on CAG, their numbers are underwater. They've still got utility work on the side of the attackers. Buck still with skeleton keys. All 4 cluster charges still in back pocket of Anaton as well. And to make matters worse for CAG, just for a second, Doki's been picked back up.
All right, so we can stall things out for a moment. Cyclops, even man count and lots of time to work with, but their star player has gone down. This is an inflection point. Can the last 4 players on this team band together and find the round win? The Nitro Cell goes out, doesn't find anything. One more in the pocket of Doki as the first plant starts.
There goes there goes one of the toxic canisters. Another will follow. Chibisu eliminating Blaz. The toxic gas does not do anywhere near enough as the diffuser goes down, and CAG could be 40 seconds away from stealing G2's map. That'd be excellent for the Japanese team looking to make it out of the play-ins. For G2, could they meet the same fate as they saw in Manchester? Well, they're gonna have to be better than this map no matter what. Shiraniko and Chibisu with a kill apiece. And it's all up to Alimau. The lightning rod of G2 will have CAG channel their energy through him, and the Japanese team steals the European squad's map.
And to do it in the final round without your star player even there, I mean, that is a statement from CAG saying that, yes, Shureep is our star. Yes, he's going to be putting up 21 kills, but even if you find a pick on him early, the rest of us can still hang. Those toxic babes all missing from Uno, who frankly also didn't have the greatest of maps. 1 in 9, Uno's final stat tat. You're going to have to see him popping back up if they want to avoid being sent down to the lower bracket at the very first match of the major. Not the result that G2 were looking for up against the Japanese team, but CAG, they put on a monster performance and they absolutely deserve that win.
And Shureep did all this, by the way, with only playing the same operator on 2 separate occasions. So playing operator roulette, Fenrir twice and Ying twice. Beyond that, Shureep played Lion, played Ace, played Skobos, played Oryx, all over the place. And that just really goes to show you the testament of a great player, as somebody who, on the same role but with different operators and different responsibilities, can still have such a massive impact on the match. And there you go, on your screen, an incredible performance by CAG as they stun G2 on the second half. We thought that when we got finished with G2 on attack and CAG on defense, that we would have quite a match ahead of us. That really wasn't the case in terms of competitiveness, but it really was if you were a fan of CAG Osaka. Shuri finishing with 21 kills. What an impressive scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely domination. Again, in the regular season, he was the Monty player for CAG as well. I kind of think CAG should keep banning the shields. Obviously, we still saw quite a bit of Fuse Shield coming out, and Anaton played that expertly, I have to say, as well. Some really good Fuse Shield coming out from both teams. We saw it from G2 as well, but I think Anaton proving that he is the master. Respect your elders when it comes to the shield play, because he's been doing it longer than anybody else.
I do want to issue a correction here. I believe officially Shuri finished with 20 kills, because one of those kills was technically a downed player, which means that you don't actually get credited with the kill. It pops up saying you got the kill, but you didn't actually get the kill because you didn't get the down. You just finished them off. You did the easier part of the job. What is going to happen on map number 2? CAG Osaka picked this map, and maybe unexpectedly, they arrive on it with a 1-0 lead. Sit tight. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Available now.
All right, well, map number 1 didn't go the way that G2 had anticipated, and it also happened to be their map, so it doubly didn't go in their direction. But if you are a fan of CAG Osaka, or if you are not a G2 enjoyer, you are very happy with those results. If you could think of one word to describe map 1, Jesse, what word would it be?
I would use the word shoe reap.
Is that a real word?
It is now.
Okay, why would you use that word, Jesse?
Well, Parker, I would use the word shoe reap because he dropped over 20 kills, putting up a ridiculous performance. And certainly, if this game does go the distance, we're going to be looking at those numbers when it comes to BO3 kill records. Didn't break the 1-map kill record. It didn't go long enough, frankly. G2 needed to win a few more rounds for us to get into that conversation. But shoe reap, a ridiculous performance to start us off, obviously putting up a monster kill total. He's been one of the best players, 20-3, you can see there. A 2.0 kill per round, just ridiculous. And the consistency of him as well is what really shocked me the most. He only died in the rounds that they lost, up until the very final round. He was staying alive in every single round that CAG were winning. So if he can keep up that performance, he will be a monster that G2 have to tackle. And they'll be tackling it on Kafe, which G2 fans will be pleased to know is a map that G2 haven't won all stage. They've played it one time. They lost to Virtus Pro. That was 7-3. This is not a crazy good map for CAG either, but clearly they're picking it because it's not a map that G2 enjoy to play, and so already going into it with maybe a bit of a rocky mental could be bad news.
Yeah, I mean, if you think like, hey, this isn't our greatest map, but we're good enough at it, and we think that there's a major deficit in the way that our opponents play it, then this is a very advantageous spot for us to go to. And this is going to be where CAG Osaka could deliver not a knockout blow, but a knockdown blow in the play-ins. It was only a year and a half ago that G2 lifted the hammer in this exact same city, and they could suffer the very first defeat of the Montreal Major. We go to map 2 of Kafe. CAG picked this map. They start on defense, G2 on attack. Your favorite part of the day, Jesse, the operator bans.
And my big question here, was it going to be Monty or Ying? CAG always banned the Ying on Kafe, but given how well the shield bans worked on Bank, I wondered if they would replicate that. They don't. This pick from G2 is tough to say. They will stay on the same track. They'll take out the Monty instead. Still wanted to remove that from play. Makes a lot of sense for G2. They wanted to take that out, the shields out previously. They continue with that. This should be a Fenrir. G2 hate Fenrir on this map. They ban it every time they play, and it's Valk this time. Okay, bit of a switch up. I say every time. It's like 80% or something. It's not actually every time, but it's pretty close that they ban Fenrir. So taking out Valk, that's one of the operators that KAG will ban sometimes. Could be an Echo and a Zombie, a Mute. They could go for the Fenrir ban here, but it's Castle instead. Okay, a new one for CAG. I haven't seen that ban from them on this map before, so gonna be kind of interesting. Surely they've read into G2's play a little bit. Probably saw some Castle strats that they didn't want to go up against, so they'll take that out instead. Does leave a Zombie on the board, who can often just be a better Castle in many situations. Obviously more versatile, has got more of those Kiva barriers as well, but are more susceptible to bullets. So if they're wanting to run more DMRs, they want to play some Dokkaebi, could have some answers to those Kiva barriers that otherwise wouldn't be able to answer to the Castles.
Castle got a decent amount of picks over on Bank. Of the 10 rounds that were played, a Castle was used in 4 of those 10 rounds. So quite respectable for a defender who is not usually a meta pick. Castle is very site dependent, he's map dependent, he's also very team dependent.
For sure.
As for Ying, Dokkaebi, and Monty are 3 of the strongest operators at the moment in the game. It does not surprise me at all to see a Ying ban come out from CAG, though admittedly, G2 didn't play this operator on Bank. It was CAG who used the operator. Obviously, if you watch G2's match against Virtus Pro and then go back and look at some of the historical prevalence of Ying on this map, I can understand why CAG would get rid of her.
And we've got our first play of the game. Anatson prepping the Nitro cell. If he finds a shield, that would be a great opening pick, but Alamau, is he going that direction? I don't believe they have intel on this. Certainly they'll have sound. He's walking to this part of the map, now getting on Rappel, a run out instead. Anatson, now he preps the C4, tosses it over. I think it's a little far, barely.
Jesse, who
Smoke is outside too.
Jesse, who just got the first kill of the game?
I didn't even notice that.
It was
again.
Shuri. It was Shuri.
He's outside the building on smoke, tossing out toxic babes. He does get punished, but the damage is there already. 1-1 to start things off. CAG, they don't want to stop any of the momentum from Bank.
The thing is Shuri did actually finish the previous matchup with 21 kills, and this might be quite relevant for the overall best-of-3 kill record, depending on what happens here on Kafe and what might occur on Consulate if we need that for map number 3. But the way that map number 1 went, I'm thinking that Consulate is not exactly on the menu at the moment, but I'm always open to surprises.
Again, G2 are a great Consulate team. So if we get there, that should be a phenomenal game, but getting there is the problem. I should note as well, G2 got to choose what side they wanted to start on. They chose to start attack here, which is an interesting decision because most teams would say that Kafe is somewhat defender-sided. So G2, a bit of an interesting choice there, but regardless, they're going to have to play both sides. They're going to have to succeed on both sides as well. And here we have G2 already inside of Train, trying to find their way into the site. Minute 30 left on the clock. Top floor firmly being held by CAG. They haven't had to give that up just yet. Chibisu and Black Ray still maintain their positioning up there. So G2, instead of clearing that out, they're going to go straight in through mining. They're going to go straight in through Train and try to get a plant down inside of Dining. But this seems pretty readable, especially with a Pulse being played by Anison. He's going to have that information. They're going to have top-down cover to try to deny this as well, or at least pressure from inside of Piano. This is going to be an awkward push.
Aniton sees some markers over towards that fireplace, and Uno has to guard Ali Mao. Finds one kill on the Black Ray. Chibisu shuts him down, and now with the shield and the team on his back, it's Ali Mao. But Aniton gets the very final kill, and CAG starts off with a successful defense. 3 of their players still alive as they manage to counter disable and go up by 1. Is it happening again?
I will say, at the start of Bank, it was G2 that really controlled the pace of the game, right? They got a 3-3 half to start things off, but every round they were going direct to site. They were hitting very early. They wanted to find that early gunfights, and they were often forcing that issue. Despite starting on attack again, CAG were able to grab hold of that momentum and dictate how that round started with a crazy Pulse jump out play where we saw Shurip out the window on smoke and then Aniton prepping the Nitro on the Pulse. It didn't go phenomenally for them. They went 1 for 1, but it was enough to throw off the push from G2, right? It was enough to disrupt what they wanted to do instead of going for that full top-down clear, which is what most teams will do on Reading Room site. That is the meta. That's how you want to be pushing that site. Instead, they have to go to a backup plan. They've got to go in through Train, and I liked the idea of planting under smoke with a blitz, because then you're covered horizontally. You can't be shot from one direction. Maybe they could find your feet, but through the smoke, that's going to be really impossible. It's a cool idea for a plant. Everybody else died, though. Again, with full top floor control, positioning was really good for CAG. They didn't have to worry about any sort of flanks, any sort of pinches. They knew exactly where the G2 guys were at and were easily able to collapse in on them and find all those kills. So a good plant from G2, but nothing else really going their way. And Shurip, he's not done with the shenanigans, Parker. He wants to get right back at it. Here's the spawn peek.
Oh, he gets real frisky. Ooh. And almost another. It's very ballsy to do that with a Vector in hand. Blaz has had a very rough go of it in this series so far. Unsuccessful in round number 1. Reason why you bring in players like Blaz and Loira, their deployment is usually towards the front of your offense. These are 2 players that you come to expect to be in early engagements for G2. And if you know the history of both these players, you assume that they win most of their engagements. Well, very few people have won an engagement against Shurip so far. Through all of map number 1 and now to this point of map number 2, Shurip has just 5 deaths. That is an insanely low number. Shirniko dies onto an ill-timed peak up on that second floor, and G2's on the board first.
Big opportunity for G2 now. They've got a man advantage, and Shurip is isolated alone all the way on the top floor. If they get a clean pick onto Shurip, they'd be in a really good position to get an easy 3v5 conversion, but they don't know he's there, Parker! He finds Loira. There's no information at all that he has worked his way up inside a cocktail, and that's the buck that's taken off the board. Half of your oh-so-important soft breach, they still don't know where he is. He's inside of Laundry. Any swing would get an easy free pick on Alamau unless he finds the information. There's the drone, there's the impact, there's the swing, and Alamau cleans him up.
I do like the attempt there.
Yeah.
Because if you go through the rotate over towards Reading, they can potentially redrone you and pinch you from that point. Go for the advantage that you have by surprising your opponent. Surprise obviously doesn't work, but the big bad of CAG is gone. 2 rounds in a row that CAG will have to deal with a G2 execute without their best player. And they can hold on for as much hope as they need. Chibisu, all 3 kills that remain between the 3 players. Over towards Brown Stairs. Chibisu assesses one player from G2, looking for yet another, but can't find it for the time being. Now just wasting time over towards VIP, and Doki wanders over towards delivery, dies, and Chibisu is primed to maybe get a 5th.
4-0 at the moment. Don't forget about that. There's Alamau, though, finding Anaton, keeping the man advantage in favor of G2, but they've worked their way back to site. They're going to have Evil Eyes all over this basement bomb site, too. The push moves towards Bakery. Chibisu and Blackray with lots of information. They've got the ability to swing on this, and with the shotgun, Chibisu, he's ready.
So deadly at this range, but he pulls out the sidearm instead. You should have held the position with your shotgun in hand. Blackray now will have to deal with target prioritization. You mentioned, all the information they're gonna get out of these Evil Eyes. Down goes Blaz. Blackray sees the time continuing to go down. Uno will need to get Diffuser in hand. Alimel watching over top. There go the Tracers. And he manages to find him. Shooting to his left, shooting to his right, and G2 is on the board.
All right, I think at this point now we're seeing CAG. They're getting a little cute with it, okay? Back-to-back rounds, going for aggressive spawn peaks, aggressive jump outs. They're going okay, they're not going great. And then the miss drone from Shureep was great, the fact that he didn't get caught up there. But if he had been droned, if they had a Dokkaebi or something, he's probably dead without a kill. So that round, it honestly went closer than I think it should have if G2 were playing that more disciplined, if they've gotten the free clear on the Shureep. They didn't get that, so it was a little bit messy towards the end there. But regardless, I think CAG, they're taking a lot of opportunities. You're playing a site like Kitchen on Kafe, right? You're playing a site with a lot of utility. You got 3 Evil Eyes in sight. Doki hacked none of them playing the Brava. Could have played around with that utility a little bit more. Instead, they're taking aggressive swings, and they're winning them. A lot of the time, they really are. But I think G2, they're very much aware of the style of play that CAG want to run here. First couple of rounds, on every map, are going to be kind of feeling out your opponent. And I think G2 have a good read of this. I like the way that they adapted and found a lot of those picks in the early round to keep that man advantage and take down CAG. So, a good 1-1 scoreline now. We've got a competitive game on our hands. The question is, do CAG adapt? Do they go for a bit more of a passive playstyle, or are they once again going to be jumping out windows and taking the fight directly to the Europeans?
A belated setup now still being done on this middle floor as we see a dining and train/mining defense. All 4 bomb sites very easily defendable on Kafe. The success rate of the bomb site obviously varies, but they are capable of being played, and it's not uncommon to see teams run through all 4. The middle floor bomb sites really do tend to be up to your team's preference. The top floor bomb site is the one that most teams seem to avoid. Despite that, every team will usually stick 1 defender on that top floor. Oh my, Shureep takes out Uno, and it's a frenzy of kills as 4 players are wiped off the map, 2 from each team.
Fair enough, I suppose. I mean, you lose the Grim, which is not great for G2. That's one of your big execute operators, but you also cleared out the Pulse, which is a good late-round operator for CAG. So I think this is fine. The one thing that we really do like for G2 is that they got this without wasting very much time at all, right? Less than 60 seconds to clear out 2 players of the top floor. Yeah, you lost 2 bodies, but I think that's okay. They've still got good soft reach potential up above. I say that actually, Alamau not running the secondary shotgun on Striker, running the pistol instead. Whether that was intentional or not, he's not going to have that ability to rip up the floorboards like often you would want to see from one of those new recruits that have joined the game somewhat recently. Lots of soft breach still on Loira, but not utilizing it at the moment. Doki working his way down. He's got a drone in front of him, hunting for one of these picks in the Demos tracker as well. Will find the Mozzie, but it might be Anaton that he finds first.
Sees the shoulder for a second. Doki positioned differently, and that's where perspective will really come back to haunt you. Doki looking in a different direction, probably didn't even see Anaton on his screen. As we saw in a couple rounds on Bank, the 2 Brazilians will now be the last 2 standing for G2. Loira and Alimau looking towards this dining bomb site. Alimau far removed, he's closer towards B. Loira has the attention of CAG. Just as we saw on Bank, CAG Osaka, great patience for the time being. Annington has lost some of his coverage, but Chibisu is there to refrag immediately on White Stairs.
ちょっとさ、立ちいんちゃう G2 さん。
This is a different looking CAG at this event so far. Maybe it's just G2 is a weakened opponent. But CAG aren't making the same mistakes against G2 that we typically see them make against other opponents at previous live events.
Yeah, I would say that this second map of Kafe has been very different from the first map of Bank, right? The pacing of it's been different. The operators we're seeing are very different. You saw a lot of shield play on Bank. Less shield play now that fewer shields are banned in this game. But regardless, what we're seeing is a lot of mistakes coming out of G2 in these early rounds too. Doki, I gotta say, through both map 1 and map 2, not putting up his usual performance. That Deimos play there, not exactly what you typically see. I would say that Doki is one of the greatest Deimos players in the world. Deimos is not an easy operator to play. There's a handful of players that run this operator really, really well. Top of my head, it's probably like Doki, Shaiko, and maybe like Ambi that really play that operator at a very, very high level. There are others for sure, but I mean, these are kind of the players that you're expecting to see pop off with this operator, and Doki, on both Bank and here on Kafe, hasn't really found that same success on one of the most powerful attackers that we see in Rainbow Six Siege. He'll repick off the operator, go to the Nomad instead this time, so maybe we'll find some better luck over there. It's another spawn peek from CAG, because of course it is. Shirip trying to get lucky with one of those headshots, doesn't quite get it. Gets out with all his HP though, so no harm, no foul, he's fine.
I think you noted on in the previous map was how even the CAG team was outside of Shuri. The same can be said so far for Kafe. Chibisu, the only player who's managed to get himself ahead of the pack. The rest all sequestered all together, clustered up. It's good for a team like CAG. I mean, you can talk to some pros and you can ask whether having one outstanding player who is head and shoulders better than the rest of your team is better than having an evenly matched team, but for a team like CAG, as long as everybody is showing up, that's great news. The standout performer on the wrong side of CAG in that very first map would go to Black Ray, but that's because of the role he plays, so we expect that of him.
A lot of intel on the side of CAG right now. Chibisu not only putting up 5 kills, but he's hacked 2 drones this round. You can see that on the HUD, the little 2 just above his pistol. That means he's hacked 2 of those, and he's been flicking through them very frequently. Black Ray finds the opening pick onto Loira. Of course, intel from that pulse down below as well means that there are so many information points from CAG. Shuri finds another onto Alamau all across the map. This top floor clear doesn't go their way. They don't find any picks down on the main floor either. Chibisu's not done. 6-1 now is his stat line, leaving Uno and Blaz alone now in a 2v5, trying to bail G2 out of this hole or else they'll get even deeper. CAG, we're about to be finding their 3rd defense now. Meaning they can't lose the half. 1:14 on the clock, but it doesn't matter. All of the players are just bleeding out. Blaz gets 1 for his troubles, but it'd have to be a miracle to make it count.
Be denied entry over towards reading as well, Jesse, with still well over a minute to go at this point. Flash striking off a bunch of damage, and it's Shuri who might be heating up now on Kafe to seal the deal. Is that 3 kills in this round for Shuri as CAG's lead stretches. 3-1 the scoreline. Doing it on presumably the worst side, and it prompts G2 to call their timeout.
You can focus on the kills.
Sometimes I do.
We're here hearing the CAD comms.
I was going to say, we're going to listen.
For example, like the guy hiding Lorette drone, but like in Uno, he Uno drone, and then he see there is nothing, and then the guy just climb up and pick him because the guy knew we are already drone there and was already clear. Okay, but the other thing, and what's most matter, guys, let's put our head.
でも3階これイーストセット来そうだね今回。でまた3階と
Shouldn't have anything to open blanks, clean the blanks guy like together. We don't even know like how we gonna push the guy. Okay, so let's put our heads in the fucking game and let's like solve the problems. Like the guy who gonna kill him. Okay, I want the answers. Okay, answers.
Let's go, boys.
They need answers on G2. The coach, Romalho, of course, giving his best speech to his boys. Don't want to be repeating the unfortunate circumstances of Manchester. I will say, you can focus on the kills as CAG have certainly been leading in that category, finding a lot of those opening picks. Those aggressive moves have been going their way more often than not. But I think the utility is just as important. Oftentimes, you're seeing these niche operator utilities coming out, favoring CAG. In the most recent round, those Mozzie Pests, of course, catching 2 drones. Quite rare in competitive play for drones to be actually captured by a Mozzie. Usually it's more drone denial. Maybe you get 1 in a round. To get 2 is quite unorthodox. And then even down on the kitchen bomb site, you know, we saw the Maestro being played by CAG. Doesn't maybe take that much technical skill to put up those Maestro cams, but to avoid being hacked by the Bravo, which was brought by G2, is difficult to do so, and CAG were able to do that perfectly when they defended that bomb site. So it really feels like CAG are bringing a lot of operators that can work with good intel, work with a lot of that information for their team, and G2 don't have good answers to it. I say that, round 5, they brought 0 intel operators, so we won't be seeing that here, other than the Clash. But still, watch out for that over the next couple of rounds, because that could be a real problem that G2 need to solve.
I like that we have the return of the listen-ins. It was actually here in Montreal a year and a half ago when we really got our first taste of hearing what the coaches had to say to the players. Hasn't been quite as consistent across live events since then, but it was something that the fans really appreciated, and oh my goodness. Black Ray, what are you doing? Wandering over towards that heaven window, getting picked off by an upside-down alley Mao. Doki is removed. You praised his Deimos abilities, and it will be yet another round where this operator will show very little effectiveness for G2 as Doki sits at 1 and 5.
Yeah, dying every single round so far. Obviously, primary entry on G2. You don't expect him to be surviving so long, but regardless, the 1 is maybe the bigger issue. Still top floor control. 3 of the 4 players left on CAG locking this down. It's Sireneko who's playing down below as well. A lot of rooftop control from G2 instead. Obviously, top floor bomb site going to be important to toss in some of these Bs from Grim, get that information. The Lion scans can give you intel as well. It's important this Clash. You could deny it from below if you had the proper utility, but you don't even hold the bottom floor. Of course, still Shireneko is locking that down, but Uno getting ready to go. The Lion charge comes out, so do the Bs. This will be the execute from G2.
Still on the hatch, still looking for a drop. As Uno surveys the spots down below, and they don't find it, and it looked like the execute was going to happen, but there's a bit of a pause from G2. Nades go out, Blaz and Alimau on the board. CAG left to just 2 players, one of which is the Clash of Anaton. Now it's all Shireneko holding this position, good enough for a single kill, but there's the G2 that we come to expect. They found an opening early on the Black Ray on that new Balk window, and they snowballed from there. Taking map control on that top floor, pinching CAG, punishing them for it. A 3-3 first half was what we had on Bank. It looks very likely that we will have it on our second map.
All right, a chill, very patient round. Comes on out from G2.
Like, when I'm playing Shaco as well, I speak this guy like a crazy guy. Let's go.
You're going to play Shaiko and peek the guy like crazy, if I heard that correctly from Alamau. So I'm excited to see what we see in this round. Obviously, we've got one more round in the second half, and G2 are looking to win it to be able to bounce back and find that second, that even 50-50 split. That's what they got on Bank. Didn't do them too much good, but...
Train work. Train rush works.
Are you sure it's train? It might be rain.
Train rush, I'm hearing them say. Train rush works. Doki says, are you sure it's train? It might be reading. It's train. They're correct. It's a mining and dining bomb site.
It's just a matter of physics. Trains can't really rush. I don't know if they're... I mean, they're European, so we can't even make a joke.
Of course they could. In Japan, especially, they got the bullet trains. Those things go crazy fast. They're rushing for sure.
It's consistent.
No, if they stop and they gotta speed up. They're rushing to get to their locations.
Anyway. Final round of the first half. This is CAG's map, which means they don't get to choose the side they start on. G2 opted to go on to attack with the presumption that it would be the better side. For the first couple rounds, it did not work. 3 separate players from CAG all collecting kills. Alimo and Blaz now on the board. They're the last 2 standing for G2, and they've got their work cut out for them. Shireneko and Chibisu have been removed from action. You still got Shu Reap up, admittedly on 30 HP. Same with Black Ray, also on 30 HP. That's a single bullet from most guns. Technically, if you want to get pedantic, you only need 5 bullets to win a single round of Rainbow Six because a headshot is an instant kill. Alimo and Blaz now working together. They see the B bomb site, and despite the fact that there's still just shy of 2 minutes left, G2 have made excellent timing so far, taking up map control. CAG could just sit and wait. Again, the patience that has been shown by these Japanese team has been quite good on Bank, and it's carried over to Kafe as well.
Yeah, to me, it's an awkward spot for G2, though, right? They went for the train rush. It got immediately flattened. Disruption on the tracks. CAG were able to stop that quite simply by holding the window they were all jumping in. Now G2, they're trying to take their time in drone. There's 2 players in train. That's 2/3, and they see both of them. With this information, could they capitalize and get a couple of kills? They need it in their man disadvantage.
Oh, Alimau walking in, and 2 remarkable shots. It's all up to Shureep, the man of the hour. In a 1v1, Alimau at 3 HP. There are goo mines that could be around. Shureep walking up, finding a small opening, missing an opportunity. That's information, by the way, that Blaz is going to give. Alimau will stare him down, and he's going to hear the tussling inside of that B bomb site. He really doesn't have much of an option here. He has to try to bait out Shureep, and that's exactly what he'll do, and Shureep sees him much quicker than I think Alimau was expecting. The first half in the books, and it's CAG to come out on top of the side they did not choose to start on.
The MVP performance from Shureep continues here on map 2. You gotta love this player, not only putting up the numbers, but letting him know that he's doing it too.
I gotta go board impacts. Yeah.
A team that is usually very vocal, and a team that is typically high-flying, vibing an awful lot, is remarkably quiet. G2 sitting and stewing, knowing that this has not been the start to the Montreal major that they wanted. You talked about the results that they had in Manchester being quite the disappointment. Well, Montreal is not shaping up to be much better, at least so far. It's not one and you're done, though, so G2, even if they lose here, will still have a chance at a comeback later on. Not today, as they won't be competing for the rest of the day, but tomorrow will be the final day of play-ins to determine who makes it into our second phase.
G2 moved to the defense now. When they played Kafe, the one and only time this stage before this matchup against Virtus Pro, they started on the defense. They won 2 rounds of their 6 attempts. VP got the 4-2 half and, of course, closed out the game from there. So G2, previously not the best on this side of the map, but only a sample size of 1 map. You don't want to read into that too heavily. And CAG bringing out some strats that I'm not sure Virtus Pro were quite aligned with. Sheeran Echo on the Amaru, ready to go for an aggressive jump in, potentially on the upstairs window into the bathroom hall. Might be able to find a pick. It's going to be the Wamai of Loira who would meet him should he jump on in quickly, but it's Blaz instead to find the first gunfight from G2. Shureep sneaks up red stairs. What a good play on that Dokkaebi. Didn't even have to pop a logic bomb, but if he gets this kill, that could be 2 frags. It's a Goyo down below of Alimau. Managed to flash him and get away.
It's 31 kills so far for Shureep, by the way.
Yeah.
Not to be had for 32. He'll have to wait another round as Alimau was expecting him at the bottom of red stairs. Capitalizing off of the quick push from the Dokkaebi. And with the time being what it is, CAG did not find value from those logic bombs. Dokkaebi is not just an operator with a good kit, it's her gadget. It is often so effective, CAG will have to do battle without it. I mean, G2 was still able to do the same without Deimos on 2 separate attempts on attack, so not all hope is lost here. 4v4 with just about half the round to go.
Yeah, and like no map control at all from CAG, right? Not even in the building, all on the roof, on the rappels. You can still get kills. This is Kafe, so it's not uncommon for teams to mostly be on the roof, especially for a top 4 bomb site. But at some point, you'd likely want to be getting control of Cigar, getting control of Piano, get some of that map control before you go for your final execute. Still waiting on this Amaru hook as well. Sheeran Echo is holding it, and the Capital is being held as well. Here comes all the utility and the push soon to follow. Here it goes.
There's the drop in. Sheeran Eco has to find something. Loira, very first kill of this execute. Chibisu on the board. Doki eliminating Sheeran Eco, and now it's Chibisu following up, but it's G2 clobbering CAG.
Good job, guys. Good job, guys. Good job.
Maybe just a defender-sided Kafe. You ever think about that? G2 trails by 1, but they've closed the gap to as close as it can get without a tie.
I just want to go piano hole, try.
Let's go.
I mean, solid first defense. You're going to be very happy with that. Shurip down below, playing with confidence, of course. Got that opening pick, which was nice to see. Had a logic bomb, but was too afraid to use it. Obviously, if you pop that logic bomb, you've got to put your gun down for a moment, and so thought it was more apt to just take the 1v1 fair fight against Alamau. Ended up losing it, getting traded out. I will say, had he been successful, and Shurip very rarely is not successful with those gunfights today, that would have been a 5v3 advantage that CAG likely could have snowballed into a round win. Really important that Alamau got that one. We talk a lot about Shuri, but it's actually Alamau leading this map in terms of kills, 11 and 5 to start off Kafe. Again, he's been so consistent for G2 all year long. He's been their best player. Their IGL had a huge impact for this squad, and we're seeing that once again. But he needs some help, of course. A lot of his teammates not really putting up the same numbers. I talked about Doki struggling a little bit on the demos. Won't be running that operator, of course, on the defense, but still only 2 and 6. We're seeing Loira as well. Loira, the young Brazilian, just joined this team, was playing with Alamau, living with Alamau throughout the stage. You saw in all their player cams, if you watched EUL, that they were playing together in the same room for every one of their pro matches. For a guy like Loira, who's so young coming onto this team, it's his first international event, having a mentor like Alamau's got to be instrumental in terms of his development. But still young, still early on in his career, will be making mistakes in a high-pressure environment like this one, and they're going to need him to be very consistent for the rest of this map because they are still in a deficit despite being up 1-0 in the half.
Real struggles that we've seen from CAG in international events past to bin these attacks. How can they find their footing? If Shurip is not able to show up, does the rest of the team have what it takes? Because Black Ray, Aniton, and Shirniko are in the same position that they were in back in map number 1, which is their numbers are underwater. Chibisu having a very strong start to map number 2. As long as his numbers don't peter out, he should be okay. Down goes Shurip, though. And now Aniton taking an awful lot of damage as he looks to clear out the top floor, missing a golden opportunity to take out Loira, who looks for a second and finds it onto Shiraniko, pivoting towards a third, but G2 are cleaning up the mess, and they tie the game.
Let's go, guys. Come back on the shit, guys. Let's fucking go. Good job, Loira. Bro.
A flawless round for G2 as they tie it up at 4 rounds apiece.
When you said this was with Joe, I was thinking, lost the round.
I talk about Loira, man. The young guy on G2 being coached in by Alamau. You hear the support there right after he has a big round to be able to win it for G2 and equalize now at a 4-4 as attack timeout does come through from CAG. Very good stuff. If they can continue rolling on this defense, that could be the momentum that they need to send it to Consulate, which is map 3. And once again, Consulate is one of G2's best maps by far.
Okay, so let's keep doing these things, okay? Like, talk about the operators, but also talk about like the
Reason why we tend to stick on a team like G2, despite this being CAG Osaka's timeout, is that, well, we suspect this being an English stream, most people watching speak English.
Okay.
Likely. We do have a Japanese broadcast.
We do, of course, but that's not this one.
Nope.
Correct. So listening to CAG Osaka's timeout would likely not be as helpful as they speak in Japanese. Whereas we gain a lot more listening to G2 talk through the process. And I mean, you've been able to hear them try to parse what's going on with CAG, how best to approach this, how best to change things up. And slowly but surely, the enthusiasm and motivation from G2 is returning.
Bottom floor site will be the 3rd choice for G2, of course. First 2 sites will be locked up until at least the 4th quarter of the game. CAG, they've got a lot of tools at their disposal, right? I mean, you heard G2 talking that attack timeout. Call out what the operators are. Focus on what the lineup's going to be. You want to have that information. You want to know what's coming before the execute starts from Cyclops. And this round, it's going to be a lot. You've got the Blitz being brought in by Aniton, of course. One of the best Blitz players in the entire world. You've got Black Ray on the Grim for that information. You've got the Dokubi from Shiraneko as well. The Buck is an interesting call, too. This makes me wonder if they are going to go for a top-down take. Loira, look at this. Wanting to maintain the momentum from the last round. Can he find an aggressive pick right off the start of the round, Parker? Maybe not.
It looked like Loira was going to go for either a run out or a jump out, but Maybe another day.
It's fine. Didn't see anything. Blackray finds something. There's Blaz taken off the board immediately. Blackray up here on the top floor. Blaz going for something kind of aggressive on the brown stairs. No need for that. This is a full anchor execute. You've got 5 players that are supposed to be sitting down in the basement. That's your warden off of the board. A hugely important operator for the late round. That is going to hurt. Take a look at the secondary utility. 4 smokes and 3 flashbangs all being brought by CAG. Now there is no operator inside of G2 that's going to be unaffected by that utility.
Is the Blackray solo entering upstairs with Diffuser Kit? If he loses that 1v1 to Blaz, that could have been devastating for CAG. Alimau will continue his triumphant second map as he eliminates Blackray, and that will be the case down, so somebody from CAG will have to retrieve it. As Alimau is looking for more on that same position, CAG will have to assert themselves on and had just done so moments before. Loira holding down VIP with Alimau not far removed is a nice cross-section of this map. They've got a huge amount of map control just between the two of them.
Blast going down also means the cameras were hacked by Sheer and Echo, so now all of those Echo cams are going to be spotted and controlled by the attackers. Of course, can still be driven around and can still be used by Uno, but the intel will all be for CAG as well, so you've got to be really smart with how you use those. Of course, you saw the default cam being shot out too. Here's the blitz now in onto VIP. There's no warden, so that's a freebie right onto Loira to get the man advantage. Now one more, not even looking at the blitz. Anaton, it's free hunting season. He goes and finds 2 big kills, leaving just Doki and Uno alone in the site.
And depending on where those yokais are, there might be a saving grace for G2. They've got 2 toxic canisters. And maybe those drones kicking from Uno. Those will be helpful, but you got to stay alive. Something that Doki learns the hard way. All up to the Finn. His position given away by the logic bomb. He'll fire away from Bakery. And whatever motivation and whatever momentum G2 had has evaporated after the tail end of that round. A timeout called by CAG immediately translates into a round victory, and they are 2 away from sending G2 down, down, down.
Opening picks are an interesting stat to look at, right? Because sometimes they're not that impactful. If you get an opening pick, right, maybe it's 45 seconds left in the round, and immediately gets traded. Often that's not a good indicator of are you going to win the round or not. But in a round like that, where you get an opening pick right off the bat, immediately, and you get Dokkaebi information off of it, you are able to take down a critical operator like a warden and then hack his phone so that you can see the information through the yokais. It's such a big advantage for a team like CAG, and Blackray obviously finding that opening. You don't expect him, he's the hard breach, he's the planter, you don't expect him to be always getting into those opening engagements, and typically he's not. But when he finds himself in that top floor and he looks over to brown stairs and he sees a little head, well, you may as well click it if it's right there. He's able to find a hugely impactful opening frag, and yes, it was traded back, but the intel advantage that was given to KAG was so worth it. So they were very happy heading into that late round, and of course the blitz. No counters at all to that operator. So really good stuff coming from CAG, abusing all of their mechanics, the Dokkaebi, the blitz, all of these powerful operators that are defining the meta in 2024 being used perfectly by KAG. Now they're up 5-4. Of course, G2 back in a round deficit, gonna have to be able to work their way on defense. The nice thing is the only round they've lost was the tertiary site. So you don't expect to be winning that anyways. If they get that 4-2 split, if they can win their 2 primary bomb sites again, they'll at least secure themselves overtime.
Good mix so far for all these bomb sites that have been played up to this point. All 4 have emerged, which again, go back to a comment that was made early on about how there's a lot of flexibility, a lot of viability on this map.
Yep.
CAG successfully defended Reading Room and Fireplace the last time they went to it. Now the troubling part is winning it on attack.
A lot of intel up here that has been kind of forced back. They had mirror windows up around bathroom. Those will get popped now with the X-Kairos. All 6 X-Kairos being used on this. You can pop a window with 2, but 6 do the job as well. Blackray 12 more to play with. Still working their way through the top floor. They basically forced everyone out at this point. Alimau and Loira remain inside of Cocktail, but they're quite pushed back. You can see they're not really in towards Piano. They're not in Cigar. You've given up a lot of that space. Since the bomb site is reading, this is what matters. Cocktail control is what's important. So G2 not going to die for the less important parts of this map. And Doki in an awkward position. Alimau finds the entry.
Chibisu dies, Anaton trades out Loira. Not really sure what Loira was thinking on that particular engagement. CAG now need to tackle the rest of this top floor, but Ali Mao, a successful job to hold it down as he collects Black Ray, Sharoniko dies, and now Shuri will walk right in as well. Shouldn't really be a deficit of information for the CAG team as Ali Mao gets yet another pick. 3K on the round for him by my count. And G2 will again equalize, so we will need all 12 rounds of regulation on map 2. Both teams still capable of winning so far through regulation. But CAG just seemingly not having any understanding of where G2 was defending. They still had 5 drones at the time of the round ending. Whether it was that those drones were maybe in poor spots or maybe the players who had them had been some of the first to pick off, I'm not sure. We don't have that information. But it really shouldn't have been such a great deal of trouble for CAG to figure out where G2 was, and most importantly, where Ali Mao was.
I think they knew where he was, but when he's floating, what can you do, Parker? It was the Brazilian duo roaming up inside of Cocktail. You had Loira and Alamau. One of those players jumped out the window and died without getting any kills. But one of the players killed almost everybody else on the map, and so it all worked out. It all evens out for a successful roam from G2. Who got the kills, who didn't, it's kind of a wash. What's important is the roamers that were inside of Cocktail won that for G2. CAG, no ability to root them out of that spot, no ability to trade, as Alamau just found shot after shot he hit. Amazing flick after flick, of course, with the DMR. Not an easy position to play, but Alamau, he's been doing this for a moment now. Of course, is very experienced in those situations, so he plays it perfectly. 16-6 now. We were just talking about Shuri being ridiculous with 21 kills on bank. Alamau just an ace away from matching that count total. Only an ace. One round, you can count that up, and he'll have at least 2 to try to equalize that kill total. This one feels like it's headed to overtime, but it also has been so swingy with multiple teams going on multiple round streaks that it really could finish in regulation, and I wouldn't be surprised. More utility play coming out, of course, with these Kiba barriers. We talked about how the Kiba's Azami wasn't banned out, it was Castle instead. It means that Loira has a lot of protection up here, and he can use this to keep his mirror window safe as well. They're wasting a ton of time.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have an Azami and a mirror on the board, over towards Piano is where you will typically find them. Ali Mao's been loving that Aruni, and guess where he is positioned? Right now, inside a back bar, long range, he can do some serious damage. The first kill comes on to Sharoniko. Uno tossing out that Nitro cell. And just like that, G2 with yet another lead. This does look like a very defender-sided Kafe. That means G2 will ride out the better side. They need to run up the tally here, though.
Poor Kiba's, man. Kiba to help out the reinforce, too. I like that play. Was exposed for a moment there, but still, just a little bit more protection to get that reinforced off. You got to appreciate that. These 2 roamers still, it's the duo of Loira and Alamau, and certainly they've been doing great work in this position. The one difference, missing the shots in a Black Ray. The one difference is the site is no longer reading. It's mining and dining, so they don't need to full take top floor, but they are attempting to, and Alamaus, he's out there getting his kills.
And he finds yet another great round. Hanneton claims the kill from the grave with a Claymore, picking off Ali Mao. So the numbers still favor G2. They've lost their leader, their star player. Right now, CAG are still clearing out that top floor. And where do they go next? Well, they've actually found themselves not in the bomb site, but very close. Doki doesn't seem to realize that he's basically back-to-back with Chibisu. He finds the Hibana, runs up, and there's more than enough bullets there to take the Capitao down. Chibisu the only kill in G2. Moves to map point. We are positioned for both of these teams to steal each other's maps away for them. That would leave us. Consulate, as you pointed out, is the tiebreaker.
Now the momentum firmly in the hands of G2. They've been winning a couple of these rounds. You see it in their faces. You see it in the energy. Okay, maybe a little more calm right at this exact moment. But when they won, obviously the energy was there. I'm not hearing Shuri yelling across the stage anymore. Certainly more quiet, as they have not been winning as many of these rounds. But one round's all it takes. That forces overtime, and then CAG still in a very strong position to close this out 2-0. Consulate awaits us if that doesn't happen. G2 7-5 will be feeling very good as a bounce back with momentum on one of their best maps. G2 would be looking pretty good for that map 3, but of course, we're not there yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This map is not yet over. The duo of Loira and Alamau. Mostly Alamau, but Loira's been helping, especially with the util, right? Even if Alamau's getting all the kills, Loira is distracting attention. He's providing cover. He's letting Alamau know, hey, this part of the map is safe because I'm watching it. Being able to play off of each other is a big deal. So I do want to credit both of them in this aggressive top floor position when the bomb site's been on that mid floor. They've been the star of the show. They've absolutely owned these last 2 rounds. They've let G2 win both of the mid-floor sites. Now, with one more round in regulation, they can no longer go to the mid-floor. They don't want to go basement, so it's going to be the top floor they have to defend. This is still going to be a comfortable position for these 2 players, and now they'll have 3 teammates on the top floor to help them out as well.
Claymore from Anatun got a kill in the previous round, and it's not really a secondary gadget that we tend to see all that often, but on a map like this, when you see both teams going for these leap outs, these heroics, it becomes so important, and G2 might have just won the round off of that 2-piece that we saw. Doki with the second kill, and just like that, G2's lead goes up, but they answer back. Loira dies. A 5v3 becomes a 4v3. 2 minutes still to go. And the big struggle here from CAG has been finding their footing on offense. This is what has happened at international events before with CAG Osaka, is that they can be tremendous on defense, but the coordination that is required on attack is usually a little bit stronger, and that is almost always the problem for CAG.
Impact from Doki coming out maybe just when it's needed most. He's had a quiet game so far, but if he can start things off strong for G2, on the most critical round here, nobody's going to remember the struggles he had on Bank. Anatun upside down rappel here. On the hallway window, fully reinforced and kited off. I believe Doki was putting those electric claws in from below. So if they go into reading, they might be able to clear out that claw, but they're not really in position to find that. They are inside of Piano looking for these frags instead. That wall closed and looming. Pixel not being held. Here's a Lion charge as well. It's the first of the round. I mean, they're not really giving them anything. G2, they're sitting in their site. They know they have a man advantage. It is on CAG to find an opening here and start the round off strong, but nothing's being given. They've got no opportunities.
I mean, when you've got 1 minute to go, you don't need to do anything as the defenders. You just sit and wait. G2 on the precipice of winning this map. 40 seconds could separate G2 from a victory in map 3 and overtime. Doki flashed out now, holding in back bar. Playing a little game of do-si-do around the doors. Waiting for one to drop through Skylight. He sees the read, misses most of his shots. Blaz on the board this round. Alimau with one as well. It's all up to Black Ray. The hopes of CAG on their own map in his hands, and it's Alimau to say your map is ours. CAG Osaka stuns us in map 1 by taking G2's map of Bank, and G2 does the same to them on Kafe.
Textbook round from G2 to close things out. Aggression in the early round, get that man advantage, and then sit and chill and be patient. That's the discipline that they're going to need here on map 3 if they want to continue on and not get knocked out in the very first round. Things are looking up finally for the G2 squad. Things are going a lot better for them, but it's not over, Parker. Again, Consulate coming up next will be a map that both teams are very good at, but with momentum firmly in their hands now. G2 walking out with smiles on their faces.
Alimau finishing that map with 19 kills, almost matching Shureep's total of 21 back on Bank. Shureep himself finished with 11, which means in total, 32 kills. A bit of a far cry from that best of 3 record, but still definitely doable. And now with a third map, it's possible, but maybe not as likely as we had thought. If Shureep had a better game, maybe you're in contention there. But honestly, G2 winning that map, it was still a squeaker. They steal CAG's map, but they looked far more confident on that second half. And maybe this is a team that's just they're late to bed, late to rise, and they're finally starting to wake up the longer that this matchup goes on. One more map to determine whether it's CAG Osaka or G2 prevail. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disent que la chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire, fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire, fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Well, we didn't know if it would come to a map 3 or not, but we are here ready for the third map. You don't look very happy. What do you... Much happier now.
I got chewed out by Fox today because he said every time I come on a broadcast, I got a goofy smile on my face. I don't know what it meant by that. I think it's a compliment, though.
I think it's a compliment as well. If you didn't tune in to our second map, here's what you were looking at with the map summary. A tremendous performance from Alimao, the best player on the team and the best player in this particular map. All the way back in map number 1, it was Shoe Reap and the Shoe Reap show, but this time around, it was Alimao to carry the way. And as you can see in the middle of your screen, G2 absolutely dominated the second half, just as CAG Osaka did all the way in the second half of map number 1. And that now sets us up for Consulate as the decider.
Certainly. I think 7-5 is a scoreline. I mean, it was a close game. I just think at the end, it got away from CAG, right? It was a 4-2 half favoring CAG to start. Then G2, they won their 2 primary sites. They lost their tertiary. They won their next 2 primary sites. And I think CAG could have won the tertiary a second time. But with the momentum, with the pressure, with it being round 12, I think G2 just closed it out. And that's been a problem for CAG. At previous events, they've been a team who have, I think, had potential to go far, but have always struggled when it comes to that mental game, never really leading up to that. I think some of that's their playstyle as well. It's a playstyle that can sometimes rely on things going well for your team, as they like to play somewhat risky strategies at time. But regardless, I think this is their opportunity to, you know, rewrite the script a little bit. This is their chance to say, you know what, maybe we've had some bad tournaments, but let's show the world we can do.
Yeah, I mean, G2 definitely needs to improve from what we saw of them all the way back in Manchester. And I mean, if you look at the history of G2 and you look at the history of CAG, this probably more often than not should have been 8-2-0 for G2, especially with the way they performed on CAG's map. But those early struggles on bank for G2, some puzzling decisions on their attacks, and CAG having one player in particular absolutely dominating the competition, all of it leads to this third map as the decider. And I honestly don't know where we're going to go from here. You seem to think that this is a very favorable map for G2.
I do. Absolutely. G2 are great at Consulate. They have a 7-2 record on this map this season since the 6th Invitational. They were, in my mind, like the OG Consulate team. Like when you thought back when Consulate first came out, when you were like, okay, who's good at this map? Who do I look at to learn what Consulate is all about? You looked at G2. Now, they did fall to Virtus Pro on this map this stage, but regardless, they're still one of the best Consulate teams in the world. The thing is, though, the reason why G2 didn't pick it earlier in this map ban phase is that it's also a great map for Cyclops. G2, a 7-2 record. Cyclops 5 wins, 1 loss this season, including 2 wins back in Manchester during phase 1 of that event. Now, they beat Team Cruelty and GK Esports. Maybe not quite teams at the level of G2, but in Manchester they kind of were. So really, this is a testament to see 2 teams at the peak of their playstyle at the maps that they're very, very good at. Both of these squads, great Consulate teams. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this map because it's a map that I think, while it is, it's been around in the pool for a while. You know, Nighthaven and Lair, of course, are just as new, if not newer maps. Consulate still has a lot of interesting ideas being brought out. We still see new stuff on this map all the time. I think I was just talking with Lynx about this actually before the series began. the top floor on Consulate can be really interesting as a bomb site in Siege. There's a lot of cool stuff on Consulate top floor you don't see anywhere else. Really common to Maru strats, really common to Chonka strats, stuff that you just don't see on any other map. So I'm looking forward to this, one of my favorite maps to watch. And with 2 titans of the map going at it, we're in for a good show for sure.
Yeah, I very much expect fireworks as we have seen on these first 2 maps. There's nothing that leads me to think it would be any different here on Consulate. The operator bans will be something that I will be watching quite keenly, as I'm sure you will as well. CAG Osaka changed things up on that second map, banning out a Ying and banning out a Castle, which was something that we kind of raised our eyebrows at. There's a bit of a difference with the Monty and Kaid bans that we had seen on Bank from this team. Monty, of course, has been banned out by G2, so I suspect that one of these 2 teams will remove Monty for Consulate because every map right now is a good Monty map.
100%, and I would expect it to be G2. Not only are they liking the Monty ban, liking the Shield bans so far through the series, but they've also historically banned Monty a decent amount on Consulate, so I'd expect them to open with that as we get into this. I should mention as well, G2 are starting on the defense here. Consulate, one of the most defender-sided maps. It's usually Consulate and Skyscraper that people talk about as the 2 maps where defenders really dominate. I think Skyscraper has been leaning a little bit more as the most defender-sided map, but Consulate is right there with it. So early advantage for G2. I'm expecting the Monty ban first, and then there's the question again from CAG. Do they go for another shield ban? Do they do the blitz? Do they follow that up? Or do they go back to the Ying? Cyclops have been banning Ying on most maps all stage long. They hate that operator. They really like taking it out, despite the fact that they did use it once in our first map on Bank, and I thought they used it pretty well, and it's not a map that G2 have been exceptionally drawn towards. So I mean, we'll see how things go when we get into it, but really there's a lot of options when we start off this game, and I'm just looking forward to it.
Me as well. It looks like we got everybody in the lobby. We had a bit of a delay between these maps for some unforeseen circumstances, so we appreciate your patience. But Consulate is up and ready. Which of these teams moves closer to a spot in our second phase? Which of these teams moves closer to going home? CAG started off with a victory on map 1. They didn't have the same success on map 2, which G2 took. What happens here in map number 3? Let's get underway with it in the operator bans.
I'd be shocked if this wasn't a shield. G2 perma banning shield so far in this game, up against one of the greatest shield teams of all time. It's a blitz, not a Monty. Thought maybe it would be, but that kind of leaves the door open from Cyclops now. I would expect a Ying. If I had to pick, I'd expect a Ying. It's been consistent for them on this map. It's been an operator they banned an hour ago on the last map, but it could still be something else. No, it'll be the Ying instead. Now is the real question as well. Do they go for the Azami ban? I think it was a bit of a mistake not banning the Azami last time. We saw how effective it was for G2. It's an operator they ban a lot on this map as well. Very good on Consulate, very good everywhere, but Consulate especially. There it is. 3 for 3 if you'll allow me to say that the Blitz ban prediction was correct. I'd expect a Fenrir to end this out for G2. It's been their most common ban on Consulate. Ooh, never mind.
A clash. So Monty will stay available. My presumption was completely wrong.
Yeah.
I made one prediction on operators this entire time so far, and I was incorrect on it. But, you know, that's how it goes from time to time.
Wow.
A clash ban, not something you see every day.
No, but Clash is very good on the top floor of this map. What you'll see a lot of the time is obviously to plants on the top floor of Consulate. You want to get in the CEO window and plant. Super strong plant spot, right? There's a bulletproof bookshelf right there. It's a great plant spot, of course. Clash can use her shields to get past the angle. Really good window rappel spot to cover that plant. Clash can just walk past, go to the corner, go to the side, and then, you know, flip around and deny the plant or just shock the planter enough so they get off. A lot of cool stuff you can do with Clash on this site, as we do start on the top floor here for G2, but not in this game. They will have to bring out other tools to deny a plant. G2 opting for the Goyo, they're opting for the smoke, they're opting for 2 C4s and 2 impacts on Loira, Doki, and Alamau respectively. Alamau on the Scopos is kind of exciting for me because this is an operator that we see a lot on bigger maps where you want to roam across multiple floors. And obviously an operator that can get from 2 spots on the map, from one side of the map to the other side of the map, extremely quickly. He's going to set up one of his bodies way down inside of electrical, and with the other one, he's spawn peeking.
The big gamble on an operator that, Well, I guess the secondary robot just stays on as a deployable shield with a camera.
Not that useful in the basement.
No, not very. They assess something is the matter by the fact that the wall is opened up, because why would it be open if somebody wasn't playing there?
Yep.
They're wise to your tricks, Alimao. They chase him off of that position, but not before he's able to waste some time. So even though he doesn't find any success in terms of kills, you've managed to kill some of the clock. Force drones to go up in that position, force you to waste some of your energy and precious time. And that can be quite valuable when you look at the fact that there's only 2 minutes left.
Yeah, and I mean, if they're going for an admin side clear, which based on their positioning, it looks like they likely will, that could open the door for Alimao later in the round to go for that big flank. His second body, again, is down in electrical in the basement. If somebody's on, like, the rappel up by Printer, he could maybe make a punch hole or even impact. He's got those as a secondary to get an aggressive pick onto the player on the window, or just flank late up the Visa stairs with, like, 30 seconds remaining and have a huge impact to take those players out. It'll be Blaz at the front door instead, though, to start things off aggressively. Goes 1 for 1, takes down the Capitao, a huge pick.
Blaz's impact so far in this series has not been what G2 has been hoping for. It's had very little impact on the overall results of the rounds. Taking down Aniton, the Capitao, a very high-value utility operator, though, is quite impactful.
Yep.
So that will obviously aid G2 when the execute comes in from CAG. They'll lose the dislodging ability from those 2 fire arrows and then also the smokes, too. It's Loira now, working his way around that long desk. The bees will come out from Chibisu. Can't dislodge them with the fire arrows, but you still have that option with the Grim. 45 seconds, Loira is shaken off of his spot by long desk, and it's a swing in, a goofy swing in from Shuri. We don't see that every day. As Alimao now switches over to the robot in the basement and will now go for a flank.
There's a drone in Visa office, though. If Aniton's watching it, it should be able to find that. Doki finds Shurip instead. Not sure if they're going to be able to fight that flank coming in, but the plant starts regardless as Black Ray starts to get it on the ground.
Toxic gas goes out. Doesn't find any success. Exasperation from you, Jesse. I saw that. Loira dies to Shiraniko, as now Doki will need to inch his way out of this bomb site. Or maybe just even long arm it. Nice shot onto Chibisu, but the refrag is there from Black Ray to keep this close, denying G2, one of their players, an option to go for the counter disable. Alimao and Uno now. The last 2 remaining, Uno hopping on it. Alimao in a very good spot to shut this down. Nade goes out, and Uno should be able to pull this off! Alimao saves the day at the final second.
Let's go, guys. Let's go!
Heroic effort from the Brazilian. G2 wins the round.
Milliseconds away from losing that one. So close, but they do manage to stop the denial. Obviously, this is going to be a big one from G2 as they get up and they're able to disable that bomb, get the last couple of kills. Really good stuff. Coming out of the Europeans. A big start, obviously a little scary as the plant did go down, and typically that is a bit of a death sentence on that site, given where they planted. I was worried about Alimao. I was about to call him a baiter because when he went down to the basement and then the push came in, he didn't have a huge impact. But in the post plant was obviously instrumental in winning that round, so I won't say that. I think he had a very good impact on that one, and he goes from one unorthodox operator to another as he picks up the FO12 on Ella instead for this round. A very rare op, and not one I really see on even this site ever, so I'm excited to see what he's doing with it. Of course, has those Grismos to try to play around with. Capcans as well, potentially to try to get a free pick on one of these players that might be running around. And one of them could be Aniton, who has picked up his classic Montaigne. And here's a spawn peek from Alimao with the pistol. Long range, the only real long range option that Ella has, but doesn't find anything with it, unfortunately. Just goes back inside.
What do you mean? The Scorpion is so easy to control.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, obviously not using it, but I mean, it's so easy to control. What are you talking about?
I don't know about that one. Maybe 6 years ago.
I think you're nuts.
Okay.
Could this be a run out? There is Doki taking matters into his own hands. Black Ray wasn't expecting one of these players from G2 to be so ferocious. But a small enough hole for a man as small as Doki to fit through, and G2 finds the very first pick of the round.
Interesting to see Aniton rocking that Montaigne again. Typically it's been Shuri. Aniton's only played Monty twice all stage out of 83 attacking rounds that he's played in the Japan League. But maybe just with how Shurip has been shooting today, they don't want to take him off of the gun, and I think that's very fair. Anaton's still one of the greatest Monties to ever play Siege. Alamo, a good Monty too, to be fair. Both the Shield players on their squads. With that Shield, you're expecting to see either a full top floor clear, maybe coming in through yellow, or just a plant attempt. This is one of those sites that you can often sneak a plant down below without taking full top control. In theory, every plant spot can be denied from above. However, with smokes and with distractions up top, in practice, that's often far more difficult to achieve. So, based on the round so far, the first 90 seconds, it seems like that may be the game plan for KEG. Getting a lot of this utility hacked away down on that main floor. They will pressure the top floor when they go for this execute, but they may not clear it out entirely, opting instead to go for a bit of a plant-focused strat. But actually, we'll see. They're in the top floor now.
You hear that Banshee go off as the Monty gets ever closer to the bomb site. It's Anaton leading the way. A nice nitro cell from Uno down below will claim Anaton and Shuri. Chibisu and Sherniko immediately trading those numbers back. G2 still with the advantage. One more dies, it's Sherniko. Loira, the killer in that instance, and it's Chibisu in a 1v. The die to Blaz.
You're the best, bro. Nice.
This is the G2 that we expected for a lot of these first two maps, yet did not show up. Well, they're here now on Consulate, making their presence known.
Might have to call him Dose after that big 2K C4 that secured the round there.
Instead of Uno.
Yeah.
Call him Dose.
Yeah.
What do you think Pengu's doing right now?
I assume he's co-streaming. I believe.
What do you think Pengu's doing right now?
I believe he's live. Shout out.
Nick, come back to me.
You'd have to swim across the Atlantic. I don't know if he can, if he's got the arms for that.
Is he still bald? He'd be more.
He would be
less
more
resistance.
Yeah, that's right.
Less resistance. Doesn't need to wear a swimming cap. Bald, nature swimming cap.
I like that. I like that a lot. We got two bald people in our green room earlier today, and so we were having a lot of bald conversations before this game started.
Don't leak one of them because it's a surprise.
Is it?
I don't think it's been unveiled yet.
Watch the B stream if you are a bald person aficionado. If you enjoy watching bald people, that's all I'll say. Maybe Pegu's back for the B stream.
I'm reasonably certain he is co-streaming right now.
I think he is too.
So, it'd be quite impressive if he was at his house in Copenhagen and also here.
Maybe they've faked an entire backdrop. They're just lying the whole time, and it's going to be a great reveal.
Are you saying that Pengu's a faker? Because that's the only time those two will ever be compared to each other.
Oof. There's a post on Twitter. They're being compared quite a lot, actually. Quite a lot, I would say. In for this roam clear, Loira yet to really be spotted out. They haven't actually entered the top floor. It's only Chibisu, and he's just in the main floor. Here's the Monty now, hunting for this Vigil. I don't know what Loira's gonna do. Fully spotted out, of course. The Logic Bomb pops out, and he's got to head for the hills. Chibisu ready for the cutoff. This is being freebie.
Oh.
Okay. A little scary, but he doesn't manage to hit the shot, so Chibisu will get that. And again, that intel coming through for KEG. They'll get that Dokkaebi hack off, just like they did on Kafe.
The Monty doesn't get the kill. In fact, Anaton's not even credited with an assist there, but these are the type of stats that are kept off of the scoreboard that we have to reference, because if it wasn't for Anaton moving the map control away from G2, pushing Loira into the waiting arms of Chibisu, that kill doesn't happen. Chibisu gets the kill solely because the Monty is there, and Chibisu is ready and waiting for it. And now it'll be another opportunity for CAG to do the same thing, this time closer to the bomb site. As Anaton makes his way from yellow into the B bomb site, he's got the diffuser. And if he plays this well, he'll have the pillar behind him too. The only thing he really needs to worry about is explosives and maybe a play from over towards the mirror window. He drops the shield to try to bait them out. Boogie's going off above, and, well, Anaton is slayed immediately. From where is the question? CAG had everything going for them. Uno and Doki with 2 kills, and just like that, the diffuser has been surrendered by CAG, and G2 has a numbers advantage.
60 seconds to try to recover this one. They're finding the Valk cams a little bit too late. There's a great shot opportunity from Blaz with a long-range DMR. Can't quite hit it on the Shoe Reap. This is a really difficult one to recover. The C4 has been big for G2 so far, and there's still one in the pocket of Uno, who has yet to lose a gunfight today. 3-0. 2 of those coming from a Nitro Cell, to be fair. From our good friend Dose. Here's the plant attempt again from Shoe Reap with 30 seconds and 1 more Nitro. Can they stop it?
They're looking for it. Blaz playing around that mirror window. Diffuser goes down successfully. Numbers equalize as Shiraniko and Black right now get a kill, with Blaz getting 1-2, and we're back to a 2v2. Blaz and Doki near enough to the diffuser, and just as it's safe to plant, it's safe to start the counter disable. Blaz on it, but there's the upstairs coverage. Black Ray using the E1D, and then both of the kills that come at the end are his. Black Ray had a bad first map, a better second map, and he's warming up for the third. It's the first time in that round that CAG was successful on attack. You saw their struggles on attack. Back on Kafe, if they can get at least 3 rounds here on attack on Consulate, they'll be well situated for the second half on defense.
I think the biggest thing for me on that push from Cyclops was the speed of it. I mean, they started that first Monty plant attempt with like 60 seconds pretty much on the clock. 2 Nitro Cells came out. Alamaus came out to down, and I think it was Doki's that came out for the final kill. Somebody came out to secure it with the second Nitro Cell to take down the Montaigne. And whilst there was a final Nitro Cell, G2 brought 4 in that round. It didn't quite land. Uno, I believe, got shut down as he was going to toss it out. So really good cover from CAG. Of course, you saw that top-down play being so effective in the late round there in the post-plant. You saw how good that was. Obviously, Black Ray has had his struggles. He was the lowest performer for KEG in the regular season. He often is a bit more of a quiet player on that team, but when he needs to, in those important situations, he absolutely can step up. And showing that here, of course, today to get their first round on the board here on map number 3. A needed one, of course, in the first quarter now.
Well, just about as close of a matchup as we anticipated. I do like that he's been going back and forth. I was talking in between the maps, Jesse, about what we look for in the games themselves, and I was asked if I was excited for CAG versus G2, and I said, yeah, of course, because one of 2 things is going to happen. Either one, G2 is going to demolish CAG, and the story will be that G2 is effectively back, and there always is some magic with this organization and events in Montreal. Or CAG beats them, and it's a great story for CAG, but it also starts to tell the story about G2's struggles and how they've been so pronounced over the last 2 events. The third option is the one that has actually come to fruition, which is that it's just a very close matchup so far. And in this round with 1 minute, this has been a very brisk entry from CAG. They've got G2 on their back foot. Shurip with the first kill. He's traded out by Ali Mao. So again, a 4v4. Both of these teams have been so close with kills through all 4 rounds of action. It looked like CAG would have no problem getting into the bomb site. But they've been rebuffed by G2. And there's Loira to get Shiraniko from down below, and Chibisu dies to Uno, but Loira was definitely in on the fun as well. Anaton putting the shield away for a second with the pistol out. And this has been a long and drawn-out affair between these teams, but G2 emerges with an advantage of 1 player.
Chaos afoot to start this one. It doesn't stop, now leaving Anaton in a 1v3. He'll need the ace on Monty. And he won't get it. Blaz from the back of the head will take him out of it. A chaotic early round. They had the Dokkaebi call coming out. Despite that, we saw Alamo chasing people with the pistol up on the top floor. They didn't seem to realize the shield was as aggressive as it was. That allowed Anaton to get 2 big kills, but eventually, through the chaos, the defense do pull it through. That's G2 playing all 4 bomb sites now through the first 4 rounds. Winning 3 and losing 1. That's a pretty good record on Consulate. Not incredibly unexpected with how defender side of this map is, but still a strong stat line. If they can push that to like 5 and 1, they're going to be in a really good spot. I feel like the Monty has not been all that it needs to be so far from KEG. I mean, we talk about Anson again as one of the greatest Monty players of all time. He was the OG guy, right? He was playing Monty before it was cool. The one player that everybody would perma-ban Monty against. And I don't know, he's played it twice this game, got C4'd in 1 round, got C4'd in the next round. He played 3 times then. And then in that round, a lot of his teammates dying, I mean, leaving himself in a 1v3, generally not the game plan for Monty, but that whole push was so all over the place that it's hard to maybe really blame him as an individual. Just needs to see the team, I think, playing around that Monty a bit more. For their second last attack, they're not going to bring it out. They're going to put Anaton on the Capitao instead. I think that's fair enough. But for this Montaigne, if they can get a little bit more value out of the most powerful attacker in Rainbow Six Siege, they certainly are going to be in a better position to win more of these rounds. But for now, they just haven't found it.
Now this is excellent for G2. Could reference map stats from the previous regions to go off of what we think will happen, but in international events, it's always a ball game. Just like how you reference it, you know, G2 has never won Kafe because they played it a single time against Virtus Pro.
The thing is, though, I'm not lying to the viewers, okay? I'm being honest.
Statistically, you are correct.
Yeah.
But in terms of narratives,
Yeah.
maybe not entirely.
The numbers don't lie, Parker. That's the one thing. I lie with the numbers, but the numbers themselves are always true, okay?
What did they say? There's liars, damn liars, and statistics?
Absolutely. I will also say G2 prior to today had never dropped a map to KAG Osaka. They'd played 3 maps prior to this, I believe twice in 2019 in Raleigh, once in Paris in 2021. They've still yet to lose a series, so this would put them up 3-0 series-wise against Cyclops. 2 legacy organizations that you see at many international events. They've only met twice. This was their 3rd. Obviously, this is a good start from G2, but we expect for the defender side of map that G2 would take the lead. I would say if it's a 5-1, we're in real trouble if we're big KAG fans. If it's a 3-3, we're feeling really good. If it's a 4-2, you know, it's a ball game.
Surprised you haven't grasped KAG as a verb like you did with Flux. We're fluxing now, Fluxo, let's go. When people say we're really KAGing it up at the moment,
Yeah.
surprised you haven't seized on that yet. Go out the Bees now, as an Adrenal Surge will give some more stability to CAG as they unload all their utility. Flames as well going over to isolate these defenders, but it does not matter for Doki, who just as the Flames die out in his area, gets 2 kills. Black Ray trades it back. Now he asserts himself over towards Long Desk, getting closer to the bomb site. There'll be a lot of guns trained at these narrow doorways that CAG will have no choice but to go through. Ali Mao clobbering Anita, the trade back. Black Ray so far good for 2 on this execute. Time running out though for CAG. They get rid of Uno. 1 more body in the ground. And a swing now over from Chibisu, doing damage but not enough to get a DBNO. A re-peek. Blast taking even more damage. Lawyer will now contend against Black Ray as the swing comes in. Black Ray pulls off the diffuser. Lawyer last one standing for G2. It's him versus Chibisu in a 1v1 with the diffuser down. Loira moonwalking his way. A huge round for Loira, huge round for G2.
Loira, you're so good, man.
First half, 4-1 so far for G2. 1 more round to go.
15 seconds.
Holy shit, I destroyed these guys' long desk.
Good job, guys. Holy shit, good fucking job.
He really did. Doki destroyed them at the top of the spiral stairs. An amazing 2K entry started that round, and then Loira absolutely came in to finish it in the final 1v1 against Chibisu, who was in a great position on his best operator of Grim to try to close that one down, but it just wasn't enough. Loira, in the words of Alamau, so good. I won't quote him exactly, but an incredible play there from Loira at the end. I mean, for me, Doki was the main star of that one. Everybody performed. Doki, a generational entry player, always getting into those early gunfights. He does it on attack. He does it on defense as well. Historically taken about 1/4 of all of G2's opening fights on both sides. Coming out massive there with a 2K lead, gave that advantage up to them. I really thought Chibisu could pull that one back. He certainly had the positioning to do so. G2, again, oftentimes in these late rounds, they will give up a lot of space. This is something we noticed on Bank. I'm noticing it again in this map as well. They're okay conceding some of the bomb site, letting some of those plants go down. If it allows them to take slightly better gunfights, they're happy with that. Even if it maybe means playing in a bit of a post-plant situation, they're okay with that quite often. But no, really succeeding there in the late round, of course, and in the early, shutting down KAG on all fronts. That puts them up to 4-1. And a scary situation. If Anderson cannot finally make this Monty work, then you gotta start questioning if they can do it on the defense.
Here's a very interesting statistic across these 3 maps, Jesse.
Boy. Yes.
Back in Bank, the team that got the opening pick only won 4 of the 10 rounds. Wow. On Kafe, they won 11 of the 12 rounds. Here on Consulate, it's shaping up to be very similar to what we saw on Kafe. Of the 5 rounds played, the team that got the opening pick has won 4 of those 5 rounds. So incredibly important that you get the first pick and then use it to your advantage. I mean, we watched that Bank matchup. First pick really didn't tell the whole story. The map was attacked very differently by G2 than it was by CAG. Things were a bit more orthodox on Kafe. And now here, G2 has been composed. They've been really structured. Uno on the run is that composure and structure will get him down to the basement and away from the prying eyes of Shurip, who's having, statistically, an awful game. 1 and 6 in the first half for the player who dropped 21 kills in map number 1.
Trying to make that Deimos work. It does get answered. Shiraneko finds Loira, so that's front door player down. Got a decent amount of map control, but again, the trades, they're good for G2 just as they are for CAG. Really nice stuff from Blaz. Those opening picks, as you mentioned, they can be so important, especially for a team like CAG. CAG converted a higher percentage of rounds in Stage 2 than any other team in the world, winning 83% of the rounds where they got the opening pick. They didn't get it in this one. G2 got it. They have a 75% win rate with their entry in Europe. Now, as far as guns are concerned, it's only a 2v4. Anderson's still on this shield. Top floor being controlled by Black Rays. Got that secondary bailiff to try to work on these floorboards. Not the best, but it'll get the job done, and that'll do even more. A later trade, but Anderson also falls immediately after G2. They are not giving up the man advantage.
Chibisu had 2 opportunities for picks, but he missed his both of the peaks. He redeems himself on Dodoki.
No.
No, he did. He redeemed himself.
No, Alamau, no, look.
Oh. Carl with 1 kill on to Black Ray. And now it's all up to Chibisu. Chibisu had a great second map. He's carried it on forward now here. Map 3. There goes some of the ceiling. Chibisu with plenty of time left. Will have diffuser in hand. Do they have the correct mark on him? It looked like for a second there, Alimo actually had information. He goes for the drop, and there's Uno to get the final pick. What a brisk first half for the European team. G2 comes out swinging, and they are in a beautiful position to eliminate CAG's chances of making it into the upper bracket of play-ins. A bit of a clunky way of saying that, but still means the same thing. G2 up 5-1.
I think you're seeing a great example here of why G2 are considered to be one of the best Consulate teams on the entire planet. I mean, just so disciplined on getting those trades consistently. Alamau knows exactly when to go for those flanks and when it's maybe not the best idea. Of course, found the Grim up there on the top floor instead of CEO, a massively important pick. I was surprised they got the plant down. Again, it's harder to deny that plant from above than you might expect because there's so many plant spots, but in the end, it didn't really matter. Great shot from Uno. I will say the Aruni shots being hit today have been fantastic from G2. Alamau on Kafe doing great work with that operator. Now Uno bringing it in here on Consulate. G2, unless they have just a horrendous attacking half, this looks very good for them. G2 historically on Consulate this stage, they've played 13 rounds on attack. They have a 46% win rate, which is, it is negative, but on Consulate, 46% is well above the average for most teams on attack. So you expect them to be able to find 2 at some point in the next 6. But again, it's going to come down to that momentum. CAG, how can they do with the mental? Can they start to move this back in their favor? Can they win this top floor and start to turn it around? Or are we going to be ending up with a pretty disappointing finish? I think the focus on Shurip that you started to bring up last round is really it's a good representative of how this game has gone. Map 1, Shurip dominating the server, absolutely owning G2. They lose the map. Then map 2 comes through. Shurip playing well, goes around even, puts up good numbers, but they just lose it in a close fashion. Now Shurip absent from the server. He's got 1 kill and they've won 1 round. It's not as big of a coincidence as it sounds. That is certainly a contributing factor to these rounds.
Certainly.
I would say so.
Another Monty. You were very critical of CAG back on their attacks with the Monty, saying that you didn't feel that the value was getting brought by the French shield operator. What can Alimau cook up? He's been excellent with the gunplay so far. Nitro Cell tossed out by Shiraneko. Lawyer Demon with the kill, and Anaton trades it right back, but still, he managed to push somebody off of this bomb site. Alimau has good map control, and he's followed up with Doki right behind him.
big pick. Doki falls right there. That could be the momentum shift they need, but the Montaigne is still in their sight. Blaz has the ability to repel in at any moment. Nobody's really in a position to stop Blaz. Of course, they do have those toxic babes. There's probably Goyo canisters around as well if they've not already been popped, but there's nobody to jump out a window or do anything aggressive. They certainly don't have map control of CEO itself, so this is going to be a really hard plant to stop. We've got one guy just in the room. Can they kill Anatson? If they do, this is going to be a very tough round to lose if you're G2.
Anatson might actually be cut out of his position. Oh my, there goes the diffuser. G2 in serious trouble. Alimao needs to decide what he wants to do next. Down goes Uno, and Alimao runs on in, and Hannington gets one of the easiest double kills he's received in a long time. He's actually rocking the G2 charm as well.
Honestly, I mean, they're easy shots to hit if you're Anatson, but they're only coming off of good positioning and good game sense. They had no idea he was inside of CEO. They had no clue he was so close in the window. Thought it was a free repellent to go for that plant.
He can go below, I can go see a window, and I can go for...
I think G2, they were real. They should have recognized that there was a lot of space to be given up for free. Kind of should have realized, you know what, CEO is not really being contested. There's nobody here. And they kind of just thought to themselves, that's okay, we got a Monty. Let's just repel it and plants. But Anatson was right there by the window, and that positioning absolutely won it for him. 3 kills right at the end of that. Anatson, the oldest player on CAG, turns 24 a week from today, really putting in the work, the veteran of the team. Sometimes it's not all about the aim, Parker. That game sense and positioning can be critical to win you rounds. And Anatson showing that in that last one.
G2 need to ensure they don't lose the momentum at this point. They've been in much better spirits this time around and actually engaging in and winning their gunplay. They look like a shadow themselves back in map number 1. Just tracking, by the way, that conversion. It's still holding pretty well through the 7 rounds. First blood guaranteed you a win in 5 of those 7 rounds. So again, who will strike first? That stat is a little deceiving solely because a lot of these first picks have been trades.
Yeah.
So technically, Loira might get the first pick, but if Anatson trades it right back, it's a 1-for-1. Exactly. There's nothing really gained from getting the first pick there. You could then start to argue, well, who lost more by losing what player, and if a smoke dies early, then obviously it's bad. That's not what we're tracking right now. We are just simply saying, if you get the first kill, how likely is it that you win the round? Right now on Consulate is still very good.
Alimao losing this first Twitch drone quite early, gets nothing from it. Of course, those Twitch drones, important for the Kaid clause, but also, I mean, the mirror windows are there. You've got Maestro Evil Eyes that are around too, so you really want to get value to this, and they didn't even get the single wall open down in the basement for electrical. So here comes the second Twitch drone. Look at a default cam. I don't almost just lose a player because of it. With Shirin Echo up at the top of Spiral Stairs here in the middle. Could have found a pick, but he just missed his shots. Will they be able to get anything else done with these Twitch drones? Will they be able to find these more aggressive players? Shirip's kind of aggro as well. Here at the top of yellow, and he does get punished. There's Doki, equalizing his kill count and finding a really good pick on the Deimos, an operator that he has been struggling with today, very oddly.
So harassing Chibisu behind this mirror window. We had a Nitro Cell primed and ready, with just a little bit over a minute still left in the round. This mirror's at a very loud drone. It's much louder than usual.
This is a lot of map control from G2. They've got players back inside a server. They've got players in the main breach. They've got players up above. Means they might find themselves in somewhat isolated 1v1s, but if they win those 1v1s, they've got so many angles coming in that it's going to be really hard to hold this site.
Chibisu has been harassed multiple times. They know exactly where he is. Guess what? Doesn't mean a damn thing. CAG with a lot of kills. G2 just up to G1, and it's Blaz at this point. He finds 2 kills for him, a triple. It's him and Black Ray in a 1v1. Black Ray will look for the swing. What just happened? Blaz has been quiet all series, but he spoke loudly in that round. And what could have been the beginning of a comeback for CAG is now G2 sitting on series point.
G4K in that round from Blaz. What a performance coming out from him. Puts himself at 9-5. I really thought that was going to be a push that just fumbled. I mean, they had all those angles coming out, and I said, you know what? That's good to have a multiple dimension push. Something G2 are quite famous for. But instead, CAG were hitting all their shots, the isolated players. There was no trades. Really hard to trade sometimes when you're coming in from so many different directions. But the one player coming in and trading, the very end was the only one that mattered.
They change in every map.
So let's read the prep phase and let's take it.
Let's fucking go, guys. So good, guys. So good. Let's go, guys. Blast, you're the goal.
They know there's not much more to do on the side of G2. Cyclops need to win 4 in a row or else face the lower bracket. G2 will have their own tactical timeout before they get to 6-6, I'm sure. If it starts heading more in that direction, it's really Cyclops who needs to be talking with their team, figuring out the problems that are going on here.
Both splits work. Or the Wolves plays low.
Still, it feels like a lot of these plays that the G2 are going for are just finding zero resistance a lot of times. The early rounds, I mean, even that opening pick they found at a She-Reap, right? Doki finding him at the top of yellow stairs, playing that Deimos. She-Reap just not even really looking in the right direction to be able to stop that. It feels like the early advantage always goes the way of G2. And with that opening pick being so important in this game for these teams, you really need to be able to get on top of it. And I'm looking at the entry players on CAG. I'm looking at She-Reap, who's 1-7. The rest of the players, frankly, are actually doing fine. But if you're always in a man disadvantage, if every round starts off and you're just in a little bit of a rougher spot than your opponent, that's gonna matter, that's gonna add up. And G2, they're making very few mistakes with this man advantage too. They're playing disciplined with it. They're going for their multi-dimensional push, split pushing, if you will, on certain sites, and it's finding success.
Nick enjoyed the shout-out, by the way.
I'm glad. Bald Nick.
Half-bald Nick, apparently. I don't know what that means.
Did he shave half his head?
I don't know. The left half. I have no idea.
I think it'd look good on him. I think you could rock it.
I couldn't tell you.
Anderson has yet to put down his shield, by the way. Maybe not the biggest deal, but I mean, if you put a shield like top bending, it's really important. I don't know.
Oh! Ali Mao just got vaporized. Black Ray hit him with the fadeaway. Goodbye to the shield for G2. Not exactly the start you want when you're sitting on match point, but you've got a lot of buffer. CAG have a tall task ahead of them. 4 rounds to go to overtime. That's the only way out for them at this point.
That's been a crazy shot from Black Ray's POV. How he found the head of the Montaigne there, I have no idea, but what matters is he found it and he clicked it, and so the Montaigne goes down. One of the highest win rates of any operator in the game right now. Monty taking off the board is a huge deal. Some Finka stims not being used to prompt the push. They're still just above, working on these floorboards. They do have the bees coming out, perhaps down the yellow stairs. Really just trying to heal up Blaz, heal everybody up as much as they can. The Finka stims now wear off. CAG, they're playing together. Look how grouped up they are. Not just these two, but even the smoke of Black Ray just around the corner. They want to go for trades if they get into a gunfight. But instead, Shibisu finds the lone player. He just missed his shot, though, Parker.
Oh, reaggress from Doki. Gets rid of Chibisu. Black Ray dies too. No. And the advantage is now G2's as the diffuser goes down. Yokai from Anatim will need to find itself in place. It misses the first blast. And now the Yokai might lose its life as it pops up the hatch. She-Reap 1-7 has not been finding much offense here for CAG. So goes She-Reap, so goes the rest of the team. No saving grace for CAG. No deny there. She-Reap dies 1-8. He was at one point in conversation to potentially break that best-of-3 record. It's now all up to Anaton, who without his Yokais takes matters into his own hands. And Doki gets the final kill. G2 had a bit of a scare in map number 1, but it was smooth sailing from that point onward. Both teams live to see another day, but G2 one match closer to making it out of the play-ins. As for CAG, they'll be fighting for their lives tomorrow.
The road to winning a second major is not going to be easy, and even the very first step for G2 causing some problems, but not as bad as Manchester. They get the job done. They take out Cyclops, and they manage to go on to their second match. They're only one BO3 away now, Parker, from entering into the Swiss phase of our tournament, going up into meeting the rest of the teams that are already in phase 2. Of course, their European rivals, Secret, BDS, and VP, await them should they be able to win one more series. For Cyclops, I mean, we saw it from Shoe Reaper in that first map. There's clearly potential there, you know? I don't know if the shield play was always all that. I don't know if it was always where it needed to be, but the individual mechanical skill was absolutely there. There was good trades at times. There were good ideas. They liked playing aggressive. Sometimes that worked out. They read G2 well at points, but it just felt like they ran out of gas. Consulate starting on attack against G2 on map 3 is never a position you want to be in, but that's where Cyclops found themselves. Felt like the momentum just got away from them at the end of Kafe and all through that final map. It's an unfortunate finish, but again, they're also not out of this tournament. They'll be going to the lower bracket to play the loser of Black Dragons versus CL4L later tomorrow.
Black Dragon CL4L should be up next, if memory serves me correctly, on this here stream. We're going to be casting that. As you see on the bottom of your stream, B stream is now live. Alpha Team and Falcons will be going against one another. Over on the B stream, we have our good friend Lynx and a mystery caster working together.
Who could it be?
We have an interview ready with our good friend Carl. Carl, how are you doing? Look here. Yeah, yep. Look, you see us? Yeah, right. Look
Hello,
at that.
Interu. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, my friend?
Good, good. Better now?
We're going to ask you a couple questions. The first question, what happened on Bank?
On Bank, they abuse a lot of like the meta ops. Like I think both Blitz and Monty were banned, but still they play so good at the Fuse. And we are not so familiar like with them doing this. Also the Yink, they were playing every round like Fuse and Yink. And I think one guy there like killed like 21 kills, and the other they were all negative besides one guy who were carrying them. So I don't know, like one guy played really good and they were abusing the meta too much, like Fuse and Ying every round, so it was very hard to defend against.
Yeah, and Alamo, then you went over Kafe, right? What's the process of bouncing back? Because Kafe was not an easy map for you guys. They certainly had moments where they looked like they were in control of the pace of that map. You guys had some tact timeouts. They were able to talk with your team. Was there any moment on Kafe where you felt like things were going poorly, but you were able to grab it back? It was a big map for you in particular.
Yeah, I think on Kafe, we started in the map, like they were just like doing some spawn picks, some crazy spawn picks. There was 2 guys playing outside of this snow door like for 30 seconds, like that, never seen that before. And then I think the big difference between Kafe and Bank was like, I think on Kafe our communication was better, so we were calling for help and we were reacting better to the enemy push, while on Bank we're more like playing like more stacked, like not moving too much. And I think on Kafe our team play was really good. Like we play on scrims really well, doing some team plays, and that was the big difference. I think we play more together on Kafe.
On Kafe in particular, I saw you and Loira were often playing together up inside a cocktail, being able to have that duo-ship out on the roam. What's that like now playing with Loira? I know you guys have played together in the same room for the majority of the stage now. What's that like playing with such a young and new player like him and adding him onto the team?
Since we got Loira, like the team improved way better. Like of course, like first tournament I think was AWC quals. We were feeling too much pressure and couldn't perform like we should. But I think now with more time with the team together, we are getting more experience together. The boys are getting more confidence, and especially Loira, like we picked him up because like he was the best player in Brazil last season, and we knew he was gonna bring too much to the team. And yeah, he's so smart, so skilled, and yeah, playing really good.
Last question for you is just a bit of a general question. The last time you were in Montreal, you won the 6 Invitational. How much does that weigh on your mind here at the Major?
I mean, it doesn't weigh too much, but it's very nostalgic. So like me and Doki, because I think we're the 2 only ones who left in the team, but like me and Doki like walking around the hotel, like we remember so many memories, and it's a really good sensation we feel, and definitely feeling confident to win the trophy again.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Good luck on your matches tomorrow. And just a prediction for you. You play Black Dragons versus CL4L. Which of those 2 teams do you want to play?
Black Dragons. We want to play Black Dragons, and I think they're going to win.
Well, best of luck tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time. And congratulations again today. He wants Black Dragons to win, and he wants to play them. Usually you want the worst team to win. I wonder if he just wants to beat another Brazilian team.
Yeah, I think especially with Loira, there's some familiarity there. So they definitely want to get a little bit of that action, of course, going up against the Brazilians. I feel like that's always Alamo. He always wants to beat Brazilians, and the Brazilians, they kind of always want to beat him too. So it usually makes for good stories.
Yeah, and I mean, I like it as well. The amount of times that when teams like that old Furia roster, or the old W7M roster, now Furia, and the other teams from Brazil, when they play up against G2, engage in a back and forth on social media with Alimao as if he's almost a traitor for leaving Brazil. It always makes for an intriguing storyline, and I think it enriches our scene. And that kind of thing is always excellent. You and I have one more matchup today. Black Dragons versus CL4L. How about we do it in a couple minutes.
Ouais, Chalet, Chalet, ouais, Chalet, ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, je les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble, et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché. Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
It's time for our second matchup of the day, and we've got a surprising team in the mix today. One that very few people in North America might have been familiar with prior to the last chance qualifiers. CL for life, CL for L on your screen. And they've got one substitution from the team that qualified to the major.
That they do. I don't know how Uzi has stats. He did play in the open quals, but I imagine that's not from there. Uzi's
He's taking Tristan's numbers, I'm guessing.
I would assume those are Tristan's numbers.
Or Giddy has Uzi's numbers in the DNP.
That would make sense too. That would make more sense. In fact, I think the Buck player should be Giddy. Yes, those look like Giddy.
So when I said they were swapped.
Yes, those are definitely Giddy stats. All right, well, CL for life, of course, the only team not in Tier 1 that are at this tournament. They won the North American Last Chance qualifier. None of these players able to get on a pro organization, but they won the qualifier regardless. Then, due to some circumstances, Tristan was not able to attend, and so they've gotten Uzi in as a replacement, who is a player who is probably more well-known than all of his teammates combined, despite the fact that there are some former Tier 1 players on that roster. We'll get to talk about them in a bit. Their opponents are Black Dragons, the winners of the Brazilian Last Chance qualifier, a team who finished dead last in Stage 2 in Brazil. Both of these teams coming in as arguably the 10th best team in their regions, Black Dragons finishing 10th, and CL for Life being the 10th team, I guess. There's only 9 pro teams in NA. So, should be a fun matchup. Obviously, Black Dragons have had their struggles this stage, but to bounce back, go through that historic LCQ run, that's going to be important. And you may think that this is the same map pool that we had previously, but no, we are still starting on Consulate, rolling right back there, but then it will be Chalet and Labs to continue us on through this map ban phase.
Yeah, Consulate, Chalet, and Labs are a good mix of strategic, of pugilistic, of lots of fragging potential. And I don't know, I mean, it's hard to tell with a team like CL Pharrell, because they don't exactly have any real experience at a top level.
Right.
Adam has played in a tier 1 level. I believe Packer has as well for one stage. But that's it. Beyond that, the rest of these players are not unknowns, but at an international level, they are certainly far from names that you would recognize. They will have their hands full up against a Black Dragons team that found renewed life and vigor and a sense of ferociousness at the tail end of the Brazil LCQs. One of these teams will go on to face the winner of the matchup that just concluded on this channel, which is G2. The loser will go down to play up against CAG Osaka, and the loser of that match will go home. CL Pharrell versus Black Dragons. Let's get underway with map number 1. Consulate on your screen. Operator bands rolling through.
Not a surprise that CL for Life want to be going to Consulate. This is their map pick, and they have won this map 11 times in a row throughout the competitions they've been competing in. Obviously, they're not playing Tier 1 squads for the majority of those, but still, through their Tier 2 competitions, back when they were under the Makers title as well, they won this map 11 times coming into this, including 3 really big games in the qualifiers to get to this point. They won this map in every single series of the NA Last Chance qualifier. They beat SSG Academy, they beat Los, and they beat Oxygen. So 3 big games to be able to make it here to Montreal. And now, of course, they're going to be going up against a professional squad here for their first ever time on LAN. Getting your look at the players now. Good to see them here in person. We've got the shield bans back-to-back once again. Neither of these teams wanting to run with any of that. And then Azami and Valkyrie, extremely standard bans, right? Shields dominate the meta right now. Azami and Valk, I would say probably the 2 most oppressive defenders in the game. Fenrir is still pretty good, but still I would say Azami, Valk, you can make debates, but 2 of the best operators in all of Rainbow Six. So no surprises whatsoever. Both these teams want to keep it standard, and I think that's probably fair, given that we've got a lot of young players in this team, got a lot of new blood coming onto this match, and a lot of inexperience that players want to get comfortable. They want to start off on the right foot. They don't want to get crazy with things right off the bat.
Very, very intrigued to see how CL Pharrell does here, just because they are the big question mark for me. It's not anything to do with bias for our home regions, because as people who watch the NA League know, I tend to make fun of North American teams more than I support them.
Sure.
But this is a great story, right? I mean, you've got 3 players on this team. Well, I guess technically 2 right now, because Uzi got added at the last second because Tristan was unable to make it. The circumstances around Tristan and his potential at a tier 1 level are very bizarre, but that's not something that we're going to wade into because it doesn't really matter. Tristan's not here and therefore is irrelevant for this major. But somebody like Giddy, who's been around for eternity, tweeted that many pros had openly said he'd never be good enough. He'd never play at a tier 1 level. And admittedly, he is still not a tier 1 player because his team is not in the tier 1 of North America League. But he's competing in a major, which is something half of the NA League cannot say, or at the very least at the play-ins if you want to split hairs here, but you still got flown out to compete in a major. That's still a hell of an accomplishment. And the story around him and the rest of the team is really heartwarming. It's a Cinderella story through and through.
Absolutely, and of course they're going to be trying to make the most of it. Now that they're here, they're not here under the best of circumstances. They don't have their full squad, but still, they're going to be doing everything they can to advance through this tournament and prove why they deserve to be tier 1 players. Up against Black Dragons for this first round, we talk about Consulate, very defender side of map, but that won't stop Adam from finding the opening pick. Guto caught on the spiral stairs, making a solo play, trying to aggress in towards these roam clearers up top. Hornet is still up here as well in a tough spot. He tosses out the Nitro. He doesn't want to give up on this, but I think he has to. 22 HP now, falling down the yellow stairs. He does have a safe way back to site, unless there's somebody outside on the door, but I don't see one. So he should be fine to make it back towards his teammates. But even still, a lot of damage dealt to Hornet. Now Guto's taken out. A trade back from Florio is strong, though. That could be a good pick to be able to equalize this man count.
Packer was exceptionally good in those last chance qualifiers and is somebody that the CL4L team will rely on if they want to make a deep run. And that deep run will have to happen making it through play-ins. That's your start. So, 1 minute off the clock. As far as I'm aware, most of these players have never competed against a Brazilian team. They don't know what it's like in international events to experience how ferocious and formidable a team like Black Dragons can be. Using the IQ to open up, or at least get access to open up the garage, CL4L will have clear passage into the B-bomb site. They need to manage their time effectively, though, because only 40 seconds remain, and, well, it can be quite frustrating, especially with Nitro cells still remaining in pockets of Black Dragons.
Uzi, the newest member, yet to use any of those trackers. Tried one, but it did fail. Working down the stairs now. Spiral stairs from Giddy's about to meet Hornet, and the shotgun deals its damage, finds that kill. But Adam and Bino in the back lines, they've equalized anyways. It's down to a 2v2. Adam trying to find his way into the site. Now link up with his teammate Bino, but he can't do it. Florio finds the isolated player, and Adam not able to find anything in return. In the 2v2, Black Dragons, they are able to hold things down and get the first round here against the North Americans.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a slow take for the CL4L team. Black Dragons on defense, they just gotta wait. The slower that you are on attack, the harder it becomes in the dying moments to pull off a successful execute, especially, and most importantly, when you don't have a wealth of experience, like the CL4L team does not. They do not have the experience. So up against different playstyles, up against different teams, they have to play their own game, which they did very successfully in the LCQ. It honestly felt like through the NALCQ that CL4L just could not lose. There were so many times where it seemed like a team would have the upper hand, be it in a round or be it in a particular matchup, and there was just no way to shake it. I can't remember who I was talking to, but I was watching that final matchup where CL4L beat OXG to get that spot. And I remember about halfway through map number one, it's like it just doesn't seem like anything is going to stop CL4L from winning. It felt like an almost inevitability. Can't say the same for Black Dragons in their run for the LCQ, but still, this is the second time that a team in the bottom portion of Brazil made a huge surprise in the LCQ, this time with Black Dragons actually getting the spot. Fluxo coming very close all the way back in the Manchester Major when they finished dead last in Brazil.
And you'll remember, the winner of the LCQ in Stage 1 was Team Liquid. Finished top 4 at that event. They had an incredible run. Black Dragons, I think, statistically probably less likely to make it that far, but certainly capable of it. This organization has been through a lot in Rainbow Six Siege. I want to say the longest standing org. Really one of those teams that you associate with Rainbow Six so heavily. They've got some players with experience too. I talk about them as being very young and still having some rookies, but Ask has been at some of the biggest tournaments in the world. Used to play for Team Liquid, of course, and has been a huge part of this team's success in the stage so far. We'll move to the top floor now of Consulate as CL4Life start to get some work done with these Flores drones. Flores so effective on the top floor of Consulate, not only for the barbed wire, which he's using it for, but also to destroy the top desk, the desk at the top of Spiral. The long desk really does get obliterated by Flores drones, and it can really stop some of those strong positions the defense wants to play. Not sure if he got any of that done just yet, but could be an objective for Uzi, although he's used all of his Flores drones. Packer down below, of course, on the demos. His goal is going to be to work vert. He can play almost like a buck from down below and try to find picks on the players down here. There's no actual roamers down on the main floor, so all he has to worry about is the vert. Doesn't seem to know there's nobody down there. He seems a little cautious, but he should find out soon enough. And as he works his way up this Visa stairs, also could be part of the process of clearing out Florio on the vending shield. And all right, that was pretty easy.
He almost loses his life as now he fires back with that commando, and it's Packer at the top of the stairs. Get that very first pick. Second time that CL4L in 2 rounds have been able to strike first without surrendering a single point of HP. First time around, CL4L were unsuccessful in getting the kill. This time they don't make that same mistake again. These rounds, though, flying by, and CL4L seems to be gaining very limited map control for the time that they are expending. This is a huge problem all the way back in the first round, but if Packer's pulling off stuff like this, then the man will be unstoppable. Oh my goodness. Taking no prisoners, Uzi with his first international kill, and it's all up to Hornet in a 1v4. Nitro Cell goes down and towards the top of the stairs. It's Uzi to pick up kill number 2. CL Pharrell on the board, battling back. Both of these teams are tied at 1.
Packer, a big round player that has been around the Tier 2 scene for a very long time, a staple of it. Starting to get excited here. That's what you want to see out of a young team like CL for Life. Obviously, he got top 4 in the North American League last year with wildcard in 2023. They finished 4th place in the actual North American League, but then weren't able to win the last chance qualifier, so he's never been to an international event. But he's played it at the highest level. He knows what it's like to be at the top, to be against teams that are really exceptionally talented. He's played against them inside of the North American League. Now he's up against Black Dragons here. It's got to be strong for this team. One of the most vocal members of this squad, one of the leaders of this team for sure. It's really helped build this roster and help bring them to this point. So exciting to see what Packer can do going forward. Also a double kill coming out from Uzi that round. The substitute coming on in, and of course the content creator jumping in for his first ever Tier 1 or Tier 2 experience. He's played a bit of Tier 3 so far, but I know a lot of people are looking forward to seeing what Uzi can do here at an international level against some of the best teams in the world. And I don't think round 1 he was incredibly effective, but so far in round 2 he's starting to show up, so that's good.
All players will have to show up for CL Pharrell, but yeah, I mean, Packer is the name. Uzi, Bino, and Giddy making their international debut, or their T1 debut, rather, I should say. Packer making his first international debut. I think, did Adam?
I think this is Adam's debut.
I was going to say, I wanted to say it was Adam's debut.
Yeah, it is indeed. He's obviously played in the North American League for Sonics for a while, for a stage, but no, never actually made it to an event. And for wildcard for a stage.
Played for that old Aerial Arise team for a long time, too, under the name Tra, if people are familiar with that. TRA changed his name, as we have seen a host of players do when they reach the top level, or at least get close to the top level. Right now, just assembling outside in this 3rd round.
We see Packer picking up the Damos this time around. Early damage on Canuxka, who's currently 0-2. He's had a rough stage so far for Black Dragons. Starting to find some way to make impact. Maybe watch Dalamau play a little bit of that Ella and said, I can do it too. Running the Scorpion this time, it won't be as successful. Great shot from Uzi, wow. Only 5 HP, didn't need to be a headshot, but it was just for the style points. Gets traded by Hornet anyways. And will there be another trade to answer it back? There certainly could be. Packer's looking for it, knows that he's still nearby up by the bathroom, but a little bit afraid to take the gunfight. Knows that if he does lose it, there's no other trade coming out. He's the last line of defense here. I mean, they don't really have any map control still instead of CL for Life. They've got Adam in the front door, nobody in control of the top floor right now. Meanwhile, 3 of the 4 players left on Black Dragons are all up above. This is one of those sites where you can deny any plant from that top floor position. I imagine they want to plant right in through the front door here. The defuse gets on the ground, but it's very, very close, so they can pick it up. There they go. This is going to be an execute that won't have top floor control. So can Black Dragons deny this from above, or is this going to be a successful plant from CL for Life? That's the game plan.
Adam's got hold of that diffuser, and he might actually find a clear way in. There goes the mirror window, but nobody from Black Dragons actively holding that. Instead, right now, emphasis is on that top floor. They've got a bulletproof camera there as phantom power, or phantom presence, if you want to call it that. The small opening that was being watched by Guto does Adam some serious damage. Packer with the sidearm takes out Ask. He's traded off by Hornet, who's now going to work side by side with Guto above. It's an explosion as Adam looking for an opportunity to get diffuser down. Giddy dies. Bino trading him out, though, right before that. Now goes Hornet, dead to Bino as well. Nitro cell from Florio will go. Adam attempting it one more time. Bino watching. Oh my goodness, Florio bottles it, and Bino is nowhere close to affecting the plant. No coverage from CL Pharrell. They're just a bit too slow to react to the plant.
It was great cover. Great cover up above, but I mean, Bino at the end just wasn't in position to stop the final swing that came out. I loved the ability to get off that plant and shoot the C4. Adam played it perfectly. It's the last possible second. We just didn't have the opportunity to.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Tough spot, but not a bad round. They came very close with it. Again, the gunfights top floor were very good. I think for a plant like that, you're often looking for smokes, right? You're looking for smokes, you're looking for some kind of a distraction, maybe a ying, maybe a shield to put on your back to give you some of that cover from the play up above. They had a good game plan. I just don't know if they had all the utility to really get it done. But the idea was solid from Steel for Life. They hit some really good shots, just didn't quite turn out their way. So it's going to happen sometimes. Black Dragons as well, I think, responded really well to that. Obviously, the top floor, it wasn't super successful, but they traded out really nicely, and they managed to put up a force that dissuaded Steel for Life from actively full clearing it. And then they knew their objective the whole time. They had to deny from up above. They were watching the correct angles. That early damage onto Adam as he's tried to go in right through the front door from above was really critical. Then he had to switch plant spots up a little bit. He definitely moved to the better plant spot, the one that was harder to deny from up above, but ultimately it didn't seem to matter. As that went down to the 1v1,
if you talk to players that have very limited experience playing at this level, one of the things that they will tell you is that they feel a lot of pressure on themselves. As Adam died, Bino far away from the execute. It cut to the player cams, and it looked like Bino was almost, I don't know, making his case for what was happening. And you got to keep cool heads. A lot of these players are playing not just for the major, but none of these 5 players are on a Tier 1 team presently. We don't know if the NA League is ever going to go back to 10 teams. I assume at some point it will, but you have to think a little bit beyond the major. Some of these players on CL4L are also just competing for an opportunity to play on a Tier 1 team. If they excel at the major, they might be somebody who suddenly moves up that depth list of other teams in NA that are looking to replace a player or two on the roster. Ask with a run out, cuts down Packer, and that's the very first kill of the round, and it comes with about half of the round to go.
3 roamers, you got Deimos, you got Jackal. If you're looking at the top lineup for Steel for Life, you want to get a pick here. If they all fall back to site, which they have now at this point, all 5 players in the basement, and you get no picks, you don't have great actual execute utility. Jackal, not great for the execute. He's got smokes, which is all right. IQ, not great for the execute. Deimos, okay, but it can only track 1 player at a time. It's only scanned the castle, actually. Oh, sorry, it's got the mute and the Kaid as well. So good bit of information to pull from there on the side of Giddy. But regardless, I mean, this is going to be a late round push with all 5 defenders left alive. On the side of Black Dragons, they have got a Nitrocell in their back pocket. Interestingly, Florio bringing the barbed wire on the Kaid instead of the C4. Lots of intel, can actually guide these Nitros. Nuxka has a good opportunity with his Nitrocell if his teammates give him intel to get one of these vertical picks. We'll see if either of those end up going down, if they can survive a little bit through that. The first C4 from Hornet obviously has been expanded, but there is some of that explosive utility potential. Where's the push coming from CL for Life? That's my main question. There's 40 seconds. They've really got to get to it at some point. Starting to work on the floorboards with the pistol, and then of course this is more for the hatch than the floorboards. And it will get frozen out by the 2 brows for the time. It's going to keep on getting lower. 2 canisters still in the pocket of Nuxka. Realistically, I mean, that hatch is never going to open until the round is already over. So they got to go some other way, and they're choosing Spiral.
This is a shotgun that Hornet Town will now need to back away from the engagement. But he wins it. Adam and Bino trickling into their death, and a shotgun on the Spiral stairs. Well, that's likely how things are going to go. 1 single kill for Giddy as he attempts to get out of yellow, but isn't successful, and Black Dragons really don't sweat that much on that round. In fact, Black Dragons have been pretty steady so far.
Hornet loving those the shotgun SMG-11 combo, obviously. Playing on that mute in the staircase. Position he knows very, very well. He's often the one to grab those guns to try to help out with the team. Looking for some kind of an answer here. They seem to recognize that Black Dragons are going for quite aggressive defenses, right? We're seeing a lot of roams from BD. They're running all around the map. They're not confining themselves simply to the bomb site. It's also a quite different style of defense than what we saw a lot from G2 versus Cyclops just before this game, which was also on Consulate, of course. CL for Life, they've got to find some way to pin that down, and you know, they're bringing the right tools. They've got Deimos consistently, they've got some of that Jackal. Now they're going to be bringing a Dokkaebi on Uzi. I like the operators that they're bringing, but they've got to be able to actually use them to get picks. If they're just losing a gunfight to a swing they're not expecting and then everybody falls back to site, it's a really awkward spot for them to be in without much execute utility. They're going to move on to the split site now on the side of Black Dragons. They're up 3-1. G2 starting on defense earlier today. We're able to get a 5-1 defensive half, and that's not incredibly uncommon on Consulate, but with these weaker teams, sometimes momentum is a bigger factor, and for Steel for Life, you've got to wonder if their mental might get a little bit shook. This is their map pick. They're on an 11-game win streak on Consulate, so this is a map that they expect to be doing well on. If they are not able to do so, even in the first half, even when it's defender side of map, you've got to wonder how that'll affect them going into the second map and the second half of this one, but getting ahead of myself now. Still plenty of opportunities to pull this back to a 3-3.
You hear the little horn noise. Literally the moment you stop talking, the bump bump in the background. Thought it was a very fun little punctuation there.
That was actually me. I got a clown horn under the desk right now.
Do it again, then.
I don't want to.
There's nothing. I'm powerless here. There's nothing I can do. Either way, this is great experience and great exposure for a team like CL4L and these players. You know, it's heartwarming to always see new players and new teams get a shot to compete at the top level because the experience that is gained is huge. Admittedly, with there being fewer international events now, it is harder for teams to take that information, to take that experience and translate it to success. But all of these players will emerge from this event presumably better than they went into it. And of course, who doesn't like a Cinderella story?
I know I do. Ask is in an awkward spot. He's kind of being pinched here, but he finds a kill for the hatch anyways. Traded by Packer, but you got to imagine that kill could have come a few seconds earlier. Possible for trade here. Good damage from that Deimos pistol. They'll two-shot almost any op in the game. Hornet retreating down the yellow stairs now, though. He's not going to give it the opportunity for a second shot. Actually, sorry, he retreated up the yellow stairs, which means he is still very much out on the roam. Standing on that mute jammer will cancel out the Deimos track, so Packer doesn't have that information to work with. Packer says, screw it, I don't need the information, I'm going to the basement instead. He might have thought that Hornet rotated downwards, but he didn't, of course. He went up top, and now Packer will be aware of that. Trying to get in towards the basement still. This is an awkward round. I mean, the map control is all over the place for CL for Life. They're in the basement, they're in the mid-floor, but can they get it into an execute? That's the real question.
Well, Packer's been a one-man army through most of the LCQs, and it seems to be continuing onward here at the Major itself, though he dies shortly after he gets the pick. X-Kairos going off, and Hornetow waiting for that Nitro cell to blow up so that he can get a vantage point, looking towards the bomb site. Plenty of explosions will go out as now Bino finds himself in the thick of it. Diffuser in hand. He's taken out by Guto, and there's Hornet patrolling that opening that was created by the C4. Hornet finding one kill. Uzi with an exit frag, but the time gives it to Black Dragons all the same. BD in full control of this matchup, and so far the series as well. 4-1.
You saw the map control there from Black Dragons. A player up above, a player down in the basement. They really use that to pinch onto CL for Life. They caused the distraction with the Nitro cell up above. It was intended to give them an angle, but it got them a lot of... it drew attention as well, which was critical. And then Guto was able to capitalize on that, kill the guy with the fuse, get inside of Tellers, give them that man advantage that eventually led to the round win. So I liked that a lot from Black Dragons. You can see there's coordination with this squad. You can see how well they're working together in these rounds. I will say it feels like they're able to work together only because these positions aren't being cleared super well. CL for Life, they are consistently finding picks in the early round. Packer's doing a good job of that, but they're not actually gaining map control with it. A lot of these picks are coming from outside the map. A lot of the other players that aren't Packer aren't grabbing that control very often. So it feels like Black Dragons consistently have a large portion of the map they're able to run around, they're able to utilize, they're able to cause distractions and plays from, and it feels like CL for Life don't have a lot of answers when they don't have that map control. So it's been a bit of a problem for them so far. Now they go down 4-1 as the half is won by Black Dragons. A 5-1 would be quite devastating, as we know. CAG were not able to recover from such a scoreline, but it's a new game, of course. It's earlier on in the series as well. That was a map 3, this is a map 1. And I do feel like CL for Life maybe can get their feet underneath them a little bit better if it's earlier in the series, but you never want to be losing your map pick.
Well, I mean, tell that to CAG and G2, both of whom just did that.
True. And it did, to be fair, it cost CAG the series.
That hurts my argument, though.
Okay, sorry.
You ever see the movie Liar Liar?
Nope. As some people will tell you, Parker, I'm not really a movie guy.
What do you think Nick's up to right now? Other than being half bald.
Me and Super actually had a very productive conversation about movies.
About bald? Oh.
Not about bald people. No, we haven't had that one yet.
Isn't Super co-streaming?
I think so.
Because SQ's technically not here yet, right?
No, they're not. No, they're still, they're not playing till Phase 2, obviously, so they won't be here for a couple of days still.
Why do we have Phase 2 when we still have Phase 1 competing in the event?
Great question, Parker. That's gonna be after we won that we move on to production. I'm not sure, because I don't think anyone.
Oh, I'm hearing for production they're different things.
I'm not sure. Okay, maybe.
PH phase versus phase up. First pick of this round is gonna go to Hornet. Goodbye to Bino, who's like a lot of this CL4L team right now, experiencing what it's like to play up against Brazilian adversaries at an international event, and it is not particularly fun. You know, I remember talking to Meepy ages ago where he says, you can theorize what it's like to play against them and you can scrim them, but until you actually play them in a real competition, you have no idea what it is like to actually play against a Brazilian team. They overwhelm you, they will run you over, and that is exactly what is happening right now. Black Dragons positioned so well to go up 5-1. Gudo with 3 kills. He sees the 4th. Giddy's too much for him, but Giddy's getting smoked out. Pulls out the sidearm. He will need to go elsewhere. He'll be given no safe pathway to the bomb site by Black Dragons. Hornet gets kill number 1, gets kill number 5 with a Gudo in the middle. It's a nice Hornet Gudo sandwich. With Hornet being the bread. Black Dragons eating well. 5-1 the first half.
I don't know what he's saying, but I'm intimidated, I'll tell you that much. Gudo, a ridiculous round, obviously. Not usually an aggressive player. Usually gets more of the late round kills. One of those guys that you expect to see kind of clutching up late rounds. For him to be able to find so many good shots, and that one was obviously huge for them. Hornet also, I think, really does deserve some credit, some good headshots. He's been hitting some of the best shots out of anybody on Black Dragons, a 63% headshot rating, the highest of anybody on his team. Typically, you do see those stats higher for players that run a lot of SMG-11 shotgun combos, which, of course, Hornet does. But regardless, he has been really, really good. Guto has been fantastic. Ask has historically been the one that you expect to be seeing popping off. He's only 3-5 at the moment. I think it's a good sign, to be fair, that we're seeing players like Hornet pop off, players like Guto, even Florio, who is 4-1. Not the most kills, but that's an 80% win rate in his gunfights. I mean, you'll take that every day of the week. Black Dragons are feeling very confident in this tournament. This is a squad that I don't think a lot of people have going very far. A lot of people don't even think that they're, don't even have them getting out of Phase 1 in their predictions that I've seen. So for them to be having such a strong start, obviously that's a good sign. Proving some players wrong, I'm sure. You can never count out a Brazilian squad, even if they did finish 10th place in the Brazil regular season. It wasn't that long ago that this Black Dragons organization themselves made a bit of a top 8 run at a major. I believe it was Yongshiping, right? Where they managed to get top 8 and surprise a lot of people as they were underdogs in that event as well.
Did you work Yongshiping?
Nope. As the one major I didn't work since I started in Siege.
This is your first major, Mexico City?
Yep. Great one.
Really good food.
So for this round, I really do think that the intel advantage from Black Dragons is going to be big.
People got sick.
Gonna be big. You've got Deimos, you've got Jackal. Same op lineup that you saw from CL for Life, right? Same strategy, same idea. Can it be executed better on Black Dragons? That is the one question we need to ask. Giddy in a bit of an aggressive spot. The only player still on the main floor and not down in the basement. Packer planning around Spiral as well. Can they find him? The Jackal tracks go out right onto Packer, so that'll probably force him back. Can Giddy capitalize on this? Sometimes with that Jackal, you can bait a kill, and with the Nitro, that's exactly what happens. Comes on out to take down Ask. Beautifully done, finds the buck up above, and wasting so much time, too. Giddy, I assume he gets traded at some point here? Maybe? But I mean, with his one pick and the time he has wasted, even if he dies, he feels really good about this life.
Oh, Packer with the super shorty. She sure packs a punch, doesn't she? Noxka the very first kill for Black Dragons, but the numbers are not on their side right now. They could have escaped this one. relatively quickly. Packer another with the super shorty. A gun that isn't usually used for these engagements. Now it's Florio following up. Could we have another? No! Packer goes down. Florio has that stairwell now in his control. Will move over toward Spiral. He's spotted by the cams all the way down. Packer and Giddy will be watching those. You ever just enjoy the sounds of the game?
It's nice.
It is nice, isn't it? Florio will have 3 separate players all looking at his direction, all of them waiting for him to cross their paths, and Adam is credited with the very final kill. Second round for CL Pharrell. Black Dragons still, though, in a great position.
Yeah, but I think, like, honestly, that first round looked very similar to the rounds we saw from defense out of Black Dragons. What is it? It's 1 or 2 quite aggressive roamers. This time it was Giddy, who is getting a massive impact. He's not being cleared very well. The Dokkaebi and Jackal and Buck, they're all coming out, but they're not being utilized super effectively, and so Giddy gets away with some really big impacts there. I think he played absolutely fantastically. Giddy, a player who is, unlike Guto, a player who's known to be aggressive, he dies in 78% of the rounds that he plays in, more than anybody else at this event, but he gets impact out of them. You know, he's not always dying without kills. He's oftentimes finding a lot of value when he's out there on the roam. He goes 1 for 1. In this round, he goes 2 for 1, and he denies a ton of time. That's what you want out of aggressive roaming players. Good stuff from Giddy, of course, former teammate of Guy on a Bear. We're seeing big stuff out of him at this event, and that's what they need if they want to start pulling this game back. 5-2 Consulate, extremely defender-sided, so that's a good start from CL for Life. I don't want to get too excited for them just yet, but I mean, a comeback is absolutely on the cards here. Can they make it happen?
Well, we're about to find out.
Oh, good. I was worried we would never know.
Yeah, I just figured that we would play this game in perpetuity. You know when they said that there was unlimited overtime? Well, we've decided to bring it back just for Black Dragons versus CL Pharrell.
Good.
And there actually is no end score limit. Basically, this match will go until midnight, and whoever wins more rounds will then win the whole thing. How's that sound?
That'd actually be a crazy format. Do you imagine, like, a time limit? Whoever's winning by this time is the winner.
For legal purposes, it's a joke.
Oh.
Sorry to break your heart.
Darn, I was hoping to be casting until midnight. Another 12
I don't think that's true. I don't think you were looking forward to casting for the next 10 hours and 34 minutes. So, especially since we started at 10 a.m.
Good util clear coming out. Those nades getting a lot of value with the Goyo canisters being popped. Of course, the barbed wire being taken out as well. It's full bottom floor control, and I really like bringing the Nomad down here because if you're playing down below, say that you're playing on a Deimos, for example, and you get flanked and you lose that bottom floor control, it's really hard to plant on this site because every plant that you're realistically going to go for is going to be denied from below if the defense have that control. So I like the air jabs quite a bit. Now that those are set up, Ask can feel quite safe about his position, starting to hunt for these players from down below. He's going to hunt the smoke first because he knows that's the most important operator. The bees will come in. This is going to be the first jump in, but if the Toxic Babes come out, this won't necessarily be a commitment. I imagine this is going to be an immediate jump out with those Toxic Babes. Indeed, it will. This is the game you play Consulate top floor. You repel in, you bait a Toxic Babe, you repel out. If Ask can get a pick onto the smoke, then you don't need to play that game. You just go for the plants. But while the smoke is alive, they've got to be very cautious.
Everybody still alive with 1 minute to go means chaos is about to unfold in front of our very eyes.
You only want to track the smoke. It's so important to stop this guy from doing what he wants to do.
And there's the plant going down now as Nuxka will get harassed out of that position. As you said, you want to keep the smoke in your line of sight. That's what Ask does. He takes matters into his own hands. Packer goes down. And still there's more to be found. The sidearm of Deimos is so strong when it comes to caliber-based destruction. Giddy's got the lineup with the Nitro Cell. Next one that goes in will die, and there's Giddy tossing it out. And it times it perfectly, waiting for the repel in. He gets more than one. Still harassed by that tracker. Hornet takes out Uzi, but it's a trade right back, and Bino finds 2, leaving just Ask in a 1v3 and almost repelled up the skylight. I don't know if he was just trying to draw them out. Adam has been down, so it's Giddy and Ask in a 1v1. Giddy just needs to play keep away, and that's exactly what he will do. Good patience for the team. with no international experience.
To go for 3-2-1. Don't hesitate to talk to your teammate, do a play, talk to each other, know what we are doing step by step, or the fast pushes, anything. We will see where we're holding, go to the other side, look for gaps.
Aprendió de su lección, estuvo bañado, creo que estuvo un año.
Sí, un año, güey.
Romeo, Rams, todo el mundo me está mandando mensajes.
Big round, obviously, coming out from CL for Life.
I think that was Alpha and Falcons getting picked up. I don't think that was.
Unless Packer has developed a thick French accent, which, I mean, we're in Montreal. It's not impossible. Yeah, I think that was probably the other stream comms we're hearing. But in any case, CL for Life, a great round coming out. And I think that was a shame for Black Dragons fans because they did everything right until the last possible second. They took the bottom floor control. They set up the air jab so that Ask could do his job without interruption. Then they used Ask to take down Packer and deny the smoke from doing what he wanted to do. Then they repel in, they start to plant. But the Nitro Cell from Giddy is absolutely perfect. I guess the one thing that we could say is it took a long time to kill Packer on the smoke. Packer on smoke did a great job of hiding from that Deimos, running away, still smoking out the plants when the repel came in, right? Packer knew exactly his job. He knew he had to stay alive as long as possible to smoke out that plant. He did it expertly. But generally, it did seem like it took a lot of time for Black Dragons to finally secure that kill. And so that meant when the C4 came out, there's 13 seconds on the clock. It's going to take way too long to get back in and plant. Giddy's able to make the swing up and easily find that second kill on the player repelling in. Just good stuff all around from CL for Life in the late round. Shows they really do know how to play this map. Not a surprise, given it's their go-to in every series that they tend to play. But the streak continues. Round 9 now. Black Dragons yet to find an attack. This is the tertiary site. This is where it would happen if it's going to.
Immediate logic bombs going off 45 seconds into the round. And everybody from CL Pharrell. Just wait.
I mean, he's in the site. He doesn't have kit, though, unfortunately. A little awkward of that.
Me playing ranked. The Ash is in the site. Where's the diffuser? Oh, the guy's still in spawn droning. Oh, okay, cool. Damage has been done to Uzi, same with Hornet. Next guy with only a single kill so far. Playing high-value utility operators, not the end of the world, but still want to have more than that. Might actually be able to capitalize off of the last logic bomb, which now with a minute and a half has come online, but Nuxka gets picked apart by Packer, who's been favoring these shotguns in these very close quarters engagements. Time and time again. Ass catches Adam rotating down below. He could have yet another. He sees the shotgun, but it's Packer yet again. This one-man army, we talked about him, seemingly willing his team back into these engagements. Black Dragons were up 5-1. And right now the number's looking like a 5-4 if CL Pharrell can do what's needed for the remainder of this round.
Intel on both sides, very limited in that round so far. Now they should be a little bit more aware on the side of Black Dragons of where CL for Life is at, what they need to do. They're trying to open it up from front door, but with that mute jammer, they'll get it open now. This is a plant spot. It's a little bit tough, but you can deny that. You can deny it from above, but you can stop the denial with exactly these firebolts. So Guto's going to toss in the firebolts. That should deny the vertical denial. Excuse me for my word of denial.
You're excused.
But when he talks to Babe, he's going to keep stalling it out. That will stall the firebolts as well. They're out of firebolts inside of Guto. He might be able to push up and stop this plant.
Florio getting diffuser down. Now it's all up to Black Dragons to successfully cover this. And right now, Guto, good enough for one. Down goes Packer. Bino will fall just like that. All the dominoes topple together. Very excited to be beating a team that's never played an international competition before. But I mean, I suppose you have to get yourself fired up. Ask very happy about that one. And yeah, CL Pharrell seemingly in control of most of that round. Black Dragons exploiting the fact that CL Pharrell took their eyes off the bomb site. And then the last two players watched as diffuser went down, and all three of the last players still alive locked out a retake.
I think the key thing for Black Dragons is they always seem very aware of like what their win condition is. Like even in the 3v4, even without a man advantage, they know like, okay, it's fine. We still just want to plant. If we can hold like projector, like meeting up on the top floor. If we can hold this one part of the map and we can get to our plant spot, we'll win the round. It doesn't matter how many people they have alive. If we hold these very specific parts of the map, we know we can win it. That's exactly what they did. They now force themselves up onto match point in a 6-3 advantage. I've got to say, Black Dragons clearly know exactly what they're doing on this map. They look very, very comfortable. They're not always winning their shots. They're not always going for the big swings. And I think we're seeing some big performances coming out of Packer. We're seeing some big stuff come out of Giddy. Some of the players on Black Dragons aren't always winning their fights. Nuxka obviously struggling so far in this game. But at the end of the day, their game plan and their teamwork is so good that it's carrying them through this matchup. And that's clearly an area where Black Dragons are seemingly gapping CL for Life. Not necessarily a surprise when you think about the fact that CL for Life are playing with a sub.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that it's hard to not talk about that.
Yeah.
But I will say, I mean, Uzi is sitting at 4-6. Tristan consistently looked like one of the best players on this CL for L team. So it's not just that you have a sub. It's that you're subbing out one of your best players. It'd be like, you know, I mean, obviously this isn't a clean analogy and some people might get angry about it, but it's like, oh yeah, the Patriots made the Super Bowl, but Tom Brady can't play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you still made the Super Bowl. Congratulations. But you're obviously going to be a little bit worse for wear.
A lot of people calling Tristan the Tom Brady of Rainbow Six Siege.
I'm hearing it on socials too, Jesse.
Yeah.
I've read some commentary.
Yeah, a lot of people said that.
A lot of people. A lot of people say he's the best player they've ever seen.
Nuxka's trying to make his way to the basement, but I don't know if they know Uzi's up above.
Oh.
No or not. He's going to hit the shot. Brilliantly done. Can they trade?
A lot of people are calling Uzi the Tom Brady of CL4L. I don't know if you've heard this. And with plays like that, I wonder if he screamed touchdown. Packer and Giddy with a kill apiece. And if that previous round had gone the way that we thought, we could be looking at a potential tie game. Likely won't happen though.
No.
Oh my, Nuxka. You're 1-7. You need to do better than that. But Ask, who looked so happy after the previous round, take an awful lot of damage. He and Nuxka still upright. Job is very difficult for Black Dragons as CL4L still has 3 players, 2 of whom are at full HP.
Uzi lurking. There's the shot scratching his face. Poor timing. Still had a hand on the mouse though, so he was able to fire some shots back. Didn't quite get the kill. Low HP on both players on Black Dragons. Uzi hungry to find them. It'll be Giddy though in a gunfight. Loses, or misses the C4 I should say. It's Nuxka with the shield that he's trying to go up against. Awkward positioning from Black Dragons. They're in very solo fights right now.
Both of these BD players are so low on HP that all it's going to take is a single shot from most of these guns that will kill Ask outright and do some serious damage to Nuxka. Nuxka's a bit tankier. Will probably take him at least 2 bullets to down. There's also 2 shotguns on the board though. Packer secondary, Giddy's primary. Giddy has the SMG out though. Down goes Ask, and now it's all up to Nuxka, who had some pronounced struggles earlier with that sidearm out. He's an understanding of where these players are going to be. He's running out of time. 10 seconds to go. Down goes Uzi. It's more winnable than it looked, but Uzi was the only player who'd suffered some damage previously. And CL4L wins the round. We are still playing. Production very happy they won that round.
It deserves some victory. I mean, that 1v3 that they shut down, maybe the least winnable 1v3 I've ever seen. Nuxka without the fuse kit in 15 seconds on fuse shield. Tough spot to be in. Nuxka's had some struggles, of course, not just in this game, but on Black Dragons in general. He's currently the lowest rated player.
Stop giving these guys picks back, though. We gotta stop. Just play safe.
Some wise words from Packer. As I was saying, Nux has really struggled in this stage so far. He is the worst player statistically at this event through stage 2, putting up just 85 kills out of 212 gunfights. 0.67 KD ratio. Nobody else quite hitting stats like that. Still an instrumental part of the team. He plays a lot of shields as well, I should say, so he's not always like getting into gunfights that are fair. He doesn't always have the guns, but certainly he's been criticized a bit from players and analysts alike, so I was hoping to see a bit more out of him through the tournament so far. Moving off of the Osa to the Ying, they've got some ideas. We'll see what they're like for this push-up. I also really want to credit Uzi from that last round. You know, Uzi is put into a very tough spot coming into this team, subbing in last second. I think he's played pretty well so far, having big impact on that last round, getting the opening pick, and then still just existing out on the roam. That seems to be the key for both teams on defense. If you can exist on the roam game, the other teams are having real problems clearing you out. Not this time, though, as Uzi cast her curse. Sorry about that one, buddy.
I can't believe you've done that.
My fault.
That one's on you. And Uzi is dead in what could be the final round of this map. CL Pharrell did choose Consulate. So just as we saw in G2 CAG, the trend line of teams losing their own map could continue. Though that said, the team that gets the first pick does not always immediately translate to a victory. It works about half of the time. It's almost 50-50. And whatever advantage was gained by Black Dragons is now gone as Nuxka is eliminated by Vino.
And the Bees not quite able to secure a pick onto Packer, so things just keep getting worse for Black Dragons. Obviously, admin side over push. They're getting some map control, about a minute and a half left to go, minute 45. The next objective will likely be to clear out the vending player, which... Actually, I'm not sure if anybody is actively playing there. You've got two players at the top of Spiral, so either of them could move over to vending at a moment's notice. They've got a bulletproof over there instead of a shield. Packer, you see this crossfire he set up. This hallway is so dangerous for attacking players to try to clear on out. At the moment, it won't be the objective of Black Dragons. They're going to go over to the primary breach, pop it open, eventually clear it out. I believe they popped the mute jammer from down below, so getting things done relatively quickly, and that's a big pick because the mute jammer got shot from below. Packer knew exactly where Guto was, and nobody was watching him. Just aggressing into the Visa stairs and finds that frag. That could be enough for Seal for Life to really close out this round.
And those bees just holding CL Pharrell at bay. Ask will creep up. He has a good idea. He knows where they are, waiting for the draw out, but instead, he's not being given any information. He's not being given a fight. He wants it. Packer has turned his back to him like a jilted lover almost.
Chilling.
He's in no rush whatsoever. The moment that Ask moves, they'll know where he is. Hornet engaging. Bino dies. Florio is there. How does that happen? Ask does get giddy, but Packer's still in this spot. Chilling like a villain. Nobody's expecting him. He pops up, but only good enough for one. It's all up to Adam. He's put himself into a 1v1. This is winnable. Ask looking for the knockout punch on this map to steal it away from CL Pharrell, and Ask will do it. He gets the job done, and Black Dragons will take CL4L's map.
The captain of Black Dragons closing it down for the Brazilians. Excellently done by Ask. Consistently, he has been their best player throughout this stage. IGLing the squad while also top fragging for the team. Ask has always been the one that Black Dragons have needed to rely on. He's the one that dropped as many kills as he did, 37 in the LCQ or in the grand finals, to get to this point, to take out the world champions and make it to Montreal. And now in the final round here in map number 1, takes out CL for Life as well. Maybe not quite the same level of challenge. Looks like it's easy for Ask as he brushes them off, but job is not done. They take their opponent's map pick, but still 1 to 2 more maps will remain. Still an opportunity for CL for Life to bounce back.
Yeah, no, obviously, I mean, there's still plenty of matches to be played and maps to be played as well. Chalet is up next, and I mean, anything can happen there, really. It's going to be a frenzy. Labs, as a decider, would be fascinating. I don't know at the current moment if we're going to get there. I don't know. Mr. Analyst.
I mean, we said that about G2 as well.
I put on your analyst hat. Do we get to Labs?
I think so.
You think so?
I think so. I mean, listen, our map 1, G2 lost their map pick. We're like, it's over. We're going back to Manchester, G2 out of it. I think CL for Life got some life in them. It's in their name.
For Life is indeed in their name. They did not live for their own map. Black Dragons up 1-0, looking for a matchup against G2 tomorrow. Will they get it? We'll find out in a few minutes.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
And it's time for us to get into map number 2 between CL4L and Black Dragons. And these teams are very different in terms of experience levels. Black Dragon's an organization that has been around since like the genesis of Rainbow Six. They've actually predate every single Tier 1 caster in Rainbow Six at this present moment, which is an astonishing thing to say. I guess the only thing would be if you consider Gassan, our beautiful friend Milos the Medic, who unfortunately is not able to be here. I will say that it is not a Rainbow Six event without you, Gassan. You are greatly missed, and we hope that you are enjoying your time at home, co-streaming the event. But I think if you consider him a Tier 1 caster way, way back in the day, before he was actually casting Pro League, then maybe you can make a credible argument here. But Black Dragons have been around forever. Their rosters have looked completely different throughout the years. And this time, they seem to be doing pretty well. They finished in dead last in Brazil in Phase 2, but then won the LCQs, defeating the world champions of Furia.
Indeed, and I think the current iteration of Black Dragons is characterized almost entirely by this man on your screen right now. Ask came into this lineup after being dropped from Team Liquid, couldn't find his way onto any other top Brazilian squad, so he joined Black Dragons instead, and he's really helped kind of form this roster around himself. He is their IGL, he is their top fragger, he's the longest standing member on this team. It really is his squad, this Black Dragons group, so you're really looking forward to see what he can do with this team. Sometimes you look at this squad, and especially given that they finished dead last in Brazil this stage, you kind of question, all right, do these guys really got it? Do they deserve to be considered one of the top teams inside of Brazil? And if anybody makes that argument convincing, it is Ask. So you really got to give credit to him throughout all of the plays that Black Dragons are making. Had the big play to finish off that last map and get them to this overall point. But there were a lot of performers from Black Dragons on map 1. I thought Guto played well. I thought Florio played well. You know, there were a lot of really standout guys on Black Dragons. So if they can keep that up here on map number 2 of Chalet, well, certainly they're going to be favorites, especially on their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is favorable territory for the team that picked it. If you go back to our first match, which we referenced a little bit during map number 1. Okay.
Shout out Woos.
Shout out Woos. If you go back to our very first matchup of CAG Osaka versus G2, both of those teams lost their own map picks.
Yep.
Will we see lightning strike four times, technically?
Yeah.
Or will it be a 2-0 for Black Dragons? This is a very popular map in Brazil. Brazilian teams tend to know how to play it and play it well. What happens with CL4L? We'll get into the operator ban phase. CL4L starting on defense. What are your suspicions here?
It's hard to know, because Steel for Life, they don't play this map. They didn't play it at all 3 LCQs. I'd guess like a Monty, maybe. It's really hard to predict what they're going to be banning here. Yeah, he does it anyways. How? Because Monty's the most busted off in the game. That's how. Simple ban out to start things off. This is probably going to be like could be Grim, could be Dokkaebi. Black Dragons, they play this map a lot, and they change their bans up a lot. It could also be Blitz. That's what they banned on the first map. They've banned that in the past, but usually only against really shield-heavy teams. CL for Life are not that. They're not a big shield team, so I don't know if I love a Blitz ban. They're going to go for it anyways. Fine. It's a safe ban, and especially against an opponent you don't know that well. I think banning out the operator that you think has the most opportunity to disrupt you is the biggest issue. Azami would be my pick for the third one. Ooh, a little Vigil ban. Vigil is extremely good for spawn peeking on Consulate. Of course, with the Boss G, has ample opportunity to find those long angles and get himself an opening pick and start the round off strong. And we will end with a Kaid, a popular ban for CL for Life on other maps, so not maybe the biggest shock. Not a super common operator for Chalet. I mean, you'll see it certainly on the dining wall. You'll see it, of course, top floor on the office wall. Sometimes you'll see it on the hatch as well. If teams want to go for like a clash strategy where they're not opening the dining hatch in the basement. So Kaid has his uses. He's a good operator here, but not the most common ban by any means out of the defenders. So yeah, fun little choice coming out from CL for Life. A couple of strong defenders still left on the board. Unlike in map 1, Valkyrie will be available, Azami will be available, Fenrir will continue to be available. It was extremely oppressive back on Consulate, as well as all the other strong defensive operators that we see here in Rainbow Six Siege. So, as we jump into our very first round of Kitchen and Dining, CL for Life have chosen to start on the defense. They're going to need a strong first half if they want to bounce back and have a good chance of taking their opponent's map pick. We'll see if they can cook up. Adam on the Azami, and a strong off lineup to follow him up.
A Vigil ban. Do we have Vigil ban numbers for Brazil?
Yeah, if you give me a sec.
Okay. Jesse is Nerd Boy, aka Numbers Boy.
Whoa.
Jesse has a giant database and spreadsheet of basically everything that we need. So we rely on him to find us this information. Can I get a thank you, Jesse, in the chat? Really appreciate that.
Vigil was banned once in all of Brazil. Who banned him? Great question. We may never know.
Because Jesse doesn't have that information. Well, he does.
Oh, I found it. FaZe did against W7M. I got lucky with that.
You're very welcome. Oh. Ask was fired up in the previous map. Can he keep up that momentum? Can he keep up that energy level? As this should be on paper a better result for Black Dragons, just based on the way that these things go. Oh my. Ask didn't do a single point of damage there. The shotguns for CL Pharrell have been really something, haven't they? Packer usually the one with that in hand, but Giddy will get the very first kill in this map.
Glad I spent the entire pre-map glazing Ask, and he's the opening death. Love that. Giddy a good shot to come out with the shotgun. 9 health, to be fair. That should be an easy trade for anybody who encounters Giddy, and with those line scans spotting his location, you got to imagine that fight will come out any moment here, but they don't actually have anybody in the building. On the side of Black Dragons, they're throwing in Candelas. They've got a lot of players on windows, but nobody's actually rappelled on in. So Giddy has the opportunity to just sit inside of office, hide himself away, play these defensive, safe positions. Black Dragons got to get going here. They've used 2 Candelas. They've gotten no picks on the top floor. Eventually, they've got to either rappel in and try to make something happen with top floor control, or they're going to have to give up. And based on where players are starting to move, I mean, they don't look like they're rappelling in anytime soon. A Lion charge. There's the rappel in now from the IQ of Hornet, but nothing yet.
There go the Candelas and Hornet now over towards Stellarium. Mag dumping, not able to find anything. Giddy with a second kill, but finished off by Hornet in that position. Now it's Nuxka engaging over towards Uzi, but he's caught in a crossfire and dropped inside of office. Bino eliminating Gudo, and it's all CL Pharrell in that round as they clobber Black Dragons before BD can even get towards the bomb site on the main floor.
Struggling to find much of an entry point on the top floor, obviously. Black Dragons, they had the Candelas. That should be your key into the site, right? That should be how you get going on the top floor push. I hear Packer yelling, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good.
Oh, there's a technical pause, so I assume that's...
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I hope that means that it's a short technical pause.
I hope so too, Jesse.
I'm hearing it will be a short tech pause, but I'm also seeing players leave the lobby. So we might be here for a quick minute, but I doubt it's going to be a long-standing issue. So bear with us as we get this figured out. But no, I think for the first round in, Black Dragons, not a super inspiring attack. You know, this is their map pick. This is where we want to see Black Dragons shining the brightest. And clearing that top floor proved to be a really big challenge for them. I think, honestly, once they lost Ask, they kind of just stalled out after that. Ask again is the IGL. He is the leader of this team. For him to immediately go down, you got to wonder, does that cause the team to stall out a bit? Does that give the team some pause? Does it lack them in direction? Obviously, from the grave, Ask will still be IGLing. He will still be giving his teams commands. And oftentimes people say it is easier to IGL after you've already died. That's why you see a lot of top IGLs playing aggressively on the roam. So they can go out, do their thing, die, and then IGL from the grave. Canadian does this quite a bit. Lagonis has been starting to do it recently. And so you think maybe that will enable Black Dragons to get in, but it just didn't happen in that very first round. They had the tools, they had the Candelas, they had the opportunities, but very patient, very cautious on the side of Steel for Life. They gave nothing up for free. And so maybe that's something Black Dragons just need to adapt to, right? They need to recognize that Steel for Life, despite being a young squad, they're not going to give you these gunfights unless it's advantageous for them. So you just got to go in and take those for yourself. But it's a long map, and the early part of these rounds are always going to be about scouting your opponent, learning what they want to do, and I think it's fine to drop one here at the start.
It's an update for everybody. We have all of Black Dragons in the lobby at the moment, and we are just down a single player on the side of CL Pharrell, and that's Giddy.
Yep.
Who sits all the way at the end of the bench.
Please tweet at Giddy, get in the lobby.
No.
He's in! It worked.
Wow, that was very quick.
It was.
And who says Twitter's dead? Most metrics. That's fine. But the tweets were able to give him the power to get back in.
Yo, then Giddy, you gotta come play Sight faster.
Giddy going to play Sight faster in this next round, hopefully. Some instructions from Packer.
Giddy's playing a zombie as well, so get to Sight faster. So assuming that this will be a roam upstairs would be my guess with those Kiva barriers.
Yep.
Waste time, fall off, get to Sight faster. That's the plan.
Yeah, you want those Kibas available in the bomb sites, try to make yourself some angles. There's not the strongest Kiba positions in the basement, but I mean, any position really is going to be good for a zombie, so. Not so shocking. You can make some really good spots actually over here by blue stairs. That might be where we see Giddy playing late round. Could start towards the top, work his way down. Uzi also going to be jumping back on that Mozzie. We've seen some good Mozzie play today. Earlier on in our first match of the day, we saw some really good stuff coming out from Cyclops, actually. Had some really cool Mozzie play where they got a lot of good intel out of it. Back when they were winning against G2. Didn't quite last. Oh, that's free. Uzi finds Ask just out on his drone in the middle of nowhere. They thought, all right, it's okay, we banned the Vigil. They're not going to spawn peek us. Wrong. What is an operator who denies drones and can spawn peek? Exactly. That's Mozzie. So Uzi says, you can ban my op, it doesn't matter. Still getting the job done.
All that yelling in round number 1 to start off 0-2. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and well, it is winter in Montreal.
It's fall.
Montreal doesn't have fall, it has summer, and then a week of fall, and then winter.
And we're in that week.
And then construction.
Warm today.
And then construction.
Wow. Okay.
There's another pick coming out for CL Pharrell. Hornet repels in the Solarium window. Uzi is still holding this position on that top floor. CL Pharrell has more than one player up top holding that map control. This is really caught Black Dragons flat-footed.
Uzi, awkward fight to be taking, but Guto's not hitting his shots, and Uzi is beautifully done. Finally taken down by Nuxka, but his job is done. Dealt so much damage, leaves Nuxka only alive in the 1v4, and he's being hunted by Adam. Adam heeding the advice of his teammate in the pregame, saying, I'm going to go back to site. They don't have to get aggressive and potentially throw this if they play cautious. I mean, this should be a absolutely free round. Nuxka, a player who has had his stumbles so far this stage, could all be made up for with this 1v4.
Practically matched his kill total for map number 1 already, so...
Oh boy, oh boy.
His gun's not working. See, that would explain it. Bino's is. Bino with the final kill. CL Pharrell starting off 2-0. All the momentum that Black Dragons had, especially in their head, seemingly gone through those 2 rounds.
And a huge round from Uzi, especially. I mean, you've got to credit him. 3K up on the roam. The 19-year-old with 500,000 followers across YouTube and TikTok.
How much?
500K. I think it's 300 on YouTube, 200 on TikTok.
Yeah, they never did.
I'm sure we got a lot of Uzi fans watching out now. As attack timeout gets called from Black Dragons, they start to try to figure out what's going wrong in this game. Only down 2-0. It's an early attack, but the biggest problem's been Uzi here. We're seeing him have so much good impact out there on the roam. You saw his good play. I'm a little tired. You saw his good play on the Mozzie. Easy work for him. It's early, to be fair. It's 2 p.m. Probably not up by this hour most of the time. He had some pests. He had a pest still in his pocket when he ended up dying, but you saw the value of the pest inside a bathroom.
I don't want them to walk in bar.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, sometimes if they're close on a door and they're like, Ash, do it, I can't see it. It's cooked.
Like on my door?
Yeah, more.
I have a shit que não tem ruim pra fazer sozinho as paradas.
Still found great work, is what I'm trying to say out of that utility. And he's going to jump right back on that same operator of the Mozzie. Not a critically popular operator for most players, but Uzi clearly does great work with it, so I'm going to let him cook.
Calling your timeout after 2 rounds is really quite terrible. It also means that even if Black Dragons manage to cauterize the wound, that the moment that it springs a leak, well, they will have some struggles for the remainder of this match. We call it a parachute, we'll call it pulling the ripcord, etc. Either way, they will not have anywhere near the safety to find some footing for the remainder of this map. They get it back if we go to labs. With the way CL Pharrell has come out swinging, it stands to reason that we might actually see labs, but CL Pharrell got to pick the side. They picked defense. Win the first 2 rounds, maybe, just maybe, CL Pharrell is playing on the favorable side, and when the side swap comes in, we see this matchup tighten quite a lot.
Early attack from Ghost, the coach of Black Dragons. Been coaching this team for about a year, all of 2024. Started in Stage 1, and including the offseason right before Stage 1, so through the winter. Was in Tier 2 before that as a coach, coaching onto the team Nova Claytons. One of the top Tier 2 teams inside of Brazil, but certainly not a known quantity. Him getting some first international experience as well here with Black Dragons. As far as Steel for Life go on this 3rd defense, of course, they are on games. They're on their 3rd bomb site. This, in theory, would be the easiest for Black Dragons to win. One big problem we saw from both teams was the roam clear in the early, in the first map. And in the second map, it will continue. Ask 0-3 to start this off. And Packer, the initial aggression. Uzi in the exact same position, playing the exact same operator, gets the exact same result. I wouldn't have seen that coming.
Now some serious struggles by Black Dragons to contain these defenders upstairs in Solarium. BD gets on the board at the halfway point of the round with Gudo eliminating Bino. Bino as the Legion means that a lot of that utility will die in his pocket. It will not be available for them to generate over time. This Black Dragon squad's still trying to tackle this top floor, Jesse.
They are, and again, with a man disadvantage, it's not going to be any easier. Uzi's fallen off, so they at least don't have to deal with him anymore. He's back on site. I guess they'll have to deal with him eventually. He's Kiba's just making it a nightmare to clear through the top floor anyways. Packer's coming up to join his teammate of Adam, try to work their way around this top floor, but he might get punished for it. In an awkward position, they know exactly where he is. They've got yellow pings on him as well. You've got to imagine Packer doesn't get out of this one alive unless there's some hero plays coming out from his teammates.
Uzi dies to Florio, Gudo dies to Packer. Both of these teams losing bodies. The swing well coordinated as Florio's drawn in, and Packer gets the exit pick. It's all up to Nuxka in a 1v3.
I've seen this one before.
His gun fires blanks. That time around, I don't even think he got to pull the trigger. Adam pounces upon him, but there was more than one player of CL Pharrell upstairs in library looking for the pick.
I think Bodega, the coach of CL Pharrell, is having more fun yelling at Black Dragons in Portuguese than he cares to admit, but hey, go off. Something he's very used to, I'm sure.
What's harder, JJ or this?
JJ would have been shitting all over us right now.
Daddy JJ?
He might be big.
Bro, these guys are fucking idiots. The way they just repel in solar. They just.
Shout out to JJ Blast of Space Station Academy. Mentioned on the main stream. Oh boy, CL for Life. Finding it too easy right now, Parker. I mean, you can't really blame him. I mean, Ask is 0-3. Everybody else is 1-3. Nobody has yet to find more than 1 kill throughout this matchup. Feels like Black Dragons are really struggling with their entry points. I mean, even in that last round, you saw Packer. Yes, his teammate Adam was struggling maybe a bit. He had some pressure top floor with the zombie. Packer's like, okay, I'm gonna go help out my teammate. Runs up to a terrible position. He's inside of the small library box where he's got the hatch so they can drop down. They know exactly where he is. They've got all eyes trained on him, and he gets 2 kills out of who knows where. Obviously, CL for life, playing with their food a little bit here, and they're not done. A spawn peek from Uzi. The confidence abundant, but no opportunities this time.
Yeah, you got him on the ropes. You burned their timeout 2 rounds ago. You might as well continue to play that game of mental warfare. All the while this is happening, by the way, we want to give a shout out to the second stream. The B stream is currently in the midst of Alpha versus Falcons. It's a team from LATAM versus a team from the Middle East. And spoilers inbound. Just moments ago, Alpha won their first round. It was 6-0 Falcons. It was Falcons' map pick, admittedly. There's a delay, so when you hear this, the matchup might be over, but feel free to go over to the B stream. Take a look at our second matchup. Uzi with the very first pick, but it's answered very quickly back by Ask finally breaking that goose egg and getting on the board. Every single player on Black Dragons with a kill. 5 kills across 4 active rounds is dreadfully bad. BD have not spawned in for Chalet yet.
And they've got, okay, this is good though. They've got perfect intel on Uzi. They see him on the library stairs. I don't know if they can really capitalize on this. He's got Packer up here as well, who's not been droned out, but they should know that he's gonna be crossing this window soon. Here's the gunfight. Guto just walks up the stairs. Uzi actually gets the trade. A great little flick finds Guto. Packer sacrificed for that beautiful shot. Still 3-on-3 though. This is a decent spot for Black Dragons to be in. If they can just pin down Uzi, then they're in a really good position. They also do have top floor control, and Giddy is up here inside of Solar. But if they find him out full top control, that could also be a really good advantage to eventually go for the top down execute.
Nuxka sees a player but cannot return fire. Now through the wall looking for a lucky shot, but just too many reinforcements, too many hard walls in the way, and CL Pharrell have held this map control and fallen back, but they'll trust Bino to hold this position upstairs over top of the bomb site. Bino, a nice pick on to Ask, another player there towards bathroom door, and one even farther back in towards office. CL Pharrell speed running this map at the current moment. Uzi and Giddy still very much alive, despite the fact that we are focused on one player on CL Pharrell.
30 seconds now. Soft breach coming out from Black Dragons. They've got a bit of it. Flores drones doing what they can, as well as those breaching charges from Florio. Florio and Flores working together in this round. Not gonna find anything though. Giddy, the information's just not there. Nuxka again in a 1vx situation. Can he find a frag this time? He won't be able to.
Giddy with the final 2 kills and a 4-0 start for CL Pharrell. This is the time where we would...
Windows, he just jumps in library. Dude, you want to go clash or no?
I mean, yeah, okay, listen, you guys gotta fall off the room faster. Fall off the room faster, bro.
I'm gonna play as only,
You guys gotta fall off faster because what's it called? Like, we can literally win the time with my clash and save. We just win for our lives.
So you hear the strategy. We've got the clash on the board for Packer. All you need to do is surround him with a strong enough supporting cast and win the round with the clash. Packer has been, how do I say this? The most important part of CL Pharrell since their LCQ run began, and not only do you bring leadership, but he's not just talking the talk, he's walking the walk by statistically being one of the best players on this team through the entirety of the LCQ.
Absolutely. I mean, Adam's been probably their best, and Tristan was good, but Packer has absolutely been putting up those numbers as well. 1.11 through the LCQ, so absolutely positive. For Black Dragons, I mean, I hate to say it, but like the Steel for Life guys are saying right. The intel's never there. The opening picks are constantly being taken advantage of, and they banned out the Vigil, I think, because they knew they were going to have problems finding information on those aggressive roaming players. But Uzi just said, that's fine, I'll play the Mozzie, and he's achieving very similar results. It still feels like Black Dragons don't have that information advantage. They're not bringing that Dokkaebi to try to help out with that. They've got some decent tools like the Lion, but there's no Deimos being brought out in this round at least either. It just feels like the struggles have mounted upon themselves over and over again. And now, with no attack timeout, it's a 4-0 lead for CL for life. They've got a clash set up down inside of the basement. I don't mind if Uzi, you know... Oh! Okay, Giddy goes 1-for-1 on the roam. I don't mind if Uzi stays on the roam for a bit because he has been playing so incredibly well. But now that Giddy's gone 1-for-1, you took out the Thermite, I'm just seeing. Maybe it does make more sense to fall on back to the bomb site. Assuming Florio didn't get to use those extra thermocharges before he went down, this could be a really awkward spot. Oh, he opened the wall. Never mind. Never mind, the wall is open. But regardless, 4v4 is going to feel good for CL for life. With that clash inside the site, they can absolutely just win on time. Still Uzi hasn't left the roam, though. Up in piano.
What did they say? Fall off the roam faster. Fall off the roam faster. My clash can get the job done. Nuxka picks up yet another kill, but an impact grenade thrown out by Uzi will actually take down what remained of Nuxka. And Uzi, he had a strong first map, even stronger second so far, leading the team with 7 kills. The Tom Brady of CL Pharrell. 3v2. Not really able for CL Pharrell to fall off the roam at this point. So it's just the Clash and Bino remaining.
Over a minute still to work on this site as well. The walls are all open. Hornet's going to be on the main breach while Guto and Ask are over towards Wine. They've got to re-pick up the kit, but I believe it's just in... Oh, it's actually outside the main breach. So Guto should be able to go get it. He's onto it now. That kind of limits their plant potential. I guess Ask has smokes. Planting just inside the breach is going to be kind of awkward without smokes. As I say that, Hornet's going to rotate around, so they can really plant wherever they'd like. It looks like it might go down just the snow stairs so they can plant behind the bookshelf. Does somewhat put Packer in a good position to stop that, and the time is starting to get a little bit low here. This will be the job. If Packer or Bino can deny this plant, then they're in a really good spot, but they're not really positioned well to do just that.
Packer's a good gun, and he's got the sidearm out. Bino getting very aggressive. 1 for Packer, 2 for Packer, and now he's a Clash in a 1v1 with 15 seconds to go. Time to pull out the shield and play keep away. Diffuser not in the pocket of Ask, and as he tries to get ever closer, Packer will just continue to run away. Sidearm out. Ask, but you shall not receive.
I'm dead!
No way.
5-0 CL Pharrell.
Oh, Packer. Yes, you are. Man, ridiculous stuff down in the basement.
I'm the king, Burger King!
Let's go, baby. Come on, 2 more. I mean, bro, I told you, Hornetail's not going 10-2 again, bro. That was insane. Everyone's just so good at map.
You can tell the confidence is there, right? A complete night and day difference from map 1 when we saw this team just not really able to get into a groove. The momentum on Consulate felt like it was always in the hands of Black Dragons. Now the complete opposite is true. CL for life, undefeated, 5-0. I gotta say in that round, Packer told his whole team, guys, you don't have to roam too long, just retreat back to site, come back early. They absolutely did not do that. A minute 40 into the round, still fighting players inside of kitchen and dining. They lost 3 players out on the roam. It put Packer into a pretty awkward position, but Packer's a pretty great player, and so he's still able to pull it out. Excellent Clash play. Nothing to say for Ask there. I mean, that 1v1 against Clash with 11 seconds is nearly unwinnable for anybody. He did his best, but he had no shot at that round. So Packer just from ridiculous shots being hit. And of course, that's going to put CL for life in an excellent position. You have seen hero play after hero play. Not even hero plays like they need to be saved, but just big individual rounds where Uzi or Packer are popping off. And oh no. Oh no. Now there's a default cam up, Parker.
From bad to worse for Black Dragons, and would you look at that? Uzi with the run out, enabled by that information. Florio gets one right back. But that's Gudo gone. That's the Twitch drone gone. It's a little bit of information and a little bit of gadget denial removed from Black Dragons. Uzi's pests are likely already down, and they will be passive gadgets for the remainder of the round.
That's just mental being shocked on the side of Black Dragons. I mean, you're not shooting the default. They jump out, they kill you. That's a direct mistake. That's so easy to fix. Now Nux got caught out. He tried to enter in through the basement, but caught on the west main stairs. Easily cleaned up by Giddy, who's also putting up 6 and 2. Nobody's got bad numbers today on CL for life. Hard to when you're going 5-0 on the round count. On the side of Black Dragons now, man disadvantage. They got kitchen control, you know. That's something for sure. They don't have top floor. Of course, Packer, Adam, and Giddy all playing up around Library and Mezzanine. You've got Florio with Kit inside of Kitchen. Hornet's going to go harass the Library window at this point, but he's got no help. Ask the last player, who's, I believe, just walked in the front door. They can pinch to the player in the Mezzanine. This could be a pick, but it'll be Ask who needs to get into this gunfight where the flashes come out to support. Keep up barriers make it so awkward, though. What do you do against this? Ban a zombie, that's what you do.
I mean, there's a reason why she is the most banned defender. Nice swing by Hornet onto the window. Down goes Giddy, maybe getting a bit too bold, a bit too brazen, and now it's Packer's turn to be spotted out, and Adam as well will join. Nobody from CL4L seemed to understand where Black Dragons were coming from. Bino gets the down on the Hornetal, but he can't secure. Maybe from below he could. Be very careful about what's at the hatch. Oh my goodness. Ask and Bino in a 1v1. Oh no! Play keep away. You don't know where he's coming from, Bino. You're spotted by the bees. Go for the reload. There goes the goo mine. Grenade tossed out, and Ask just plays that one a little bit better. First round for Black Dragons comes in round number 6. CL4L still well situated to win their opponent's map as they sit up 5-1.
That's the experience coming through from Ask taking out Bino in the 1v1. You could tell Ask cool, calm, and collected.
Windows for 6 rounds in a row, but besides that factor.
Yo, attack. Remember yesterday, step by step, call rotations. Don't forget the fucking office holes, Adam.
Nah.
That will be good.
I'm sensing something may have happened in scrims about Adam forgetting to make some holes.
Yeah. This is everyone's first land.
This is everyone's first land. That's correct.
Not Bodega's.
It's correct. You are correct on that one. That is for sure.
Obviously, this is still a great result, despite the fact that you did lose that final round. Could be some start of a jumping off point in terms of momentum for Black Dragons. They'll go to the defense, and I think defense did look better for both teams on the first map, but Chalet's a very different beast from Consulate. It's a much easier map to attack in comparison to Consulate. In fact, I would say it's one of the easiest maps to attack, which is certainly worrying for Black Dragons. Now that they move off of that side and over to the defense themselves, they got to get something going. Ask clutches with a 3K, I think, in that last round. That gives them a bit of life, but they'll need to do a lot more than that to stop CL for Life, who now move onto their attacking side. Uzi, you can tell he's confident because he's picked Twitch and he's running the F2. Nobody who's having a bad day picks the F2 on Twitch. Uzi's bringing it out like I'm him.
I mean, Uzi has every reason to feel that.
Absolutely.
8 kills so far on map number 2. Uzi in map number 1 was statistically the lowest rated player on Consulate. Is that correct? No, that can't be correct.
Wow. His teammate will get the opening pick to start things. Hornet goes down. They're still hunting for picks around these windows. Did Uzi get that pick? I actually believe with the twist drone, he's going to finish it off. That's for sure. 3 zaps, and he will get credit for that one. Beautifully done. He continues to rack up his stat line, 9 and 4 now. At the same time, Adam does go down to Florio. So that's a Scorpion, another equally difficult gun to control. Scorpion versus the F2 in 2024.
No. I told you the Scorpion was easy to control.
Yep, you did say that on a broadcast.
And I'm wrong. I am incorrect. I have led you astray. You believed me. You believe
we all did.
Yeah.
We all did.
Yeah.
That's so true.
My lies, they're very funny. They're funny lies. I mean no harm. I just like to joke around, that's all.
Still 3 players holding down this top floor if you include Florio in the library stairs. Ask inside a library. Guto here at the mezzanine window. This is a tough thing to clear out, especially without Adam having access to those Ash charges to clear out the mirror window. And the Kiba, well, there's no Kiba barriers actually being brought by Black Dragons. Interesting decision. Firebolt could be a good answer. Probably doesn't get a kill or anything, but might force the player off of that window for a time. It does. It forces Ask forward, which they almost capitalized off. In the meantime, the F2 finds a second head, and the kills are just flying, Parker.
Nuxco with a 3rd kill, taking out Packer, as now Uzi marches over towards Library. Gudo in that position. There's the fire to take out Ask that you talked about. Nuxka and Gudo, last 2 remaining. Nitro Cell ripped over towards blue stairs, and there's the, oh my! Spray transfer over the shield from Uzi. Gudo dies, and now Nuxka goes right back to where he was at before. Uzi looking for a 4th kill in this round, and he will find it!
We He got an attack!
Shit on!
Fucking go, bro.
Let's go.
Step by step, boys. Step by step. Step by step. Step by step, baby. Step by step. Let's go.
6-1 for CL Pharrell.
I will remind everyone that Uzi not only is not a professional player, none of these guys are currently professional players.
What?
Uzi's not even a tier 2 player.
Look at me with a straight face when you say that. No, say the last part.
You might have to, something about like a big chungus hole, perhaps. A big chungus hole?
No big chungus is on land?
Bro, I should be streaming this right now.
No, my money! Bro, my... I'll find it later, bro.
Uzi has not ever even played in Tier 2, not played in Challenger League, not played in the Element Series either. He's only played Tier 3 tournaments before this. He did play in some qualifiers. He played in the Montreal Open qualifier, I will say. He got top 8 in the second Open qualifier. That puts him in about top 100 players North America, if you assume that the 100 best players all played in like the North American League and the qualifiers. He's certainly a good player. Nobody would ever deny that. But he's often been somewhat overlooked, or maybe he's just prioritized content. I don't know his exact situation. But regardless, he's never really been a staple of the competitive scene. Only 19, so he hasn't had the opportunity to be playing competitive for very long. But regardless, he's always been more towards the lower end of things. But having a great game today here against Black Dragons, certainly making a name for himself. He's been their MVP this map. And if they go on to win this series, make a bit of a run in this tournament, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking his direction in the future if he chooses to go that route. Tier 2 or maybe even Tier 1. I don't know. We'll see how the tournament goes.
Getting awfully ahead of yourself.
I'm getting a little ahead of myself, aren't I? But it's
you're feeling the buzz.
It's
feeling
easy
the
to
buzz
get
of CL
excited.
Pharrell, aren't you?
It's easy to get excited about a fresh young player who's playing so well. Okay, that Uzi, that one's my bad, my fault. Sorry about that.
What have you done?
Caster cursed.
Ask dies, Uzi dies. CL Pharrell 4 kills away from taking their opponent's map. Are we sure? This is not me. Production, don't take this serious. Are we sure we didn't get the map picks wrong? 2 for 2, potentially. Where, you know, CAG and G2 won each other's maps, and we think, oh, that's kind of crazy. And then this year we see them taking each other's maps, and we're like, well, it's crazy again.
Maybe they're being kind. Maybe they're saying, okay, guys, I'll pick you a map. Pick you a map you're good at. And the other team goes, oh, you shouldn't have. We'll do the same.
Labs is a tiebreaker. You did put on your analyst hat. Rather, I fixed the hat on you, actually.
I told you we're going map 3.
You were, and you might be correct. I mean, there is a long road back for Black Dragons, but the road is definitely there. The question is whether or not Black Dragons has the stamina and ability to make that happen.
The road is there. It's not been paved in 10 years. The infrastructure is crumbling on it. But it's there.
And you have to fight Tom Brady, who is currently not playing because Uzi is dead. So, a lot of things for Black Dragons to do here.
They haven't entered the building at all for this push. I mean, we've got Adam inside a library, but otherwise it's been a lot of window play. Here comes the fights now as they get on in. Adam out of nowhere, 2 big kills. Everybody on Black Dragons, they've melted. Now it's all on Hornet to get a 1v3 clutch. He finds the first, he finds the second inside the site though, leaving just Adam alive in the 1v1. Both players on 5 kills total through the map. 30 seconds as Adam's gonna rotate over towards Solar. Gonna drop the staircase now. Some warning shots will give out this information. Hornet knows exactly where he's at. Doesn't have the fuse kit, so this is gonna be a 1v1 fight to the death. Repositioning over towards the potted plant. Adam on the other side of things. Knows he doesn't have a lot of time to work with, only 15 seconds now. He's starting to push up towards the left, juking and jiving, choosing his selection, but Hornet hits the shot. Big 1v3 to keep Black Dragons alive in their second map.
I mean, that's a motivation buster right there. I gotta think CL Pharrell should have won that round. But I mean, we don't play things in theory. We don't play matches on paper.
So he gets the free kill.
That's right, bro.
Good time. That's on me, guys. That runs on me. We're good.
Don't worry, that round's on Packer, guys. Don't worry.
He dropped in front of my eyes on the BP.
I thought, was he in kitchen holding you? I thought he was, sorry, my bad. Yeah, I thought he was on the house. I mean, I refragged you, but.
Rounds like that, they happen. It really comes down to, do you let it affect you? And I honestly really respect a player who's able to just step up and like, guys, it's on me. Don't worry about it. Nobody's blaming each other. You don't expect that at the highest level, but sometimes for a tier 2 team, like, that will happen. A lot of maturity on these guys, despite being such young players and despite having so little experience. You really do see that maturity shining through in their comms and in their play. So I like that a lot from Packer, taking responsibility. Even if it wasn't his fault, even if he doesn't believe that, like, I think just saying that is like very good for your team's morale, right? Like, don't blame each other, just play the game. You're still up 6-2, right? You cannot tilt off of a round 8 loss when you're leading 6-1, right? Yeah. Like, it's fine. Still an easy map to close out for CL for Life. In theory.
Yeah, I mean, I don't foresee Black Dragons winning 5 rounds in a row on defense.
With no tack timeout.
With no tack timeout. That was burned in that second round, as we discussed. Don't know what's gone wrong for Black Dragons here, but just not playing like themselves.
Trying to bail them out. Ask has moved over to the Scopos. I will say my favorite scope, I would say the greatest Scopos play of all time in competitive, came from Ask on this map against the world champions back in the regular season when they played their BO1. That one took 15 maps. It was a great play from Ask. That was the basement site, so a bit of a different situation. But Ask's breaking out the operator once again here on Baron Games. Could be a big surprise if they don't drone out the fact that there is one of those Scopos bodies down in the basement. Could come up for a late flank, maybe up the library stairs. Plenty of options for him to go for, and here comes the swap. So he's inside of Wine, and he's heading his way to the snow stairs, it seems. No, it's actually an impact outside the breach, but nobody's there.
He's very close to one of these players from Black Dragons, but he will change things up, and now he is by... Oh, you gotta swap, you gotta swap! Yep. In theory, shouldn't it not really take damage from fire?
It heats up. You know, the bolts, they'll melt off.
Ah, of course. Oh my, Florio defeating Packer in that engagement. Packer's been loving the shotguns. On the library stairs, though, he has some struggles. Adam bails himself out of a bad position. But it's Uzi who won't find himself with the same bit of luck. 2 kills for Black Dragons. They become 3 kills for Black Dragons. And something's gonna break now for CL Pharrell as they have surrendered the first 3 kills. They found very little for it. Bino dropped to Ask, and now it's all up to Giddy. A flawless round from Black Dragons as a comeback begins in earnest. Again, site rotation for Black Dragons will be of particular importance. There's the flawless round. Ask with a huge round. 3 kills for Ask, was that?
I believe so.
Terrific stuff. Black Dragons closing the gap.
Great stuff.
It's one of the two. It's basement or master. Let's just play. I mean, this round, like, just play refrags. Just take our time, right? Like, bro, these guys are fucking like, they gave us all the map control. Like, they're playing so scared. I didn't want you guys to make noise. I was trying to go off timing. If I told you to flash it, I actually killed him.
It's fine still, but this is a couple rounds in a row now for Black Dragons. And again, I do think Ask is an incredibly good Scopos player. The flank back to the basement didn't do a whole lot there. You're starting to see CL for Life struggle to capitalize on some of their opportunities. You know, the fact that Ask was in that library corner, he gets burned out by the Capital bolts. He's then kind of slowly, to an extent, got to rotate out through the hatch. You can watch that. It's tight angle, but you should be able to watch that and punish him as he tries to drop out. It's not the easiest thing, but it didn't look like anybody on CL for Life was even attempting to hold it. So Ask got out of that position pretty much for free, and then you saw how much damage he was able to do later on in the round after that point. So you see these opportunities to get picks kind of slipping by CL for Life. That's something you can't really be letting happen, okay? And now the Ask is back onto this operator. Now we're running the site where he really did put on a great performance up against Furia earlier on in this stage. His first clone will be up on top of the top floor. He's breaking this out because this is another position where he typically likes to rat, and then he can rotate back to this position and go for a flank to anybody who's pushing in through Wine. He did this against Furia. Of course, if the enemy team clears Big Garage, it doesn't do a whole lot. But at the moment, they will open it up and not actually choose to engage. He takes a bit of damage inside of Big Garage as this main wall gets opened up. I really don't think CL for Life, based on the operator lineup that they've brought, are too concerned with Big Garage. Maybe Bino will find a 1v1 out there and somebody will come away with the win, but no, the game plan is pretty obvious at this point. They're going for a smoke plant main breach.
Over towards garage, that's where the assault will come from. One Selma charge goes out to open up the wall as Uzi gets pick numero uno onto the smoke of Max.
Yeah, not great.
Not great at all. Ask has lost one of those drones too.
And his gun.
That's terrible. Amidst the smoke, Packer getting diffuser down, and there go the logic bombs as well, and CL Pharrell will now scramble into the post plant. A yawning chasm. Right now, under watch from the attackers. Bino dies. Uzi with a second, pulls out the sidearm over towards Trench. Almost takes out the Scopos of Ask. 3v3, far more winnable. But there are the marks to give information to CL Pharrell. The glass from far enough away, in the hands of Adam, and he will graciously accept every defender that attempts to get close. He sees one. The double swing, Adam with yet another kill, and that's map number 2. CL4L. Sniping Black Dragon's map away from them. We go to labs to settle this one. Another day, another series where the teams win each other's maps.
We're going all the way, Parker. It was prophesized. And a big map coming out from Uzi, of course. The last second substitute coming in with some huge roams playing that Mozzie. Fantastic. And also a big kill in that final round. The opening onto Nuxka playing the smoke near Big Garage. A critical kill. Had to stay alive in that final round. As soon as the smoke goes down, you've got very limited options for denying the smoke plant.
Especially with the glass on the other side, right? You toss out the Toxic Babe, it'll at least stop that plant from going down, but when you can't do that, you have to dry peek that garage, and you are going to die every single time. And Adam held that position down with the glass. But as the teams talked about and CL Pharrell discussed, the real focus was how scared Black Dragons looked. They were on the ropes that entire matchup. And honestly, this one probably should have been over before we got to the point we got to.
Yeah, some mistakes from CL for Life, maybe get that a little bit closer. Black Dragons, they start to get some life in them, but as soon as they have a clean round, as soon as they get those opening picks where they can execute their strategy of going for a simple smoke plant up on the main breach of Snowmobile, they pull it off flawlessly, no problems at all for CL for Life. So feeling very, very good. They will have the momentum as we move on to Night Haven Labs, which will be an extremely fun map to watch between these two teams.
Yeah, and we only have a short break before we get to it. Who comes out on top? Black Dragons or CL Pharrell? One more map. That's it. We'll be right back.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Well, we've arrived at our very final map between Black Dragons and CL4L. Nighthaven Labs will settle the score between these two teams. Their opponents for tomorrow have already been figured out. In our matchup earlier today, the Japanese team of CAG Osaka was defeated by G2 2-1, meaning G2 vaults up, and one more victory pushes G2 into Phase 2. G2 will face the winner of this matchup. CAG Osaka will face the loser of this matchup, and the loser of that matchup will be going home. Funny enough, as you see on the bottom of your screen, the opposing team won each other's maps. Black Dragons winning CL4L's map 7-4, CL4L winning Black Dragons map 7-3. The exact same thing happened in CAG Osaka versus G2. I'm Intero, this is Jesse. We're not on your screen because you're seeing the players instead. There's somebody that you'd rather lay eyes on than us. And boy, oh boy, am I excited for Nighthaven Labs.
Me too, Parker. I mean, this is a map that really does differentiate the good from the great. Nighthaven Labs is a tough map to play sometimes. It's big. There's a lot of roaming going on. I think what we saw on both maps, less so from CL4L because they didn't really get many attacking round opportunities on Chalet. But both teams struggled to really deal with the roamers. The roam clear on both sides was certainly a weakness on map 1. Map 2, I think we saw that coming back for Black Dragons, where they really struggled to clear out Uzi. I can tell you right now that Black Dragons are starting attack on Nighthaven Labs. It is a big map. It's a tough map to roam clear sometimes. That needs to be better if they don't want to see CL4Life running away with an early lead here on the decider matchup. Again, the loser of this goes on to play Cyclops in an elimination match. So this is a critically important map to win if you're either team. Both these teams may be underdogs in the tournament as a whole, but I think both of them came into this expecting their ability, expecting they could walk away with the win. Both teams may be underestimating each other. Only one of them can be right, though.
In terms of numbers, honestly, it's a pretty even spread between the top 9 players in the lobby. There's only one standout, and that's Nuxka. Only 4 kills so far in the entire series. That is just simply not good enough, period. You've got your support players showing up, getting kills. They're trading themselves out. They're helping their teammates. Nuxka is often playing on those middle roles, not exactly support-oriented roles. He is engaging in fights, on attack, fairly often, on defense. There were a lot of rounds on Chalet where he was the first line of defense, and yet wouldn't succeed in those gunfights. The next lowest in terms of kills after Nuxka is 11, and that's Adam, sitting at 11 and 13 with Nuxka at 4 and 16. Depending on his deployment here on Nighthaven Labs, and this is a map that Brazil knows quite well, just as Chalet was, that didn't really mean much in the previous matchup. If Nuxka plays a more sheltered role and allows the rest of the team to show up and frag out, that means Hornet, Ask, Florio, then the chances of Black Dragons winning will shoot up.
We start with the Monty ban here on Nighthaven. That's the only operator CL4Life have ever banned on Nighthaven, so that's not a huge surprise. And we get the Blitz once again. Not a surprise. Both shields have been banned in every map so far this series, and that will continue to be the case. We saw a little bit of Fuse play, but so far it hasn't really been a big factor in this game. Some trash talk going on between the players of CL4L dedicated at each other. Some infighting, perhaps. I don't think it's going to get them too down. This should be a Tubarão, maybe an Azami. Those are the only 2 ops that they've banned on this map. It's Tubarão, so very standard bans for CL4Life. This should be very expected for them. And the Goyo ban, a little bit weird for sure. But I mean, CL4Life literally said 3 for 3 in the chat, expecting that Blitz ban, and they got it. So, I mean, no surprises whatsoever coming out. That means that there's going to be a lot of good ops on the board. Azami continues to be an operator that will exist in this series. So will Valkyrie. So will a lot of these important
I was going to say, so will Azami, right? Azami saw an incredible amount of importance in previous maps, and now she will be free reign over the entirety of Nighthaven Labs. And Azami is functioning currently in the meta in a number of ways. Most commonly, teams like to use her off-site to basically create a fortress or another stronghold that's removed from the actual objective. On a map like this, when you see teams defend that top floor, Azami will often stretch out from the top floor over towards rafters and catwalk area.
Yep.
When you see a lack of Tubarão on the board, it means that teams are not going to heavily invest in keeping that IT wall closed. They're probably going to drop down a mute jammer, maybe some bandit batteries, maybe an electric claw, and then just leave it as is. Teams will then need to either A, take it out with some kind of gadgetry, or B, bring a Maverick to deal with it. As you can see from the lineup from Black Dragons, they're going to bring the Maverick right off the rip. And CL4L has got the Bandit, which means the Maverick is a response to that denial that's being brought from the defenders.
Absolutely. I would go so far as to say that Azami's a must pick if she's not banned here on the top floor. In Rafters, she's so good, so oppressive, so hard to deal with. So not a surprise to see that coming out of Seal for Life. Kitty will jump on that op, and then beyond that, of course, the wall play, very important. Florio's brought out the Maverick just because they really don't want to be countered by tricking. I will say, other than Nuxka's can openers, this is the only hard breach they have. Can openers are difficult to work with for walls that you need to actually enter, which this one is. You want to be walking in this this wall, so bit awkward. It's difficult playing Maverick in these days because Nitro cells can be very, very effective at clearing him out. Doesn't look like there's anything like that coming out though, so they're gonna let him get the wall, as you said, Parker, with no Tubarão. It's just a little bit too much of an investment, too unlikely to pay off. So the wall opens, no problem. Ask can buck the rest of that open as soon as he gets ready to. In the meantime, though, the Twitch drone will jump on in, worry about the mute jammers later. Buck down below to start things off, which is very common for this bomb site. Gonna be looking for some of these player positions and also to deny some of these bandit batteries that will likely be on the connector wall. But hasn't found anything just yet. Playing around hunting for player positions just at the moment.
Now the second wall will get opened up. And some small struggles to open up that bandit battery.
They'll get there. I will say it's weird that Uzi didn't bring a Nitro cell, still deals 25 damage to Florio. That's usually a big threat when you're playing on Maverick, right? You get Nitro through the wall, which can be devastating to certain pushes.
The amount of times we've seen it in Brazil happen to these teams is through the roof, so Black Dragons has to be suspecting that will be a potential outcome. But, I mean, nothing there from the bandit. The only Nitro cell being brought by Bino on the mute.
We're walking in here at the moment. The Azami's got to get active to stop this, or otherwise they're just going to walk on in. She is in the site, so not actively playing these Kibas. That's droned out. The clock really getting scary, Parker. 33 seconds on it. Diffuse Kit's over by Aqua Stairs, but going to the roof now, so they're still not sure where they want to bring Diffuse Kit. Maybe over towards Connector? Good intel as they spot out the Azami, but what can they do off of it? This time it's really getting scary.
Well, Ask is going to go from underneath and open things up and actually miss. Oh.
What? He's hard thrown.
Did Giddy not bother to get up? Uzi with the very first pick onto Hornetow. And there goes the rest of Black Dragons with 10 seconds left. Gudo, the only kill so far. And Adam will get the final kill.
I know, but I kept hearing them hop in and out.
Almost every player on CL4L getting involved in that engagement. Very nearly a team ace.
I don't know what they were doing.
Me neither, Packer. That was a rough push. That was a really bad push, I can't lie. The buck down below, I mean, they opened the walls. That took them forever with just the Maverick. Then they had the buck below. They had literal yellow pings on the Azami that was prone, but they couldn't get the kill on it, and Ask eventually just had to give up on clearing that Azami because there was like 8 seconds on the clock, and if he didn't, then he loses the round on time immediately, and he's baiting the whole time. The clock completely getting away from Black Dragons. It took them so long to mav the IT wall. It took them so long to mav the connector wall. Then it took them so long to get control of Rafters, and then they didn't even end up pushing from Rafters. They went like up Aqua. I think they had some players in connector. It was a very late and disconnected push coming out from BD, almost like they forgot like the timer was a factor, and then eventually they remembered halfway through. They're like, oh shoot, guys, we gotta go. Awkward push for sure from Black Dragons. Not an easy bomb site to execute on, so, you know, you weren't expecting to win that anyways, perhaps, but yeah, not the push we wanted to see coming out of them. Some confusion certainly on the side of CL for Life and myself as well.
Losing the all-important Jesse vote. That's a tough one. That's hard to bounce back from for CL4L. I got to really hand it to this team, though. I know that we're in the play-ins, and I know that when you compete in the play-ins, you are, in theory, battling against opponents that are of lesser skill than the teams that have made it all the way to Phase 2. Black Dragons were the worst team in Brazil in the regular season.
Yep.
They ended up defeating the defending world champions in the LCQs, and obviously you don't do that in a best-of-3 by luck. Just goes to show you that sometimes parity is, well, it's parity. You're very close. Even if you're the worst team, you're still a good team. CL4L, with the substitution, holding their own against Black Dragons is certainly a feather in their cap. And irrespective of what happens here, I think these players really should be proud of what has gone on, especially with losing Tristan on seemingly such short notice.
Yeah.
Having Uzi step in and compete at the highest level that he's ever competed.
Once again, the focus starts on the walls for Black Dragons. They get the first little bit of it opened up. Nuxa takes a bunch of damage, and oh, hello! Hello, Packer, caught off guard. No idea that Hornet's all the way down in Exo already. Guto also falls to Giddy, making it a 4-on-4. They're in the site, they're in a plant position, but they don't have any vert control. Adam up above, just inside of storage, finds an easy one. That's not Diffuse Kit. I'm not sure exactly where the kit went down, but it's on the floor somewhere. Meanwhile, top floor gunfights are happening as well. Bino wins it against Ask. Every floor of the map, there are gunfights going on, and in the vast majority of them, CL4Life are walking away with the victories. Florio and Nuxka will now take this time to regroup, go pick up that Diffuse Kit. Looks like it was dropped just outside of the vending window, so they've got it now, but boy, that is an awkward set of engagements. They're losing fights top floor and also over by storage, and with the vert play too. Maybe they thought they had a gap, but they're not together whatsoever. Now though, they're in sight, and Adam, never mind, they're not in sight. Nuxka is, but the Diffuse Kit is outside the breach. He's gonna have to vault through to go get it. Parker, he's got 4 HP, and he failed all 3 of his clutches last time. That's a nice flick on a Bino, admittedly, but with 30 seconds, this feels very unrealistic, and Giddy gets the job done at the end.
Yeah, I mean, there you go for CL4L. Just continuing to roll with it. Nuxka's 5th kill so far of the series. Night Haven Labs right now looking like the defender-sided map it has slowly become. One reference that we always talk about was back at SI, this was the most evenly balanced map, 50-50. As time has gone on since then, through Manchester, through all the other phases of regular play, Night Haven Labs has gotten progressively more defender-sided. Black Dragons don't like what they see. They've mustered 3 kills through just 2 rounds, and they, for the second map in a row, will call their timeout in the second round.
Yeah, another aggressive attack timeout from Ghost 1, the coach of BD.
Just go there, power them. If they go top, we power top. If they go side, we go side, bro. Like, fuck it.
Giddy, I don't think you should give up weed easily.
Keep gaps, just go where they are.
Like, I'm gonna do my little thing for meeting.
And guys, keep up the comms. We're playing good, bro. Good comms, okay?
Bro, I trolled that. I mean, I trolled my Don, but.
No, I don't give a fuck, bro. You play nice. You play nice. You play nice.
You don't gotta get that. You don't gotta get that. You don't get
We're
that.
pressing them, bro.
It's just there because I forgot to remove the beer.
I can do all those. Like,
I'll get all your walls upstairs, Rizzy. Just like make the rotate and put it on your fenders.
We got to hear the words of Budega, the coach of CL4Life. Obviously, former coach of M80, coached that team for a very long time as the primary coach and then as the assistant coach, and obviously has quite a bit of LAN experience playing around with them. Was released from the team at the start of this stage and chose to start working with CL4Life as he had some free time opening up. Of course, that went very well for him and his teammates here now. So, attending the major with a squad that maybe he didn't expect to be a few months ago, but certainly taking every opportunity as it comes. You got to imagine with the experience that he brings, that's really something that the rest of the players just don't have. Most teams, even if they're young and inexperienced, Black Dragon's a great example, have at least one player with some LAN experience. Hold on. Not quite from Adam. Most players have at least one, or most teams have at least one player who's like somewhat experienced that can guide the rest of the players. CL4Life don't have that. The closest they have is Adam, who's played 2 stages of the North American League and never an event. So Budega being able to fill in that role a little bit, give some experience to the squad, I think is certainly important. Be great to get to talk to this team if they win and ask them a little bit about what Budega brings, but of course they gotta win to get into an interview, and with an opening pick, that gets a little bit closer. Ask goes down first to Giddy. He starts 0-3 this map.
No, Giddy's 4-0.
Ask is starting 0-3.
Oh.
Yeah. Actually, he also started 0-3 on map 2, if my memory is correct.
Yeah, I was going to say, didn't he have quite a slow start?
He did.
Before that?
He was probably their best player in map 2, and he started 0-3, so that should kind of tell you how Black Dragon's map 2 went.
How did it go?
Well, they lost by a lot. No trades at all coming out from Black Dragons. They tried. I mean, they're going for some of these swings, but Steal for Life playing it pretty passive, wanting to back off, knowing that they don't need to get aggressive for any more picks. The hard thing's already been done by Giddy. Now they just need to exist for a while. The hard breach from Nuxka, from Connector, will make that a little bit more difficult, and that will force the dropout from Giddy, who jumps down the hatch, leaving two of his teammates, Uzi and Packer, alone up on this top floor. Alone together, I will say. Adam right down below with the C4 as well could do a little bit of damage. Usually with this site, the game plan is open the IT wall, make sure there's nobody in basement, and then jump in the storage window and go for a plant under Candelas. I think that is still the game plan. Giddy has flanked all the way around through the bottom floor, up the lobby stairs, but I don't think anybody's actually in the building up top here, so he's unlikely to find anyone unless there's a late entrance from Black Dragons. Oh, if he jumps out, he could find a kill, but that's kind of risky.
He's also got 2 goo mines in pocket and a third that's coming in for the next couple seconds. That's gadgetry that could be used somewhere else. Oh my goodness. Did Gudo know somebody was so close by? Blinking, you missed it. 5 players dead in the span of a second. Wow. Kudos to Black Dragons for that one. Oh my.
Clearly the something's happening on the B stream.
That was Black Dragons.
Was it?
Yeah,
Still?
that was the coach of Black Dragons screaming. Yes.
Still?
Yes, still.
Yo, I just saw my mouse blink. blink.
Did you barricade your garage door, Bino?
Yeah, he just jumped over and wallbanged me through it, bro.
Mouse is blinking. We'll call it when we call it timeout.
I have a feeling there may be a timeout coming up in the next couple of rounds.
Well, I think that means he needs to charge his mouse.
Yeah, I believe so.
You get like a 30-second timeout. I don't think it works that way.
They can probably take a tech after this round.
Okay.
But regardless, exactly right. They vaulted over the rafters, they went through the barricade, and they immediately got the pickup. The intel was clearly all there. I believe there were some drones inside the site. With Ask being dead, he likely was able to see some of those drones. So that intel perfectly coming through from Black Dragons. The execute is great. The roamers up on the top floor, not really close enough to have any impact. I will say as well, Bino was a little bit forward inside of storage, but I digress. They lose their first round here in the first quarter, down 2-1 now as we move back up to the primary bomb side of the top floor. Once again, you're seeing a zombie, you're seeing Mute, you're seeing Bandit. It's a very similar strategy coming out from CL for Life on Black Dragons. They've switched things up a little bit. Instead of just the Maverick, they're bringing Maverick as well as the Ace. So they've got a little bit of that recovery potential if the Maverick does go down by some means. And Guto, on the most interesting operator of the day, picking up the Nook, who's entered inside of Kitchen and will be likely going to lurk up Aqua based on where he was droning. There are no roamers on this mid floor, so he's not going to find any picks down here. But if the whole team is, say, pushing Connector and he last second is like walking up Aqua, could have the opportunity to get a sneaky little pick there.
Same setup that they encounter with that IT wall. This time, though, to find where the Mute Jammers are. The Nook of Gudo is going to be an interesting one to watch. Ask getting very aggressive, torn apart by Adam, who goes for the vault out and finds 2. Right back in he goes. Packer taken out by Gudo, and Hornet will equalize. A very quick burst of action for CL Pharrell, answered back by Black Dragons. Sneaky move from Giddy, and they actually trade.
Okay.
I'll take it. Hornet and Gudo, last 2 standing for Black Dragons. Halfway point of the round. All right.
Where's the defuse kit? Is it in IT? There's a crazy jump out. I think it's over by IT, somewhere around there. It would have to be Hornet who picks it up. They certainly know where Guto is now that he's popped this Deagle. They know it's going to be a bit of a pinch. They are very isolated on the side of Black Dragons. If they can go for a sandwich, if they can find some way to isolate the defenders, that could be big for them. But they're running in. They don't need the kit. Guto dies immediately, and Uzi finds the final frag. I gotta say, we missed the first part of it, but Adam jumping out the electrical window and then swinging into IT from behind the breach was a crazy way to get your opening 2 kills. Love that coming out from Adam, and then finding a third right at the end there too. Brilliant stuff.
Put a Valcam site.
Bodega historically loves yelling at Brazilian teams.
There's something about Brazilians when they leave the
Sorry, I don't
region.
know what you guys want to put them, but just put them.
They become the biggest haters.
It's a friendly rivalry.
Put a Valcam too, because
It's, yeah, it's flashing. Uh-oh.
Okay. I did my setup.
His cord is right there. He could unplug it right now. I guess you don't want to play plugged in. He probably has a backup.
Gideon, make the exo holes, bro, please, man.
That looks like a Razer Death Adder.
That's the mouse I use.
That's the same one I use as well. And when it starts blinking, at least from my experience, it usually lasts a couple hours. Like,
Yeah,
it's not,
me too.
It's not urgent. It's not like, uh-oh, I got 2 seconds.
Yeah. No, they should be fine.
At least nobody's complaining about the refresh rates yet.
It's a testament that it's been a long series, though. I mean, we've had so many back and forth, so many comebacks coming through. 7-4, 7-3 aren't the closest score lines necessarily. But we're here in the third map. Both teams winning their opponent's map pick. We've seen a bit of a comeback on both of the 2 maps that we've seen so far, even if they didn't really complete. Generally, the team that's gotten away with the early lead, though, has closed it out. And Steel for Life looking like that team, up 3-1 here in the 5th round. The bomb site goes down to the basement, I do believe, as we are here now. As we heard, there are Valcams back on site. Uzi. Oh, he gets a pick here. Oh, no, he doesn't.
He did not.
A little late. It was a little earlier. He could have got one.
Of course.
Adam gets the pick. There it is. And
it's not how it works. You don't just get to pick somebody that you think is going to get the kill and then turn around and say, hey, I got it.
Regardless of who got the kill, that is the only hard breacher immediately taken off the board for Black Dragons. He shot some X-Kairos. He wasn't alive to pop them, I do believe. Some hatches soft, and Ask will get a trade back onto Adam, including a second onto Giddy. So regardless of the utility that has been destroyed, they're finding the frags, and Uzi looking for even more. He's up here with Bino, so 2 players trying to take these gunfights on the top, and Black Dragon's more than happy to take them too.
And Nuxka finds an opening, neither moving. Bino and Uzi don't expect to be hit from the side. It's the man of the hour himself as the last one standing. The last obstacle for Black Dragons to overcome in this round. Grenade gets dropped. Door opened up. And over top the hatch, it's Hornet to get the job done. Used to go by Hornet Tau, but he dropped the ow, instead delivering it to CL for L.
I believe the Hornetau used to be Big Hornet in Portuguese.
Say that again?
I believe Hornetau meant Big Hornet in Portuguese. Now he's just a Hornet. Downside.
Do you think he's shrunk?
I think he has, yeah.
As you can see from the camera in front of you, that's Falcons coming all the way from the Middle East. They're competing on the B stream right now against Alpha. Team from LATAM, if you want to go take a watch, they're on the B stream. And there they are. Spoilers, of course.
Which side freezer?
As far as I'm aware, Falcons won map 1.
They did. And last I saw, Alpha were winning map 2, but that was like, it was like 2-1 or something. So I have no idea. They probably have bounced back and forth. Still playing, as you can see, though. In our game, Black Dragon Steel for Life, I think if Steel for Life had perfect information, right, if they had all the tools that we have, they would have seen, oh, we killed the only hard breach. Let's get the heck back to site so that we can just play 5v4 and auto-win the round. But they didn't know they killed the only hard breach. They knew they killed a Habana, but most teams on that site are going to be bringing also a Mav, or also an Ace, or also a Thermite, or at least can openers or something, right? But CL for Life, they only were up against 1 hard breacher. So they thought, you know what, we're aggressive here on the roam. It's hard to get back safely. Let's just commit to our fights and take them. They lost them all. No information on Nuxa coming in top Aqua, so it happens. Not the ideal round that you want, but they're still in the lead 3-2, and they get to go back to storage, which is a bomb site that, well, admittedly, Black Dragons did win last time. So perhaps in a good position to equalize 3-3. We have yet to see a map go 3-3 at the halftime, if I'm correct on that.
In this matchup, yes. But in G2 CAG Osaka, we saw a bunch.
Exactly, yes. But that could mean that we're in for a really long third map, which would be very exciting between these two teams. Certainly, they've both shown some strong stuff today, and they've both made some mistakes, but they seem very equally matched, if nothing else, and that certainly does provide good games.
A fun little tidbit for you. Both Maps 1 and Map 2 of this series started off with 5-1 halves.
Wow.
Consulate was 5-1 for Black Dragons. Ended up winning, despite CL Pharrell doing better on the second side. Chalet 5-1 for CL Pharrell, and then, well, they just traded rounds until CL Pharrell won the whole thing.
Another 5-1 starting half seems unlikely on Map 3. I'll run the numbers on that, but I don't think the odds are very good.
Crunch the numbers and send them to me.
Crunching the numbers as we speak. Damo's down inside of the basement from Hornet could be kind of big. Obviously, with Bino in storage on that smoke, a lot of the floor underneath him is going to be soft. If he can get a free pick onto Bino, that's the smoke down. That's a free ticket right to the plants, but Adam strikes first on to Ask.
There go the Candelas, two separate players from Black Dragons looking for a vantage point on in. Hornet down below making an awful lot of noise, and are you just not aware that you are losing the floor beneath you? Guto with the diffuser in hand, dropped by Packer. Now it's Nuxka's turn to take up the mantle, and he wins the engagement against Packer. Looking for yet another, still staring down the barrel of his gun. Over top of that diffuse kit. He does not have permission from his teammates to attempt the plant. Maybe he got it from Florio as Uzi taken care of. They'll smoke him out. Does Nuxka survive? No, but the diffuser goes down all the same. It's working for Black Dragons, but now the final two players need to desperately watch this diffuse case. Bino from above. Adam and Giddy will likely try to tackle this head on. Both Adam and Giddy very low HP. Adam sitting on that diffuser. Florio twisting around, taken out from Giddy, who goes for the vault out. Now it's Hornet's turn on deck. Giddy and Bino still upright. Hornet from below, taking out Giddy. Bino doing some serious damage, but ultimately running out of time. Now he's sitting on the diffuse case. It's Hornet's turn to get into the action. He doesn't have information, and there he does it through the floor. Well played by Bino, but he's just a little bit too slow to get on the case or get the kill on the Hornet earlier on. Just as you had theorized. A 3-3 first half, Jesse.
Yeah, and it comes off some great play from Hornets as well. Playing down below on that Deimos. He's been their Deimos player all stage long, right? He's been the one who offside operator when they need one. It's the second most played op that he has, just outside of IQ, I believe is primary operator on attack. Yes, it is. So really good stuff coming from down below. That's a tough bomb site to hold, right? Because if you're not holding below, which they aren't, and you're not holding above, because typically, like, if the attacker's open IT wall, you can't really hold above. Your only way to deny that is horizontally, and other than Toxic Babes and C4s, that's really hard to do, because they get a window right there to cover you if you try to push up and stop that plant from going down. So the smoke was there from Bino, but the pressure that Bino had from down below, the Deimos that was tracking him and killing him from the bottom floor with that pistol, made it so awkward for him to try to toss out those Toxic Babes. Very similar to the situation that we see on Consulate top floor. In fact, we saw that in this series. If you'll cast your mind back 2 hours, very similar situations were happening. Last time we saw that situation, it wasn't fast enough. The smoke in that situation up above was still able to stall the plant for quite a bit of time. I believe it was Packer, but this time the same mistakes are not made. Black Dragons are very quickly able to deal with that smoke. They get the plant down, and when they post-plant, that's a very good spot to be in.
Yeah, very challenging. Especially to get, it's hard to get the plant down, but once you get the plant down, it's harder to retake if you've lost control of the site. Oh my.
Both teams have committed this sin at this point.
Well, CL Pharrell that's left. That default came up this time, Jesse. It's still up.
Yep.
Ask knows Packer's location.
Packer droned Ask, though. I mean, he's on the vigil, so he might not have seen his exact spot, but I think Ask realizes he got droned as well. There's equal info on both sides. If you jump out, you're going to get killed. So they both just call it off.
A wise move. Let's look at what happened in that first half. By the way, people want to know the numbers? Well, we'll give it to you. Opening pick conversions only mattered in 2 of the 6 rounds. The team that got first blood did not win 4 of those 6. Both times, by the way, it was CL Pharrell. CL Pharrell got first pick in round 1 and 4, won the rounds off of that. In this round, though, it's Black Dragon striking first. How much is it going to matter? Well, an awful lot more as they get 2 first picks, not just 1. Much harder for you to climb out of.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough spot. They've got a lot of utils still. I mean, the Deimos Tracker can get you some picks back. The Ram up above will get you good opportunities to work the floorboards. Everybody other than Ask has rotated back to the site. Ask is top floor. Meanwhile, he is the sole roamer at the top of lobby stairs, holding an angle. Nobody will push him. He's got the boss G. That thing will one-shot down at the very least from almost any range. Parker, they have no idea that Ask is up there unless Ask has a tremendous bait. He's bound to get at least 1 pick here, maybe more.
Uzi's letting those boogies do their work. There's the last one to go out, not just tearing through the floor effortlessly, but hiding the footsteps, hiding the sounds of where these advances are going to come from. Bino doing more damage to the middle bars than to Nuxka, as Ask is just waiting for the all clear, and he finds it. Down goes Bino, still lording over top of these 2 attackers. Now it's Uzi taking some damage, Ask dropping, finding all the kills that he needs, and he finds yet another. Put that one into montage. A nice final kill for Ask, a huge round for him. Black Dragons take the lead.
Can we just go as a team somewhere? Like all work the same spot? Like we need to get info better upstairs. We need to try taking Aqua. We need to open the Aqua doors. Like, I don't think the Aqua door was open. Okay, come on. Like, let's wake up. Let's push together. Like, calm what we're doing. Calm what we're seeing. I didn't get a single piece of info that whole round. Of like who's playing where.
Upstairs.
Certainly no intel at all on Ask. We saw that playing out in real time in front of us on that Vigil. Completely undroned, big misplay by Steel for Life. Right after the default cam, also in that round, was not shot out. Remember, it was Ask inside of Kitchen who was watching that default cam, almost jumped out. I think that really does speak to kind of the experience and the patience of a player like Ask, who's been on so many top-level teams and who's been at so many top-level events. Maybe a lesser experienced player would have jumped out that kitchen window as soon as he saw that he had intel on the camera. Probably would have died, as the attacker of Packer also had intel there, and would have been able to get that late 3K flank going off that Ask was willing to go for. Sometimes it's about picking your battles and knowing when it's not your best opportunity. Ask chose not to engage, backed off, and had a much better opportunity later on that won them the round eventually. So beautifully played by him. And now they take the lead in this game, 4-3, CL for Life. Off to an early advantage for sure. Looked like they were the better team at the start of this, but it doesn't last long.
Attacking is usually the harder side for these teams, especially in experienced squads, so CL Pharrell might have their work cut out for them. Though neither of these teams have really looked unbeatable. It has been a slog between both of them. Map 1 was probably the least technical of all. There you go, you got it. Of all the matches. Clear way in now to IT. Is the only thing that was stopping that exothermic charge from going off was that mute jammer. It's could have been paired up with 2 of those shock wires from the Bandit in the hands of Florio. All quiet now as we get very close to the halfway point of the round.
So we step 1 on this site, right? Open up the IT wall, most important wall on the entire map. They've got it open now, so they can move on to step 2, which is probably going to be deciding between if you want to go rafters or if you want to go kind of in through connector. You can push both if you'd like as well, but oftentimes teams don't really have the bodies to push all of those angles while still getting trades. Packer over by meeting took a little bit of damage just moments ago. Down to 60 HP. Seems to suggest they're going more towards connector in this buck play as well, starting to open up just below the site, find this mirror if they can. Pop the mirror windows, but also a kill. You would not be mad about that. Connector wall open now, job done. That's step 2 of the plan with 60 seconds still to go. If they get this pick, that's huge. Getting on 2 HP and 1 from Guto. The shotgun gets it done. 1 health remaining and Ask finds the head of Packer. Means it's a 2-man advantage nonetheless.
Ask having yet another terrific round. It feels like almost all 7 of these kills have come in the final 6 minutes. Hornet and Florio, the final 2 kills, you wouldn't know it because you were blind on your screen just as they were. Black Dragons get another round. Getting ever closer to pushing CL Pharrell down into a day with destiny named CAG Osaka.
I know, but I'm not playing to go for that. And then Adam, you gotta go ace.
It's gonna be storage, bro. It's gonna be storage. Guys, they're giving pressure every single round. They're giving up pressure for us, you know? So we can go fast at them. We can really just execute fast as fuck on them, bro. Literally, they're giving us the space, you know? Just play for the trades, gun up, and go, bro. Literally. They're literally giving us space, bro. We're playing like bitches. Do a default clear and go fast, bro. Fuck it. I don't care.
Guys, pick the right ops, and we gotta go quicker.
Refrag together. We're not refragging together. We're always dying one by one.
We need to wait. Just wait for when we clear a step. We gotta go. We can't die. Just don't die. Like, Giddy, you get a free kill if I nade that guy out of E-box and he has to run back to you. I understand the warden's there, but if I time it with you, you get the kill. It's just.
Bodega correctly calling the bomb site as we'll finish up this TAC timeout. Taking a moment to talk to his team. That's going to be the TAC burned from both squads now.
Just don't play so, like, go get to the weed wall. We need to get the weed wall open.
As Black Dragons lead 5-3. They want to execute quickly. That's the key takeaway from that TAC timeout. They want to move fast. Black Dragons giving up a lot of space for free. They need to capitalize off of that. Those are the words from Coach Bodega here ahead of round number 9. The storage window, again, very vulnerable to fast executes, to fast takes. The only way to deny a plant there is upstairs in IT, which is easily denied, downstairs inside of assembly, which is easily denied, or in the site itself, which has a window staring at it. Makes it very, very awkward to deny unless you have a C4 or a toxic babe of some sort. So we'll see if CL for Life can find that gap, if they can find that execute. They want to go fast, but so does Ask. And with the Scorpion, he doesn't quite hit the shots he's looking for. No spawn peak, but no damage taken, so we'll forget it ever happened.
I'm sorry, the drones boosting just always make me giggle still. I don't care how long it's been in the game for. It's just always very funny. Very funny to me.
I love it when the Echo drones do it. That's my favorite.
Yeah. Why not? Be quick.
Just like CL Pharrell needs to be this round.
According to Packer.
And Bodega.
Packer having the worst game so far of his Tier 1 debut. Admittedly, it's not going to get much easier for him on attack. He finds a lot of success as a defender.
Yep.
I mean, you're going to lose the drone. You might as well pay somebody, right?
Sure. I mean, opening the walls now, this is very default from CL for Life. That's what they kind of wanted to do. Packer down below. This is exactly what Ask did just a few rounds ago. You should be able to remember how well that went for Black Dragons. It went exceptionally well. So if they can replicate that success, CL for Life can actually get some legs underneath them, get some momentum going. They currently have the Warden tracked. It was the Smoke previously. This time it's going to be the Warden who's in sight. That's the one you want to clear out, right? That's the guy who's not going to get flashed. He can see through your smokes. If you take him out of the picture, then there's nothing really stopping you from jumping in the storage window and planting. But not finding him just yet. It looks like Packer might be going up the cargo stairs instead. Nuxka is taking plenty of damage on that Warden, despite the fact that no tracks have come out. He retreats now, the jump in from the IQ, an immediate jump out from Uzi. Trying to bait a C4, but nothing being brought.
Down goes Packer. He's slaughtered by Ask, and there have been a lot of kills for CL Pharrell. They're happening when they're looking in the wrong direction. Ask is just feasting upon this team. Another round, another double kill for him. It's all up to Bino in a 1v4, and the magic that has surrounded CL Pharrell feels like it's slowly fading. 2 lined up, Ask gets his 3rd kill of the round, and Black Dragons move on to series point.
Words being said about playing together and playing fast, none of that happened that round. You go very slow, and then when there's 60 seconds left in the round, Packer solo walks up the cargo stairs, doesn't use any of his Deimos utility, immediately dies to Ask.
But he coming from tellers.
I mean, I thought Adam was going to go that side.
Adam was dead. Can we all clear top? Can we all clear top?
Yeah.
Let's all just go, like, open Ecuador, like, we just gotta play together, dude. We gotta play trades. We haven't traded a single round. We're just all dying one by one by one.
Ask finding both Packer and Adam by playing inside of Tellers was the key kickoff of that round that helped things go well for Black Dragons. Now they lead on match point. 1 round is all they need to go face G2 in a promotion match. Winner of that will, of course, make it into our second phase, the Swiss phase of our event, where they will be playing with all of the best teams in the world. CL4L, if they lose 1 of the next 3, they'll be down to face KAG Osaka in the elimination match. The loser of that game finishes dead last. Never where you want to be. They're going to clear top. I got to say it, Parker. Packer, a little bit less excited. I'm starting to get tones of frustration in some of these.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, you can even sense it in the way that they speak to each other. It's totally different when, you know, you're doing okay and you're turning around and saying, yeah, it's fine. We just got to be better. But you've allowed Black Dragons to win 3 in a row at this point. Oh, my. And Bino missing that pocket EMP. None left.
That's tough. That's really tough. They have an IQ, too. They didn't need to guess. They didn't need to gamble. They took a couple extra seconds to move Adam down to the basement. They could have just spotted out the claws, and then you know exactly where it is.
Even experienced teams do this, though.
They do.
Even some of the most experienced teams that we've seen forget to shoot default cams. They forget to use their gadgetry. We had times where there'll be a soft hatch, and a Buck will walk in, leave it, and then a Hibana will X-Kairos the soft hatch. Why? Teams just sometimes forget. In the heat of things, there's a lot for you to mentally keep track of. A team like CL4L is obviously going to be feeling the heat at this particular moment, and they're bound to make more mistakes because of it.
You're absolutely right. They said we got to clear top floor as a team. Packer was begging with his squad to do just that, and they're attempting it here. Dealing some damage. Baguto wins the fight eventually. Uzi falls the first one here. He might be done in this game if his teammates can't clutch up in the 4v5. Everybody on Black Dragon still playing around this top floor. There is Guto inside of Cargo. A trade for Adam would be massive to start pulling this one back, but he rotates down the staircase now. Hornet does as well. It is only Ask who remains in the mid-floor inside a cafeteria. There he goes, running out on the Mozzie. Been a popular operator today, but at the moment he is, honestly, he's pretty committed at this point. He can still go down the vending stairs, but he's quite isolated away from the rest of his team. If they can move quick enough, they might be able to find a pick onto him and equalize it. That does assume they know where he is, of course.
Uzi having a really rough go of it as well. Nobody other than Adam really having a great match here on Labs. The numbers were okay until the second half came into effect, and then since then, it's been quite downhill for CL4L. Packer, a big kill. They need him motivated. They need his head in the game. He's starting off strong. Now it's Ask, though, to go under the radar. Diving down below the soft destruction, done on the wall, squaring up to the door frame. 30 seconds remain, and Black Dragons now find themselves in a very good spot. It will only get better. Another round where Ask gets a double kill, and just like that, the match is over. Black Dragons slaughtering CL4L on the back half of Nighthaven Labs. And that man with the silver hair, well, he very much deserves credit for it. Ask having a terrific defense. 2 kills in every single round on defense.
We saw the problem emerge on Consulate. It was temporarily hidden on Chalet, but it comes back in full force on Nighthaven. The roam clear from CL for Life, not quite good enough. Not able to find out those players, of course. Ask consistently lurking on the roam, being misdroned, and unable to spot him out before he comes back to cause devastating carnage. They knew that there was somebody in there. At some point, he was in cafeteria. They breached his wall, so he fell back. But they just assumed he fell back to site. He didn't. He never left that roam, and he came back for so much chaos. Really well played by Ask at the end of that. And from Black Dragons as a whole, I mean, some good aggressive moves there. Really did pick it up on the attack, more so than what we saw from CL for Life. And the same problems that afflicted both of these teams throughout this series really came back to haunt them in the last couple of rounds, attacking just too difficult for the Tier 2 team.
Yeah, things really did fall apart, but I mean, hey, that's what happens. Attacking on Nighthaven Labs is tough, and as I said, there's been a gradual shift on this map away from being as balanced as it was towards being a defender-sided map, especially with operator bans playing a big role in that. This particular matchup is exactly where I thought it would be. It's a defender-sided struggle. Black Dragons having the better side through the second half. They had motivation, they had momentum, and they've got more experience too. They've been here. If you've never played international competitions, talk to some of these players, and they will tell you that even a single best of 3 can be very mentally fatiguing. Far more than when you're at home, playing on your own computer, at your own desk, in your own clothes. It's totally different when you're on foreign soil, playing in a foreign country, on a foreign system. It can be mighty tough. They win each other's maps, but it's Black Dragons to seal the deal. Winning Nighthaven Labs, and BD will play up against G2 just as Ali Mao wanted.
Exactly. That means the Black Dragons have secured a date with their former player of Loira, who played for Black Dragons in Stage 1. Was a big part of that team. When he left, Black Dragons seemed to fall apart, but at the last moment, they have assembled themselves, and now they get their chance to prove that he wasn't their carry. They can do it just fine without him. That'll be tomorrow that they do play that game. Of course, CL for Life as well, going down to play against the Japanese team CAG Osaka in an elimination match. You don't want to be losing that one. I gotta hope that CL for Life got some good experience out of that game, but of course, it's never gonna be easy when you're playing for your life.
We have our winners for an interview, or in particular, one winner. Ask, nice to see you again. It's been a while since we spoke. My first question for you, in map number 1, you were repeatedly standing up and screaming over and over and over again. Was that for you to be motivated, or was that to scare your opponents?
I think it's for scare my opponent, but to motivate myself. I play with a lot of energy, so I think it's the combination of both.
Perfect. Was CL4L a more surprising team than you thought? Were they stronger than you thought they would be, or were they about where you expected?
On map 2 on Chalet, we really surprised us, and we not expect the play style of them. But I'm really upset with my team on Chalet. But they are a good team, so it's gonna. I expect the game for CL4L, but I think only on Chalet they surprise us.
Ask, on that final map of Nighthaven, you started playing very aggressively out on the defense, lots of big roams. You got misdroned a couple of times for huge impact. Did you choose to play up there on the roam because of something that you noticed or something you saw from CL for Life? Or why did you choose to play in those positions?
Yeah, I saw they droning badly, so I get some gaps on the map, and I just called my team, then I go lurking, and that's it.
When that happens, is that your teammates asking you to do this, or is this you making the call? Because my understanding is you are the IGL who makes a lot of these decisions.
I think the both. It's a combination, but I think so. It's more particular from me. So, yeah, that's
awesome.
it.
Last question for you. Tomorrow, you're going to play G2. In his exit interview, I asked Ali Mao who he wanted to play and who he thought would win. And he said he wanted to play Black Dragons and he thought that you would win. Are you excited for a matchup against 2 of your fellow countrymen, including Loira?
I think it's gonna be a famous match. My bad. It's gonna be a really, really funny match. A lot of screens from both sides. So that's it, man. Let's see who wins.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on your victory today. We'll see you in action tomorrow against G2.
Thanks,
Now, you're probably wondering what's going on from here on out. Well, we've got a bracket ready for you showing what to expect for tomorrow's play-ins. Because it's not just about today. There's a lot at stake here. Alpha and Team Falcons are going up against each other on the other stream right now. After that, it'll be Chiefs and FearX doing battle. As you can see on the screen, Black Dragons and G2 will fight for one spot to make it to Phase 2. As towards the bottom portion of the screen, it's CL Pharrell and CAG Osaka. The loser of that matchup will go home. Will we say goodbye to CAG Osaka early on in the major, as unfortunately we tend to say with them? Or will the Cinderella story of CL Pharrell, the only non-Tier 1 team here, end tomorrow?
We've had 3 great games already at the major, all of them going the distance. We've had 9 maps, the 9th being played right now in the B-Stream, Alpha versus Falcons. After that, Chiefs, Fear X. I just got a feeling that one's going to be great too. It would continue the trend for the day, another 3-mapper. I'm expecting to end us off for the night, but obviously all that action going to be over on the B-Stream. So do make sure that you're over there to catch those last couple of games. It's going to be very important. There's plenty more action still today to come. Of course, that's all going to be on Stream B, though.
You know what? I've got a great idea. Why don't, instead of us recommending they go there, what if we just send them there to the B stream? Because the A stream, we're done for the day. The rest of the way will be carried over by our friends on the B stream. See you later.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
think it was broader structural factors that still kind of were the death knell for Falcons that series. Big one being Hashom 3-12 by the end of the game. I mean, most of that game, he only had 1 kill. He only got those second 2 at the very end in like the last 4 rounds. So if you've got a player like Hashom who's playing important positions, playing important operators, and he is just getting smoked and dealing nothing in exchange, games are going to be difficult, and that might be the difference between a 7-8 loss and an 8-6 victory. We need to see him step it up here, because everyone else was pulling double digits. Everyone else was basically 10 kills or above, even if the costs were a bit wonky. Hashom's got to be here, because if not, it will be a close game.
It's like going from such a dominant first map to not even like a fraction of that unlimited power that we saw. That is concerning.
It felt like he couldn't be stopped on bank. It literally felt like everything he did just worked, and the opposite here. If he tried to do anything, we could not tell.
11-3 to 3-12.
Jesus, literally polar opposite almost.
Cost 40% versus 88%. I mean, that's a given, having a cost that high. But, you know, just like even something as simple as only having a 40% cost is
in 15 rounds
insane. That is really concerning, because you have so many ways in which you can add to your costs, and the fact that it's that low, you've had that little impact.
Yeah, and
it hurts.
It hurts a lot. It hurts a whole lot. And if that trend continues, Alpha Team have a pretty massive way into the series. If the Falcons star player just is struggling to put numbers on the board. Operator bans have begun and ended, as you all just saw. And a couple interesting ones. We have the Deimos ban coming back, but this time it was banned by Falcons both times. This time it was banned by Alpha Team, which I think just makes a whole lot of sense on Nighthaven broadly, even if they haven't been banning it. On Nighthaven, you have a lot of soft floors, and if you were to give Hashom deathmark trackers on say like a second floor attack, and he gets into dining and can shoot you through the floor, yeah, he's getting more than 3 kills. I'm sorry, like that's just gonna be how it is. So banning the Deimos for Alpha Team makes sense, but the Pulse is especially interesting. I mean, I can see the reason why. It's just, think of the operators you leave up. You leave up Azami, you leave up Fenrir, Valkyrie on this map, all to really focus on a guy whose main job is on a couple sites, going down below and playing for vertical, whether it's second floor, him rotating onto the first, or control. To be fair, the first site Alpha Team have gone to, you're worried about him going down below and going for a C4. Like, I get the uses they want to counter, but you only get 1 defensive ban. For you to pick that?
Yeah. I feel like I haven't seen it since, like, Consulate of old. Like...
it's really a bold ban with all the other.
Surely.
Well, I think that is the reason, what I just said, and I think a lot of teams will use that on their defenses, and they're worried about Falcons doing it on theirs. But again,
that was beautiful.
I love it when teams do that. It's so good.
Oh, that was orgasmic from Falcons.
Well, but the funny thing is like, oh man, you could have just dealt with the Pulse that way. Like I know
it's like a circle.
I know it's a different team. It's Alpha Team that banned the Pulse, but like if you're on the attack, you could just do that. So again, we'll see how badly it impacts them, and clearly they want to make use of some of those strong operators, the Valkyrie, the Fenrir early on. They're running both. I'm sure we'll likely see a Zami on a second floor defense, and the Bandit might be gone, and that's obviously unfortunate. Not a big harm in utility. Losing that C4 would be nice, but the big problem is Falcons have basically eliminated the guy holding bottom floor early on. If you want to play from below, you're going to have to rotate somebody down later, and you're at a 4v5.
No way Rosie peeks that. There's no way. He's just seen 3 flashes getting yeeted from far beyond the staircase. At least there's a trade in there. The guard's going down. That is the shield. And it might open things up a little bit, but it's an explosion on site. Alpha cannot deal with these kills. And in a 1 versus 3, Slaters has it all to do. Oh, okay. I got excited for a second.
I did too, actually.
It was a microsecond where he swung that window, and I thought, we're on here.
It wasn't him swinging the window. It was him rotating out of sight and ready for the 1v1 and dining. I was like, okay, if he wins this, it's going to be hard, but he's at least now opened up the backside to rotate around. Doesn't have to just fully push into the site. He can go into control. He can all the way wrap around to garage. He's got options there now that he's taking down the backside pressure. But losing that fight obviously doesn't really matter, or doesn't matter in the end. Who did we see have the biggest impact on Falcons that round?
Hashom.
It was our boy Hashom. Maybe not getting necessarily a big 3K, but an important double kill as the attack was able to find the bandit early on. You've eliminated the C4 threat from below. As long as you control the rotates, you're fine. You've got a guy garage. Nobody can peek you from there. All you have to do is get a guy at dining to relieve the pressure. And what happens? Hashom walks in, wins 2 fights, completely hollows out the site with the 417, completely opens up the round for Falcons right there. Not that they were struggling, but at that point, you've gone from like a stalemate to, all right, you are firmly in control. And we wanted to see more from him. He's already got 2/3 of the kills he had on Kafe, and they were the most impactful 2 kills of the round. We'll see how consistent he is, but we're seeing what we needed to see from him right out of the gate.
Now we get to change to a site where I'm still split on how this plays out. Top floor for me can be either the most convincing or the most unconvincing thing I've ever seen. I feel as though the attacks, and again, I'm really speaking from a place of APAC here, so I'm not really, but APAC translates to both of these regions, so it kind of does help a little bit. It's just, it feels so
I think you're feeling about that, like, I don't think, in my experience, is as one-sided as maybe you've seen it. But I think there are feelings that like that what you're saying is born out of, right? And I think the big thing is, are you watching an attacking team that is good at rotating? Are you watching an attacking team that can open up the IT breach and convincingly rotate to garage? Are they a team that can open up connector and then rotate to aqua? Can they do any combination of these things? Because it's basically like a puzzle, right? Do you want to put IT next to a connector push? Do you want to put Aqua next to an IT push? If you have a team that is really good at working these angles and these rotations, you're really strong. Or if you have a team that does that, maybe you struggle a bit more.
Oh my word. That's one of the more unique ways to fight I have ever seen.
Honestly, it kind of doesn't really matter. You still got a guy garage. Maybe it affects the attack, but really it's like 2 people died. It's a 4v4. That's worse for the attack just because they have more to do. But actually, I guess, have they given up garage now? Oh, yeah, the zombie's gone. She was here like 20 seconds ago, but she's gone now.
Now Falcons have to keep an eye on time. There's no way they're prone again taking another fight.
They're just waiting for them to peak, man. They are... I know it obviously looks silly with the Maverick, but clearly the strategy, as we have more data to look at, it's paying off. Alpha Team are trying to re-aggress, trying to take control, and now they found a second. They know where Hashom is, though. Yeah, that's not happening, buddy. You got...
I'm sorry.
Finish off the down player. You've just allowed it to be...
No way!
What is going on?
What is happening so far in this round?
He's got 4 Kiva barricades. What was he doing in garage?
There's 40 seconds left on the clock. I mean, this could burn out a significant amount of time. But Bastion in E, is this the play? Will they be able to try and capture the attention? At least from Slater's perspective, does find one. Now the alarm bells start to ring. Falcons, this is how rounds slip away. He's aggressed. What's going on? Guards doesn't manage to find him, but in the end, Hashom is there.
They're both low.
And Bastion in a 1 versus 2 don't have the long angle to play from. He's going to have to get up close and personal on this fight.
C4. Oh my god, the boat.
This has been around to forget, but Bastion could make it one to remember. What a shot! Clears the head angle.
One more shot, one more bullet, and Hashom is dead.
This is an awkward fight. Does he know that he's still on site? He swings perfectly. We said it in this opening round that Hashom had to be the difference maker. And he is certainly making a difference here on Labs.
I don't know about the switch to the revolver right there. I think we got a little panicky in that 1v2 because he had a C4, and you don't know the guy's bomb chassis, but that's a very obvious angle in your mind that you've got to clear. Yeah. If they have planted in the other bomb site, if you've walked up through command and there's nobody there, you know obviously they planted the diffuser at that point. Where is somebody probably going to be? The bomb chassis behind it. It's the most protected angle when you don't have the other site, but you have garage control. And so I think getting up close on the door, trying to C4, obviously got to be worried about the swing, but at least you might divide his crosshair. You quick peek, throw the C4, and back out. Hashom's got to look at it. You at least get information, and he's probably got to move as well. Then he decides to swing with the revolver. I think Alpha Team just getting a little nervous, unfortunately, but definitely Hashom. We had a double kill round 1, a triple kill to follow it up that round. He is back these first 2 attacks, winning a 1vx as well there. Took a breather on Kafe, but he is right back to his bank form the first 2 rounds of Night.
More duels won in 1 round than he had in 15.
Yeah.
That just contextualizes what we're talking about. I'm only going to say it one more time and then I'm not going to talk about it. That may have been one of the more comical rounds I've ever seen.
That fight between
3 prone fights.
That fight, well, also the fight between Slaters and the Thermite.
Like, what is going on? J-Lad's early into the building as well.
He's sprinting with a pistol in command. He's just like, let me get in there. Anyway, sorry.
Again,
really fun.
An entertaining round that I don't think we'll ever be able to replicate.
Wait, what? When did Valkyrie die?
Yeah, that's what I said. J-Lad, that's what I was saying. J-Lad just ran in and found an entry.
You said J-Lad was in the building. He literally died so quietly, I didn't even register that somebody died. I was like, oh, cool, J-Lad's in. That's fine. Oh, he shot the Valkyrie. I missed that. That's why you don't laugh and close your eyes, I guess. But
how dare you enjoy the...
Yeah, that's my bad. Joy. That's that one's on me. But J-Lad.
I do like the re-aggression from Ragnar. I actually wouldn't mind seeing him creep up a little bit more, maybe try to force a fight. I mean, this is always the awkward point of a defensive round. Minute 30 on the clock, Falcons have a lot of control around the map. They don't have first floor just yet, but you've got to look for a pick.
You do, and that's ultimately the big thing. You'd feel in a 4v5 that you don't want to take that gamble, but look at what Falcons have. It's not like they're only just getting onto the second floor. They've already opened things up. They have already started putting boogie drones down. So Rovy's really got to try to take a fight here, not necessarily stay the whole time, but he's denying important control and making it a 4v4, winning that gamble, and then playing your life. That is a massive for the defense if they can land it.
Even just his presence here is enough to potentially frustrate the Falcons.
Really good.
We didn't really need to take that fight. I feel as though there were so many other things that could be worked on for Falcons. Did they have a drone on him that entire time as well? I mean, that would be devastating to know. Now Guards is in a good position to trade this back, and with Dove finding the kill on the Bastion, it almost makes it a certain thing that Rovy's going to have to peek again. And you can see they're starting to collapse on him. He's going to have more angles to fight with. But have they just completely negated that? They've just completely left him alone.
I mean, they don't need to. I mean, sure, there's these vertical angles you got to worry about, but they just push in the moment after he peaks. Really good recognition from Falcons. Of course, we got the Legion rotating around here. It might win that fight, but simply just too much time to rotate. That diffuser's going to go down. You're in a 1v4 at that point. Maybe you're able to get a double on the player covering in the diffuser, but there's just so much manpower for Falcons. 3-0 right now. Alpha Team faced a similar moment on Bank. Did not win a single round. Falcons won 3 in a row. They immediately took a tactical timeout. See if that happens here. I imagine it will. Given what I said earlier, their attacks have been the problem. On Kafe, the attacks are the problem for both of them.
No attack.
Okay. I think that's a bit of a bold move. Not that the defenses have been like if we're comparing halves for Alpha Team, this still clears the Bank attacks by a country mile. We are still way beyond the Bank attacks. Like, it's not great, but there was just nothing happening for like most of those rounds. So it made a lot of sense to get a tactical timeout there. But you're down 0-3, and attacks have been the struggle for Alpha Team on both maps.
Yep.
And it was only a struggle for Falcons on one map, to be fair, because they went up 6-0 and all they had to do was win one. Could have been a struggle there. We don't know. But if you're Alpha Team, you're starting on the defense, and we are consistently seeing you be the weaker team on attack. Even if those 2 rounds on Kafe were great, you got to be running up the score here. I said a 4-2 might be workable for Falcons. It's at best a 3-3.
Yep.
Maybe they disagree with kind of my view of the win conditions for the half. Maybe they will have some really solid Nighthaven attacks. That's possible.
Yeah.
But a 3-3 on what has been the side that has saved you, Kafe, that saved that map for you, it's looking really risky. It's looking really risky, and clearly the coach is confident.
Well, there's 2 parts to that conversation. One, Alpha, obviously, like, very clearly they know something, right? They know that something's not right, and they've identified it without needing to go straight into attack. But secondly, for me, Alpha need a buffer. And not just because, oh, you want to try some things on attack. No, my reasoning is they are right now, I don't know whether they are in the normal league, but they are playing purely on confidence and purely on momentum. You saw it on Kafe. When they started stringing rounds together, they strung rounds together. And that, for me, is a clear indicator. If you don't have that buffer, if you don't have those couple of rounds to play into, you're going to get into trouble.
Speaking of buffers, by the way, Falcons have taken everything away from them. They've pushed so many of these defenders back to the site. The only guy on the board is Ragnar down below, and in a 5v4, they can likely cut this guy off, wait for him to rotate back. They even bait out some utility, and they find him. Hashom cuts him down below, 2 kills him for the round, but look at the fight back from Alpha Team. I don't even know how that's happened.
Nice trade, though. Nice trade. We needed to see that. An immediate reaction from Falcons, and now Slater's stuck in a corner. C4 over the top, but he won't get anything. Falcons are fired up and here to play on Labs.
And whatever maybe the coach saw or maybe didn't see and just opted to try and save it in case of a situation like this, you are going to lose this half now. You are going to lose this. It will be a 2-4. There we go. We will see the tactical timeout. And if there was a gamble that we could figure things out, it unfortunately did not pay off. Now, to be fair, not necessarily like there was some broader strategic failing, at least from anything I saw. You just had Hashom able to walk into the building, take control of the parts of the map that Alpha Team were not contesting. And when it came time to actually fight the players, Ragnar was roaming around and just didn't know the Dokkaebi was in the building because Hashom had just effectively evaded the cameras, evaded capture by the defense, able to get that second kill, gets a first one earlier on as well. Another massive individual performance from Hashom in that round, getting that 5v3, the buffer that they ended up needing because it very quickly got equalized. And then, of course, the Garage player as well, making that a 3v2. The two kind of big moments I saw in that round for Falcons to, even though it slipped away, to convert that momentum established early on into a victory. But overall, you're down 0-4. Falcons have seemed to get whatever they want, but more importantly, Hashom is just fired up and ready. Dove 2 also 7-2 at the moment. This is a big individual game for Falcons. It is not necessarily the team outplaying them, but they are setting up two players really, really well. And they are hitting every ball out of the park at the moment. And now that you are only guaranteed 2 defenses, we're reaching the point where the game isn't looking over necessarily, but, I mean, these attacks better be real good.
I totally agree that the attack should come out in third. Seeing what's happening at the moment, like when you said it in the third round, it's kind of like, oh yeah, look, I think Alpha have still been in the round, so it still look competitive. But like when you contextualize it, that now Falcons can go 4-2 on attacking half.
They've got their better side up next.
Like it's absolutely devastating for Alpha in this discussion, and reminding everyone, for those at home, and you have them, but this is a double elimination bracket. This is not like a groups. This is not like a round-robin competition. This is like do or die. And right now, Alpha are staring right down the barrel of getting knocked down and potentially out within their next game.
Exactly, and of course, if that does happen, Alpha Team do lose this game, they will play the loser of the Chiefs Fear X game we have coming up after this.
So Fear X.
Yeah, so that's rude. You saw Oda on the way in. You're just gonna disrespect them like that?
No, as in like the Chiefs are gonna wait. Did I say?
Oh wait, I'm stupid.
Yeah,
I'm stupid.
Yeah,
you said in
okay.
the losers bracket.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Well, that's awfully biased of you to say.
No, me biased.
Blitz execute potentially coming in as a lot of flashbangs go into the electrical position. Still likely just trying to bait out any swings, but here's the hop in. Shotgun close in the door though. Gotta be careful for it.
Ready for these swings, guards.
Not the team flash.
Yeah, we love a good team flash. Look, it slows it down.
But allows him to reposition. He can throw the C4 now.
Yeah, but the pillar control, the pressure from the Mad. That C4 goes over the top, does absolutely no damage, and that was really his only lifeline. All 5 players are starting to crunch in around him. How is God so low?
What is going on?
How is Bastion being able to get that kill? That is a pivotal kill for Alpha right now. That is a big win condition on pretty much any round that you see someone with a shield. Someone's reaggressed up top as well. It was Slater's, but he's taken down.
Jesus
Ragnar,
Christ.
in the meantime, has found something. But that just fell apart, and I still don't know how. I still don't know why.
There's a guy. Okay. Okay. Clearly not checking, not even checking his corners, just checking his feet. checking the bottom half of his vision. 5-0 now for Falcons. The Hashom improvement is almost getting comical at this point. We had double kills to start, triple kills in the middle, and the second round of the half, he gets a 4K.
I just...
like, did he really just need to take a breather on Kafe? Was he like, did he power off and save up the energy and is now just like using it on Nighthaven?
It's like a battery.
I got, like, what's going on?
At least on charge.
Wait, I thought he had a 4K. I thought I saw him showing 4K.
I saw triple. I don't know if he did get the last kill.
I feel like you should have more kills than this. Then I feel like maybe that just goes to show really how dominant this performance has been. Like, he's obviously doing great at 9-1, but literally in my brain, I'm like, this guy should have like 18 kills.
He's getting ghost kills.
this guy should literally be like, have a 15.0 KD with the impact it feels like he's having. And
it's like the opposite of the shoe read kills.
Yeah, exactly.
Game. We were sitting in the green room just to contextualize what I'm saying, because that just got brought up out of nowhere. You know, CAG in
on
their
the first
opening match against G2, Shurid goes like 18-3 in the first, I don't know, half or whatever it was. And we just looked at each other and we were like, what?
It was like, wait, when did he get all these kills? Like, when did that happen?
I think the rest of the team had a combined 12 kills.
Literally, there were
just sitting there
were
18.
2 people with 2 kills, 1 guy with 4.
Yeah,
like,
it was wild.
I think it was like 11 kills total, but yeah, it was ridiculous. Yeah. But I mean, it's at least in terms of cultural impact, it's the same thing right here for Hashom. But the 9-1 is still very, very impressive. It might have been a 4K, it might not have been, but it was still a really, really strong play, hitting that backstep on the Dokkaebi, getting the final kill as well. 6-0 half, another one. This would be the second for Falcons in this series so far. Just how did we get here? I mean, what a fight that Alpha team put up on Kafe. Sure, weak attacks to start, but really, really competitive on that opposite side. Man, it is just a different ball game on these maps when you don't have...
Oh, there's no... What? Can you explain to me what we just saw?
I'm sorry, you can't be losing that, Cleet.
You lost to an upside-down rappel when you had the advantage.
Dove was so nervous, the AK-12 recoil was going crazy for him. He was struggling to pull straight down. He still got the kill. He's got almost half HP. Then can I even say the nerves are kicking in? They won the last map. It seemed like the confidence was going their way, but I mean, obviously you have Hashom making a big comeback, him, Dove, and I guess now J-Lad as well, putting up decent numbers, but mainly the first 2. And there is just nothing going on for Alpha Team, except this. Ragnar given a 1v1 as Robbie hops in the window without any support. You need moments like that, and there it goes.
Showing things. 10-1 now. Making this a no contest. Alpha, they have to get around here. I mean, it might already be done. It might already be done. A 3 versus 3. As things slow down, even if it's just for a second, Rafter's control completely taken a shot. He's made his way back around. Roby doesn't hear the audible cue, and Ragnar is left to try and find 3. At least he gets the first. The hurdle has been hopped. Across the corner now, and it's just nothing left. Hashom is just absolutely dunking on Alpha right now.
Dude, the confidence on Hashom in a clinical or like a critical 2v1, you got to close that out to get the 6-0. He's got such confidence in the SMG-12. He hits the hip fire, the flank too. You could have just covered that. You didn't even need to do it. He's like, nope, I'm just that good with this gun. I'll figure it out. Man, oh man, I am really kind of befuddled by that engagement between him and the Doc on the Aqua Stairs. Maybe he was just nervous that somebody could be at the door. But, I mean, you know, the barbed wire Q hitting it can be a bit quiet, but it looked like he was aware.
I thought he was.
It looked like he turned around and started walking forward towards the Aqua Stairs. Maybe he actually was just, like, generally conscious of the fact that somebody could hit a flank and didn't hear the cue. But I guess he just straight up didn't, because he checks the door, and that's the perfect opportunity for Hashom. In that case, you're just kicking yourself as the Doc, like, Jesus, I check an angle, and of course he's on the other one.
He's right there.
Yeah, it's just insult to injury when that caps off in another 0-6 half, the second time, and it's on bank. It was Falcons' weaker side over the course of the whole series, being their attacks. That was their weaker side that they won 6 rounds in a row on.
Yep.
That was it.
I mean, unfortunately for Alpha, I think this one's in the books. I think, it is in the books. There's come back 6-0 when you don't have a core 5.
When it's on your worst side.
Like the odds are not even like stacked against them would not even be the right
It's
phrase.
the kind of bet that if you make this, you shouldn't bet.
Yeah. Like Elvis has more chance of being alive.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Like, it's not happening.
And I think guards might put a stop to it straight away. That's a free peek from Dove from behind. Now prone.
Hold up, he's planting.
There's no way he sticks that plant.
Oh,
Smoke
good
really
fadeaway.
forces them out. And even further.
Okay, that third one that second one was low. Okay.
He's cleared it.
To be fair, I think there might have been a smoke grenade there, so he didn't know. He did clear it. That is all of them gone, and you don't have any C4s to follow up on, so with those vertical angles cleared, it's only a 4v4, and guards has 1 HP. This is a winnable round. You really would have liked to have that utility, but with the shield alive, with the low HP for the smoke, the lack of plant denial utility, except for maybe the Vulcan packs, there's something in here for Alpha Team, especially with like 3 people still on site. Yeah, of course this guy's brown behind a desk, of course.
It's a shame. What did you expect? There's no way he goes to that peak. They're probably just turning the corner. Drone obviously directly on top of him, but this is... There we go. We got there. Alpha really don't know where to attack, don't know what they want to do just yet. They're trying to clear out some of these roamers to push in. Yes, 3 people are down, 4 people.
Oh, the game's
and
over.
That is done and dusted. Falcons.
Remember when it was an 8-7 on map 2?
I don't even know what has just happened. That has gone from one of the more competitive maps to a no contest from Alpha.
It was more dominant than Bank.
It was more
Alpha
dominant
Team
than Bank.
settled into the game. They had a momentum-boosting 8-7. Then they get 7-0 on the next map. And I mean, obviously, you know, we can give kind of, you know, the normal excuses we give. Not a full roster. It's going to happen. But, man, that is just like, that is an insane momentum shift from the second to the third map. I mean, that maybe was closer than Bank, but it wasn't close.
No, it was not close at all. Unfortunately for Alpha Team, you know, we came into this best of 3 and said, we set the expectations. This is going to be one of the hardest campaigns you could ever have at an international event, and it's showing right now.
And you know what? Let's say this. They got a map.
Yep.
You're in a situation where you are in beyond a disadvantaged position. With all the factors you already said that I won't relitigate here. Just getting map is very nice. It's super cool. You had a really competitive 8-7, really fun map to watch, especially to play, I imagine, for them. And sure, you lost, but at least you had that victory. At least you were there, and the maps you lost were your opponent's pick and a decider that can play somewhat similarly to the map they beat you on earlier. So it kind of makes sense. It's a bit disappointing, but I see how it happened.
I got my prediction right.
Oh my god, you actually got your prediction right.
I got my prediction.
I can't believe you just got your prediction right. I'm so mad. I'm actually fuming at that. Are you kidding me?
All's well that ends well, my friend.
That. You got, oh my god.
That's
I'm actually,
wild.
Was more dominant than Bank. Not even honestly, their map pick. It was more dominant than Bank. Well, see, this is the interesting thing, because we can get into a bit of a debate here. Like, it was a more dominant scoreline.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was a more dominant game.
I think there were only 2 rounds where Alpha really had a foot in the door.
On Nighthaven?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe on...
It honestly, like, I think just, like, the thing for me is, like, it just felt like they were at least getting, like... This is very comparative, I'm about to say. It felt like they were getting at least 1 more kill per round than they were on Bank. It felt like at least they were winning 1 more fight in a round on a consistent basis than they were on Bank, because we were 5 rounds into Bank, and they had 5 kills.
Okay, I'll concede. Absolutely.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like, they were averaging 1 kill a round in a 5-round game on Bank. Here... maybe it was only 2, but that's still a 100% increase from what we were talking about on Bank.
I don't even know. I actually don't even know.
I'm telling you. Trust me, everyone. Trust me. If you got the eye test, okay? If you're a ball knower, and by that, I mean you can count kills. And that's assuming I'm right, because I can't remember off the top of my head. That felt like a more competitive game in that at least Alpha Team were winning a little bit more of the fights.
We'll say it's close.
A little bit.
We'll say it's close.
Really, the scoreboard is not lending a lot of credence to my argument.
It's not at all. Like, I actually think the cost is nearly directly the same as the bank performance.
Kind of, dude, 86% from Slaters, I gotta say.
Yeah, Slater actually performed quite well. This is on bank.
Okay, I'm looking at bank. Okay, what do we have here? We got a 110 EPS from one guy. The highest on bank was 74, which is second. But the problem is you had two people in the 70s, but now you got the same people in the 60s, the 50s, and the 40s. So really, statistically, this was a more competitive game.
Well,
now was it because one guy did better than the team did on bank? Yes. The answer is yes. However, because of that one performance, it was more competitive. It was still a 7-0. Listen,
it was good enough.
At the end of the day, I can be annoying and argue all I want. It was a blowout. I mean, this was overall. This was not a close series. We obviously had a very close 8-7, but I mean, the maps that Falcons won were maybe about 2/3 of the time it took to play map 2.
Yeah. Honestly,
like combined.
I'm not even joking. I think that you would be right. Dove with a sleeper performance here.
Yeah,
I honestly didn't expect it to be that. That's really solid.
I mean, he got 10 of those kills on the second map. I think it was just a very consistent game for him throughout every single map. When Hashom, you know, him and Robbie, obviously two of the second highest rated players. Hashom just had that massive fall off on map 2, but Robbie had a really great second map, even though they lost. A lot of his kills came from map 2. He, I think, like 14 or 15 kills by the end of that game?
15 kills.
And he's got 23 overall. So he only got 4 kills on average on the other maps. So, I mean, kind of an awkward place to have your best performance of the series. But it really was a Hashon Dove game, I think, in the maps that they won. When Falcons were dominating, it's when those two guys were putting in the work. And we got to give credit to Robbie for that map 2 performance. But on the maps they won, it was Dove and Hashon all the way through.
And I mean, look, you look on the other side, and you've just got to be hopeful for Alpha, who now go up against the loser
of Chiefs Fear-X. Fear-X, as you said. We don't know that. They beat G2.
Look at me.
They beat G2.
Look at me.
Come on.
Do you know who Chiefs are?
I know they've got Oda. They got a guy named Player.
He's not playing.
I know, but it's just funny. He's got a guy.
I know.
I do know who Chiefs are. They got Tex, my boy.
They've got
the big dog from back in the day.
We
got Tex right here. We got Tex on the broadcast. I don't know. You got any final thoughts other than wow, that was a real bummer of a series for maps 1 and 3?
Yeah, that was really tough.
It was tough, wasn't it?
It was, and that's my first cast.
Yeah,
in
good
3
intro.
years,
Welcome back to casting, buddy.
I love it.
It's always fun.
So
if you want to take an insight, if you want to know what our least favorite games are, it's the games where you like start getting hyped for a close map, and then the momentum just keeps shifting. It's like, oh, dominant. Oh, dominant. It's like, you can't find the rhythm. Those are our least favorite games. And that was your welcome back.
My second least favorite is when there's a dominant first map and then they start going decently strong. They take the lead in the second map and then they throw the lead and we go to a third map.
Or that was rude. That was so mean. I mean, they lost, but you know. I guess they'll play Fear-X later, according to you. Or they could play Chiefs later. As we do have one more game up on the B stream. This was just the first game. So we've got Chiefs and Fear-X up next, Rob. And we'll be saying bye to you because thankfully Sam is back and I don't like you. So that works out very well for me. Chiefs win, I take it.
Is the sky blue?
Their logo's blue.
Well, then you've got your answer. The sky's blue and the logo's blue. They're going through.
Well, did you mean to rhyme that just then?
Look, sometimes.
It works out quite well. But I mean, I think for Chiefs Fear-X, I'm probably leaning Chiefs as well. Personally, I think it'd be okay.
Really? Are you actually?
Yeah, actually. Oh. I'm not just messing with you. If I were messing with you, I'd say Fear-X would win because I don't like you and you're Australian.
That's very true.
So I would just say Fear-X would win. For here, I do the same thing because they're also Australian, but I like them.
But we would gang up on you, so thankfully they're not in for a couple more days.
You would tower over me, and it'd be a big problem for me.
Yeah.
It'd be a real big issue.
It would be. Are you done?
I don't have anything else to say. I've been.
You got nothing. You got nothing else. I thought you were throwing a break.
No, I wasn't. That was your job.
Oh, okay.
That's what you're supposed to do.
So I'm gonna throw to break.
Throw to break.
We're gonna throw to a break. We'll be back after this.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Little baited there. I found out that Chiefs were in fact playing on the B stream.
I tried to keep that fact from him very, very closely. I
Yes.
was just joking about the Chiefs game. I mean, like, it's not actually happening. You don't need to play it. They actually got completely subbed out. They're all like from the Philippines now. The Australians aren't even here. Turns out he did not see through that ruse.
No.
Now I'm stuck with Rob for another game.
I'm stuck with Lynx.
All right, I resent that
That's the
characterization. But we do have an Australian team coming up, don't we, Rob?
We
It is
do.
Chiefs versus Fearx as not only the final game of the B stream, but the final game of the day.
Yes.
Our one Australian team versus the LCQ team from Korea, who, at the last tournament, knocked G2 out of Manchester. And that, for me, is the big thing I'm thinking about, is that how long, when they were C9 or Sandbox, now Fearx, how long did this team qualify for an event and not even punch above their weight? They didn't even throw a punch.
A very long time.
A very long time. And even though they went out early, the fact that we finally saw them punch above their weight and have a match of consequence that they won, I'm feeling a lot better about this team going in. I don't think they're going to win or anything, but Phase 1, I'm feeling a lot better if they were able to get that win at Manchester.
I just have this feeling like Fearx have just been hiding something.
That they've just been toiling in the background.
Honestly, they've been to so many international events. Like, they have been around for all the way back before C9. I think it was Mantis.
Yeah.
And like they have been around.
When they were Mantis, that was the first time. I feel like Mantis, and then briefly when they were C9, there was like moments where they kind of seemed like a bit of a threat, or like somebody you might have to worry about from one of the minor regions. But when they became Sandbox, it was just like constantly qualifying, lose, qualifying, lose, qualifying, lose. And now we're in a bit of a different spot. And I think if you look at their roster, who's one of the big differences for them is going to be Dark when we look at it later. But I mean, the other thing we need to address is this is not Game and Gladiators we're looking at right now.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not. It's got the leader of it, but it certainly is. Oh, God, I'm not gonna. Let's not start going down that rabbit hole.
The team we all thought would win OS, Rob, is not here, and
They are
instead
not.
it is Chiefs the player they dropped, Oda. In my mind, because when I see them at these events, Oda is one of the players I would associate them the most with that roster.
Oh, believe me, the entire community is in agreement with you, including 5 talent members. You are bringing up wounds right now.
I'm going to avoid that rake I just stepped on.
That absolutely smacked you in the forehead. This roster, honestly, throughout Stage 2, and I can talk about this personally, they looked pretty good. They played nearly every single map, if not every map in the map pool, they were the only team in OS to do it. Probably one of the only teams in the world to do it as well.
It's always impressive no matter the region.
It doesn't matter what region you're from. If you're playing every single map and even against like lesser competitive teams, you're still willing to go there. You're willing to take that risk. They've been tremendous. They have looked really good since forming. The addition, obviously, of Oda to what was formerly Ludovica. So this roster prior to this stage were called Ludovica. They'd gone through many different rosters. Quiz back in the day comes from the Knights, if anyone remembers the old APAC South roster. He has been a core member.
And then, of course, you obviously have 2/5 of that old Bliss Gaming Gladiators roster. And Jigsaw finally coming back. After Copenhagen gets brought over to Europe, doesn't really do a lot there, unfortunately. That, again, the team he was on hasn't really been able to do a whole lot, unfortunately. But now he's back with this roster, 2/5 of that old Bliss roster right here on Chiefs, and they're able to qualify as a result, especially once he got subbed in playoffs. But Fearx, the team I was talking about, not the full roster, technically, as Jax was a part of this roster, but had comically large visa issues through the stage and everything. So Jax, unfortunately, not here. Nova subbed back in, and the roster is able to qualify. Nova, very interesting player. I feel like there's a lot of time I'm like, oh my god, Nova, you're like 1-11. Oh my god, Nova, you're 2-10. What is happening? Then he's got now and then he's got like a double-digit game that comes out of him, and I'm like, all right, never mind, this guy's back. But really, the man I'm looking at the most that has had a lot of success with this roster is not on your screen right now. It's the guy standing behind them. It's Dark. When I think of who is likely responsible for this team's slow but incremental and very real improvement after one of the most stagnant competitive periods for any team we have ever seen in Rainbow Six, it's got to be Dark. He comes in, and even back at SI, there were times where this team was taking maps off Furia. And they took maps off G2 and beat them in Manchester. It might seem like I'm looking at small things. You know, it is really just wins here and there I'm looking at. But if you have watched Rainbow Six for a few years now, those are really the only wins they've had for a long time. I mean, the closest we had before that was they took a map off NIP at Atlanta, and, like, that was it. Once they brought in Dark, as he has slowly been on this roster for about a year or so now, it has felt like they really are starting to make some of those strategic improvements to make them more competitive than they were.
Well, they're going to have to be competitive. They're going to need to go back-to-back because, again, like, the Korea region as a whole right now is in a really weird state. It has been since 2022, ever since Stand 1 Gaming kind of fell off, or D+ now. It really has just been a quiet 2 years. So to have them come back into the forefront is incredibly crucial. Now we go to Clubhouse first for Fearx, and they will be starting on the attack. I'm really interested to see how the cross-region goes with Clubhouse, because in OS it's super stale.
I mean, honestly, on a lot of regions, it is kind of stale at this point. You know, it's one of the oldest maps in the pool at this point. You know, it's rework coming through. It got reworked in Parabellum, I think, and then some very minor changes after that. So we're talking about like 5-6 years going on. A lot of the core of this map is still the same for most of the game in the esports life cycle at this point. So it's one of the most stale maps. But for Fearx, this is a map they're 3-0 on through the South Korea League so far. It's a very, very strong map for them. Not their most played. That'd be Bank, which is 3-1. So certainly a good map to pick. And then we have Skyscraper following up as a Chiefs super fan, as the guy who watched them up close and personal to get that upset victory. Skyscraper, should I be feeling good about this map as a humble North American man who just doesn't know what to do? Give me the call.
I'm split on Skyscraper.
You're split on Skyscraper.
I'm split on Skyscraper because I'm not overly confident as a map in its entirety. My God, my English words are not coming out right now. I do feel as though Chiefs will go into it favored. I've seen them play quite well on it, but I also know what the tendencies are like once we get to international events. And when you start playing cross-region, things change dramatically. So I'm really trying not to have too many preconceived conceptions here of this matchup.
Yeah.
I do back Chiefs to win this series outright.
Do you actually back Chiefs, or just as an Australian you are backing Chiefs?
As an Australian, I'm backing Chiefs, but also as talent, I do think that there is a undeniable quality to them, especially bringing back a player like Jigsaw of that quality, of that caliber. I think it changes a lot of the conversation. And we end on Bank. I mean, in my eyes, this is 3 equal maps for both of these teams.
I think in my mind, just given the skill, I think especially we saw exhibited from Chiefs and Jigsaw on the entry as well. I mean, a player if you're trying to attack on any map, but Bank especially, as we talked about the importance of acquiring map control on that map, if you've got an entry who can get kills and make space like Jigsaw does and does very well, you're going to have a really good time. But at the same time, statistically, this might even out, but this is a really strong map for FearX. In the South Korea League, they had 2 maps that they played and won 3 times. One of them was Bank. The other was Clubhouse.
Yep.
Like, these are 2 very, very good maps for FearX that they have, the first and the Decider. And Chiefs decided not to go to Consulate after that. They decided to hedge it out on Bank as the Decider. But first up, we have FearX's pick of Clubhouse. You mentioned that it's a bit stale in inside of regional play. I'll be honest with you, I think even from the cross region, Clubhouse can still be a bit stale. But we like it that way. We like the old favorite map where we know how it works, we know what we're getting into, and I think the nice thing is because it is so well played, when teams are performing well and they can go beyond the basics, this is one of the best maps to watch because it looks like 2 teams, if they are good at Clubhouse, that are just making every right move.
I would agree with that. I definitely agree. If you have 2 good teams on Clubhouse, sorry.
Why are you leading off that way?
Let me clear my throat there. Don't know what just happened to my voice. When you've got 2 good teams on Clubhouse, this map plays out as probably one of my favorite maps in the entire pool. And that has never not been true for me. Ever since I started casting probably 6 years ago, this always has the tendencies to showcase some of the greatest abilities in Siege.
It's one of my favorites too.
Granted, I'm still hesitant because, there's 2 big conversations to have here. FearX coming off a really great international performance. Manchester, you've already mentioned, knocking out G2, looking competitive. Chiefs, 3 of their 5 players. I'm kind of not going to count Tex in this conversation.
He's been out of the game for a while.
He's been out of the game for a while, so let's just count him in this. But 3 out of 5 players really don't have the international experience they need for a game like this.
And I think, you could make an argument that, Tex does bring that veteran presence, and I would agree as well, but he brings that veteran presence if he's able to quickly unlock that within himself. If he's able to get back into the groove of things, kind of remember what it's like to be in this environment, to have to manage emotions in that environment, what it's like to be on LAN with a team, especially with people that have not been on LAN before. Different. Tex does have that experience, but he has been out of the game for a while, and everyone comes back rusty to things, whether it's the game or the environment or experiences. He'll have to remind himself what that's like, and Oda has it very recently. Jigsaw, to be fair, he doesn't really have it that recently.
He doesn't.
He had it in Copenhagen, and we saw him get swept up to Europe, and it's like, oh my god, like this guy could do great things, and then he didn't qualify for an event after that. The only international event he's played, I believe this is correct, was Copenhagen last year in the spring of 2023 internationally. God. So it has been a year and 6 months since he's played internationally. The only guy on here with consistent recent experience,
shout out the homie,
is Oda. Big O. O-Dog.
Tell me about him.
I'll tell you about him. I tell you, when he buzzed his head, a lot of guys buzz their heads, and it looks real bad. Oda, he made it work. He made it work.
It went hard.
Oda was a legend at Atlanta. Like, that guy was just... It was weird. He was almost like the SSG liaison. Like, he was there negotiating, like, a peace between him and SSG. They were just like Ashen would come out, he'd be yelling and stuff like that, and Oda'd be like, I've come to represent my party. Let's talk things over. You want to shave 5 of our heads? I will give you me, but you may not touch the rest.
You can have me.
You can have me. You may not touch the rest.
Like, it's funny. I don't just want to sit here talking about Oda the whole time, or the Chiefs, because obviously that's where my knowledge is. That's where my heart is. This roster for me is like... It's brought together some of my favorite players from OS in a time when we never thought it was
as an Australian, I mean, obviously, when it comes to the OS team, it's undeniable that Gaming Gladiators, formerly known as Bliss, I mean, definitely one of just Australia's best hopes in a long time. I mean, Copenhagen, obviously, they went out in Phase 1, but that was their first time. Atlanta, a little more compelling. Also Phase 1 exit, though. But then you get SI. People probably forget, but they are technically a top 8 team in the world.
Correct.
At Sao Paulo. You might disagree, but they're able to get one over Wolves, make it to the top 8, look somewhat competitive in G2. I think on the first map, it looked okay. But they are technically one of the 8th best teams in the world. Now, I don't know if we would all agree with that, but they got that placing.
But they were.
But they were. And then we get to Manchester, and they win 2 games in Swiss. They won out 2-3. In the major format, that is their best result by a country mile. That roster, all that setup I just did, that roster is not here. They got beat by Chiefs. Under a legendary Oregon OS, Oda, their former player, Tex coming back. I mean, if you're an OS fan, does this not feel like the dream roster? Not necessarily in like maybe being the most competitive on paper, but the story behind it.
The storylining, you've never had a better story.
As an OS fan, that's got to be the easiest team to root for of all time.
Absolutely. We were saying at the entire stage, this is the most competitive OS has ever been since 2021. For those that remember 2021, shout out the golden era for OS. But this roster, for me, the storyline coming into this stage was obviously Oda getting dropped from Gaming Gladiators. That was the huge story. It really broke the region and the community.
It broke across regions too.
It did. Well, I mean, you look at the storyline with Canadian, very, very similar storyline. And from all eyes, everyone looked to Oda to go, okay, what are you going to do next? Like, what's next then? What's going to happen?
He said, watch.
He's like, watch me. And Gaming Gladiators, unfortunately, started this long villain arc. They refused to answer questions. They were, very, what's the right word? Shielded, I would say, as a team. And they just automatically turned into the villains of the story. And it looked all good up until the final play day where Chiefs turned up. Chiefs got competitive and things really took a turn. And, I think that this is simultaneously one of the greatest things that's ever happened to OS, but also one of the worst things to ever happen to OS, because now I can almost tell you we won't have a team at SI. Because
it is difficult.
Not only do we not get an auto seed, because obviously Gaming Gladiators are not going to be able to get enough SI points. The last chance qualifier, mate, I don't know if you've seen what's going on for the APAC last chance qualifiers, but you're going to have some of the best teams in APAC fighting out for one slot. One!
Yeah, it's not like every region gets an LCQ. We don't got 9 extra teams going.
It ain't happening. But, on the flip side, FearX, I think that their storyline has been a little underwhelming in Stage 2 in comparison to what I'd hoped. Again, what you hope for and what actually happens are two very different things. But I think that this is a huge opportunity for them now, right? They had some issues going into it. It looks like they've kind of cleared things up a little now.
I think so, but you know what? Because of their performance this stage, even with the LCQ, they're the only Korean team to play both events this year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
D plus Kia didn't qualify. Talon did. Talon not even here. That was a big shock. D plus Kia managed to qualify. We haven't really. Like, FearX, had to beat, both these teams had to go through Talon to qualify through the regular stage and the LCQ, but FearX managed to do that and is now the only team to play every international event from Korea this year. They played SI, they played Manchester, and they've played, now obviously, Montreal. The ban phase has gone through, by the way, and one thing we got to point out, we were kind of talking about, OS and all what that meant. We got some funky bans. We got some weird bans on this map. Chiefs have banned Maverick. FearX have banned Capitao.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
I mean, especially with the Cade ban following up, I mean, you kind of got to do it. The interesting thing about the Mav ban, when it was a bit more common, and remember when the attacker ban phases used to be kind of like hard breach bans and maybe something interesting? Yeah. When that used to be the case and you saw the Mav ban, it's like, oh, whenever a team does that, you got to respond with a Cade ban. Because even if you're starting defense, if that Cade is up, it's going to be impossible to take down, and so that's why FearX likely banned the Cade as well, even if they were going to. That's another reason you have to. But then the Mira gone as well. I mean, that's a powerful operator, but similar to Nighthaven, you got a Zombie, Valkyrie, Fenrir, all these ops still on the board. Rin pushing in, spots one on the secret stairs, but player falls back very gratefully.
Or does he? There's no way Tex gets away from that. I can't believe they didn't try to support each other there.
I mean, it's whenever you're... Obviously, I've never played. Well, I played the game. And when you are playing in positions like that, you've got a long hallway behind you. You got to be really careful when you retreat because there's nowhere to go left or right. You either fall all the way back or stand your ground. So if you decide to rotate and you mistime it and the enemy team can fall in behind you, you've got nowhere to go. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. It is easy to wrap at that point.
There's no bunny hop. There's no slides.
There's not. No.
You're done.
Nothing like that. You can't pull out your knife and just speed boost away. You are cooked, my friend. Look at these Valcams, though.
Yep.
Got one in bar looking at the attack. Got one on main stairs watching the push down. Even if you're in a 4v5, the information that Chiefs have on all of the important positions, though obviously one now gone, but the secret of main stairs one, that's still great. One problem Furex had for a long time, I was going to mention this earlier, but didn't. They were super slow. Took far too much time, didn't accomplish a lot. They've got the opening pick, but they've only got 55 seconds left.
Yeah. Now only they're starting to put the pressure where they might end up kind of, I guess, putting presence. Blitz across toward Dirt. He isn't too far behind. Chiefs are in a position now where if they can continue to stall this out, it's really going to put Furex under the pump. They're going to have to go for kills.
I don't know. I want to be honest. I don't know how they're going to win this. Like, they are just doggedly trying to go for this blue push. They want the blitz should overpower the smoke, but
should. You've
but
also got to clear it. Like, you've got to clear out the rest of racks. We haven't even gotten through Dirt yet, and now if they can continue to hold on, maybe if that kill goes through from Cairo, things look a little bit better. Nova now going to send it a lot deeper, and things have fallen apart here for the Chiefs. It was a decent hold to begin with, but in the end, it's Furex. Screamed at me, I won't lie.
It seemed risky. Like, even I was second guessing it. Like, you've only got 18 seconds left. Like, maybe you guys, I mean, it's a bit too late to rotate at that point, but I'm like, guys, I think we've taken too much time.
Yep.
They just trusted in that shield immensely. They said, we have a 5v4. We've got the blitz right here. Similar to what I said at the beginning of the round, Dirt's the same way. It's a hallway. You got to back up.
Yep.
You got to go forward or back. Nowhere else to go. So they just keep pushing him. And he's not able to retreat fully because Kitchen Hatch is open and Furex are watching it. So ultimately, he is pinched. And then winning the fight with the guy AKs, I mean, you just run a shield into him.
Just run at him. Just run at him.
They just had faith in that blitz completely. And even though they took all that time, if you're able to make good use of that operator, you are going to be able to win rounds like that when you've only got 20 seconds left. When if you didn't have a shield, you'd have to try to coordinate crossfires, utility, all with that low time. And the defense, even in a 4v5, has opportunities to reposition. A shield makes that a whole lot easier because they might try to reposition and you just run them down.
Why not? Just run at them. I will be. I want to track Nova and his performance throughout this game because you said it in the pre-show we were just talking about before. Nova has polarizing views from the community. Some think that he does the right job. Some think that he might be one of the heaviest anchors on a team that goes to international events and things like this. And we've talked extensively on the Korea show about it. And obviously now that we're back at an international event, I really want to see what he's bringing to this roster to ensure that he's making a difference, that he's making a change. Right there, very big and obvious kind of opening.
Yeah, and I think especially, I mean, if you want to look at the big and obvious opening, I mean, if you've got a guy that for so long has been struggling to get kills with a gun in his hand, well, go back and watch those South Korea games and look. He's got 23 rounds on Monte and the same rounds on Blitz. This guy is playing shields like every damn round. Ironically, not here.
Yeah.
He's brought the Thermite instead. It is just fully leaning into the remaining hard breachers on board, which, to be fair, I mean, I guess makes sense for Jacuzzi, but even I'm thinking it's a bit egregious. We got no castle barricades to destroy those Nibanas. I mean, I actually think, rarely I say this, I think we actually have more hard breach than we need. I don't know if we needed all this.
Well, I guess Nova's done his job. He's opened up both of the crucial walls in this. So Jacuzzi, construction, now points of contention and something that Chiefs are going to have to monitor. I think it's so crucial. It's something that we always talk about, but the mini games on Clubhouse and how early you open these walls and apply pressure on the defense critically changes how these rounds pan.
It does. And we're at a minute and a half right now, and you don't have a shield this time to just kind of fast-track that control to send somebody into cash and push Cairo back or get that kill. And you've got Quiz in Secret Stairs as well. So a lot of heavy resources from Chiefs on this side right now, and I will say if Furex realized that, they could try to just bludgeon the players inside of the site and just ram all their forces into the actual building itself. But They're not doing that. They're still taking their time. So Chiefs are able to basically maintain control of that side. FearX have basically given it up. Maybe they've got somebody passively watching for a run out, but they're rotating and they're stuck in a 5v5 with no shield to break the stalemate.
This is where that conversation will come in and maybe turn FearX on its head. How do they now enter this building? They've cleared out pretty much all of Jacuzzi toward the bathroom side. That's a critical fight, and Hoda just gets away with his life. C4 comes out, but it's not going to hit anything. He turns his back as Good Boy sends it through the bathroom. And now, things get a little bit complicated. Cairo needs to win this fight. Can't do it. Quiz, the last to remain, and it's not looking good. At least he gets one player, and the kit is not stuck. Not yet. It gives him time to work with. Time that he will utilize quite well. He's going to get back into a position of power. The Good Boys waiting for him. And FearX look really strong in these opening 2 rounds.
I mean, they are taking their time. They are going at a glacial pace, it feels like. And every time it happens, I'm thinking, oh God, is this the FearX of old? Is it the FearX of old? Please don't tell me you're going to spend 2.5 minutes and die at the moment you step foot in the building. But it's not happening.
No.
They walk in there. They still had 5 flashbangs, and I think they used pretty much all of them pushing in, even if we didn't necessarily see it from that Ace's POV. But he tries to take the fight on the bandit, and instead of just pushing forward on the doorway, I like that play to hop into the bathroom. They know it's clear. Jigsaw is focused on other parts of the building. He's able to find a very brief gap, and Oda doesn't expect it. He expects them to just try to push into the doorway and catch Chiefs completely off guard. More importantly, without a shield, they're able to make that a 3v2 when they are just walking into the building with 30 seconds left at a 5v5. Having the ability to win fights like that is going to be very important for FearX in this series. If one of their big problems is slow attacks, which, let's be honest, that still was, if they're still able to win the fights, get the intel they need, and then, of course, use that to inform the engagements they're taking on the site, that makes up for that weakness. You still put yourself in a risky spot, but it makes up for it.
I do hope that we see a bit more confidence from Chiefs. It doesn't, like, I feel as though there's going to be a bite missing to them for the first map at the very least. I feel like they're going to need to find their feet here. And FearX have well and truly found theirs. As you said, slower attacks, granted, but they're still looking like the ideas, the concepts of their attack are well and truly cemented. And Chiefs just haven't had the right answer for anything that's been thrown their way. Not to say it won't change, but you know, very quickly, this is how games roll out of control. If you start to lose that small advantage you have at the start and you don't find your ways to adapt, it can become crushing.
Especially when you got a good blitz player on the enemy team.
It's
if you're struggling to gain momentum and just every time you're trying to make a play or extend or even just hold the site, you got a shield running at you and you used your C4 early, you blew it, you didn't get a kill, you've got the guy holding your cross is focused on something else, he's getting distracted. It's hard to build up momentum when you got that shield sprinting at you, and it seems to happen here with the 5.56 and the shield peppering Tex, finishing them off. All the defenders pushed back to the CCTV and cache bomb site. They're actually using the shield really well in the late round and now the early round to acquire control. And
that's a nice C4.
I didn't think that was going to land.
Neither did I. I did not think that was anywhere near close enough, but I guess I actually think that Nova was quite low.
I just stopped talking because I was like, oh, he's going to throw this C4 and it's going to go wide. You reinforce the con wall.
There's no
That guy's
way.
a demon.
That is absurdly confident.
There's literally like, dude, there's literally head holes the size of Shrek in that wall, and it's just like, just reinforcing it. This is a Jigsaw spot if I've ever seen it, playing close on the door, 28 HP, thinking about peeking out. Surely he's been...
No way. Don't tell me. Do not tell me that's not been droned, because this will be their undoing. FearX, this is a construction
they got
side
no idea.
push. They
Nading
don't...
deep? No idea.
Well, 40 seconds for them to still find out. And right now, Chiefs are playing very defensive. They know what their win condition is, and right now, it's Jigsaw. He's gone undroned again. Did they see him? He catches him with a nade out in his hand. The swing from Cairo as well is crucial into construction, but this is where you don't want to throw it away. 30 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, but I can tell you it's an eternity in these rounds.
It is, but if Cairo just keeps playing close to that breach with the other two players supporting from inside of the site, they've never taken control of Garage. They've never taken control of Red Stairs. They'll go for a late push now, but Oda is right there to take a fight. If he dies here, that could be problematic, but we got 10 seconds. Doesn't matter.
Even if they make it in, they've got to get past barbed wire. They've then got to get through the jump hole, the vaults, which it's just not possible. There's no time.
Huge summons.
Much better from the Chiefs. They'll be very happy with the way that round concluded. Even then, we're still going to poke the holes in it. We're gonna poke the holes, and we're going to say, did that come down to Jigsaw in a corner and a very quick swing from Cairo? Maybe.
It very well could have. I mean, the construction pushes are a bit of a weird thing because you're only pushing through a wall and a doorway, especially if you've not cleared out garage, which FearX had not. So not only do you have, the garage, you've got the close angle on the door and the close angle on the breach.
Yep.
You potentially got somebody who can rotate from garage and maybe even get a long angle potentially to try and maybe find something. So it's very, very difficult, but it's balanced out by the fact that you generally know where everybody's going to be playing. Somebody's probably going to be green box. Somebody's probably going to be red stairs. Somebody's probably going to be close on that breach where Cairo was. So Jigsaw mixes it up by playing close on that door, gambling that he won't be droned, and the gamble paid off. So maybe they don't just win the round because of that, because I think con pushes, if you win the fights, are very easy to repel.
Sure.
But switching it up like that, that makes it a whole lot easier when the gamble pays off.
Well, that is the gamble. Because on the flip side of that conversation, if he does get droned, Jigsaw's then stuck in a corner.
Where's he
you
going?
have to make a decision. Are you going to help him to get out of there, or are you just going to let him play for his life?
I mean,
they had nades, they had players to just sit there and watch.
And how you really don't get out of that unless you're Jigsaw and you take a fight with the guy on door, because what are you going to do? Cross the door and the breach to move that way? No, you'll die. But if you just walk straight back and vault over the desk, you're in view of the doorway. You basically have got to do double duty and have the guy on the breach help you. So it was a really risky gamble based on the positioning. If they had droned him, Jigsaw probably dies.
Yep.
But they didn't drone him. And boy, does he look smart.
He certainly does, and it's not the first time today that we've seen a missed drone in a rat corner. There's actually been, I think, 3 occasions already. So something to continue to watch out for in this Phase 1, the Montreal Major. But as an OS fan, I say an OS fan, as an OS talent,
it's a heartening round.
It's a heartening round, but it's also still a concerning round if that's the win con.
Especially when the big thing that was great for FearX, even at the beginning of that round we just saw, has been the blitz.
Yep.
How they were able to use it to mitigate the defects of low time before. And this round, or this bomb site, or sorry, no, last round where they were able to acquire control. But on this site, if a C4 can land on Nova early like it did before, we saw the effect it had on FearX. They were just as slow with nothing to fall back on to break that control. So now you've got Quiz all the way upstairs. Cairo 2 all the way upstairs. Do they even know about this? And if they don't, they can flank the blitz and neutralize that factor again. They've got no idea.
They've got absolutely no idea, but they've got pressure and dirt at the moment, I think, from FearX. So they've got 2 players pushed up at dirt. Oda does find Nova. That's a critical kill. Jigsaw shutting down Rin as well is really that's a huge kill. That is your entire top floor gone.
Exactly. That's Kitchen Hatch controlling Oda getting the second kill. Yeah, it's done.
Unless
no, shut up.
Demic, big kill. A little bit of pressure alleviated. They don't have kit yet. It is in a very exposed position. But both of the Chiefs players aren't in ideal areas, and they're not going to be able to deny them picking up. But what perfect timing have the Chiefs found? Cairo swings hallway. Downs Demic. Mephi with it all to do. A 1 versus 2.
Plant here. He can hold for a little bit. He's got to be careful on the cross.
Oh, Mephi.
No way. Shut up. Don't do it. The 1v1 now. He swings around and oh! How close that came. Quiz on the counter swing, able to win that key 1v1. But oh my god, that came a whole lot closer than I thought it was going to.
Mephi.
Damn near 2v4 for FearX right there. And once he was able to cross to get behind box 1, you're in a really dangerous spot if you're Chiefs, because even if that's not a 1v2, you've either got to walk up the long hallway or drop the hatch.
Yeah.
Like, that's such a good spot for the Glass to be
It's
in.
unbelievable. It's perfect. Now, FearX timeout.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising.
It's a very
going to be
interesting
honest.
call.
It's like, this is their map pick. This is their comfortable territory. And, you know, they've won 2 attacks. Like, they've looked okay. I mean, I definitely think the big problem there was, of course, they try to go in through dirt. They try to get that same dirt pressure, and Oda huge anchor on the site, getting a 2-piece right there. But also, it's undeniable that Quiz and Jigsaw on the flank were completely unaccounted for. We didn't really see it, but Jigsaw was able to flank from the top floor and take down Rin, who's playing in kitchen. That's why Quiz was able to retake the kitchen hatch in the first place and put Fearx in that difficult position. So there were more problems than just losing the fights on site. They not only, it seems, did not even drone one guy top floor. They didn't drone either of them. They didn't clear it whatsoever. Definitely a big problem, so I can see why they take a tactical timeout, but just given the scoreline, it's a bit surprising.
It is. Again, good signs for the Chiefs. And for Fearx, I mean, the rounds are still competitive. They're still looking good. It's not like they're just getting absolutely dominated. There's a couple of win conditions there for Chiefs, one being a flank in an earlier round. It was a rat play from Jigsaw. Both have been on Jigsaw's shoulders, funnily enough, but make of that whatever you will.
Still 3 and 4, still not positive.
It's it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. You can have impact without having impact.
Exactly. It's kind of ironic because you look over at the Fearx side. I mean, I guess it's kind of similar for Chiefs, but you have Tex that's 1 and 4, right? But everyone on Fearx, the only people negative are 2 and 3. It is like a very consistent performance on that side, with Mephi just slightly breaking ahead after as we come out of this tactical timeout. It's similar for Chiefs, but you do at least have one guy lagging behind. Like typically, you know, when we see maybe a team takes a tactical timeout or they start losing rounds, you got one guy that's just kind of not pulling his weight, really. A lot of times what we see, it's not the case for Fearx. They've let Chiefs get into this, and it's still overall, broadly speaking, a team performance. Close rounds.
That's all I care about, honestly.
You were so confident in the Chiefs win. Why you're like, oh, I'm glad they were a close round.
Because I'm trying to be unbiased. It's all careful, Quiz. Be very careful. I can't believe you just ran back down that hallway.
Not the headset adjustment mid EE1D.
Yeah, don't worry, especially when there's a player flanking from behind you as well.
He's new. Give it time.
Quiz, though, honestly has been a super solid player for Chiefs throughout Stage 2. Like, really has been critical, not just as a fragger, but also as an overall player. Talking about like having an impact without having an impact. There are rounds where he doesn't get killed, but he's still doing the right things. And so he'll be someone to watch throughout the course of the series and really throughout the course of this campaign. He might end up becoming one of them. Speaking about becoming one of them, dropped on the ground, and Tex could have a choice to swing here if he really wanted to, but he's kind of stuck in a corner. There's no way Fearx let him get out of here.
Maybe, but I know the Condor was keep it off too, so a retreat is not easy, but it is possible. And look at Quiz. You mentioned we should watch him. Look at him getting into position on this flank right now. He's called the Monty right. He's ADSing now. They got no idea. He surely gets this kill. Especially it's impacted. Oh, but he turns!
No
way! The
way!
timing on that! Nova is ready for it!
That's unbelievable.
It's still a 5v4 if you're able to get Rin back up, but as Quiz is spotted, there's even a guy cutting him off in garage. He's got to rotate all the way back through basement. The only thing that Chiefs have going for them right now is that low time, and the shield player is down. If they can just keep Nova at bay and keep him off the board, Chiefs are back in it.
So important to get Nova down. Nova has been so critical on the shields, even just in this match alone. Don't even worry about Stage 2. So that's a big one. Quiz again, looking for a double peek. Good boy rips his head off. That should have been a freebie. Good boy was completely out on an island.
But to be honest, that kill doesn't really matter. Like, sure, you know that guy is dead, and you don't have to worry about the backside pressure now. You've only got 30 seconds. The 3 anchors on the site are still there, and they've got 1 C4. They've got their angles. They're all set up. I'm not saying Chiefs are the favorite, but this might not be as close, or it might be closer than we think.
Oda. He's got to be careful in gym right now. I know he's watching 2 different angles. The long line now being watched. Jigsaw finds good boy, has to double down and can't. Oda with the C4 now repositions. They know where he is. They know that he's stuck on this backside. He's got to win the opening engagement, and he cannot make it happen. Demic holds so strong, and these rounds continue to stay close.
And it was very briefly a close game as Jigsaw is able to shut down that backside pressure, and the defenders can focus on the front, but the very quick reactions to find him in that position, ratting on top of the desk, massive for Fearx right there, because if he's able to flick around and the line is like looking at bathroom or watching Khan or looking at Jig somewhere else, Jigsaw might get 2 kills there. Now it's a 2v1 for Chiefs. But he's aware of it. They get the refrag. More importantly, they get the first kill as they are entering the site. So they have man advantage. They're reacting well to these sudden surprises. They've guaranteed a tie game. As a result from it, they are still taking a long time, and I don't think they anticipated how much of a problem that CCTV and cash position was going to be. the Zoto canisters, the Kiba stopping the Monty from just running in and charging him. There was a lot right there. And they were able to weather the storm, I suppose, but Chiefs, they're very competitive right now. They are definitely outsmarting Furex in a lot of these moments. It's really just coming down to Furex are hitting their shots when they need to, and it is bailing them out of 20-second executes.
Yeah, it's been a couple of close 2v1s on both sides, to be fair. Both sides have had their moments in 2v1s. So you cannot say that this is not an entertaining game. Not thus far. Brought to you by R6 Share.
You should buy some of their skins.
Yeah, I think so too.
What skins do you want to buy? I don't know. It's up to you. I'm not gonna necessarily like.
Not gonna put words in my mouth.
I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. I mean, I know what skin.
Well, skins in my account.
You'd like me to put skins in your account?
Could you?
No, I don't have the rec GN money. I'm not a millionaire.
Not the shadow.
Shout out to rec GN, I suppose.
Damn.
Great production company. Whoever runs that should get a pay raise. It's your wife, right?
You have to be paid to get a pay raise in the first place. Now, all attention back out toward Kennels. Demic cannot get this open, and they have so much to deal with here. Chiefs are going to ensure that this stays closed.
Yeah, actually, it's funny. He put the bandit batter on the opposite wall. I don't think it'll destroy the exotherm when it activates. Yeah, he...
Oh, no way. Oh, well, they abandoned it. They did not stick around to see the rest of that story pan out.
I think he just genuinely only had one bandit batter.
I think he did, yeah.
So
I didn't see, but like the second I saw him run away, I saw 0. I was like, oh.
It's funny how that works out.
Take a gamble.
Yeah, even though you get the Zoto canister, you're just like, crap, I still have to gamble. We brought the Zoto canister, so I didn't have to gamble.
50-50 out here.
Unlucky. Exothermic's still able to open the wall. It's delayed a little bit, but doesn't really matter in the end, especially as you still got one Zoto canister to stall the push later on. Keep in mind, this was a con push last time, and it seems right now that it's going to be anything but that. We are fully focused on Garage, and they're lacking a lot of the utility that I expect. We got 2 sets of nades, sure, but no Capital that I would think. It's really going to have to be like some bees and then throwing the frag grenade up, and even then, look at this. Quiz down below.
Wouldn't be surprised if he finds a double here. It just depends on how long it takes Furex to cross this angle.
Again, they don't know about this.
Well, that flash at the very least will give them coverage. Will he try to find the swing? He's chasing ghosts! The timing is not at all favorable. He continues to see the gun.
He's proning to cross that! Dude, I have never seen such an unlucky player. They have no idea Quiz exists. He gets flashed by something that wasn't even meant for him, and now he can't find anything! But Texan Jigsaw, hold down with the MP7. Quiz might have found nothing. But the other two are pulling their weight.
The other two are doing them things. And now it just depends on where Quiz wants to go, how he wants to rotate back to the site.
It's a 2v2 fight.
Oh, yeah, but Jigsaw ratting again in the corner! He is once again the player with the impact. That is disgustingly ratty.
That's been his just thing this entire half.
It has.
I have like, this man is sitting in corners. He is proning beneath windows. I like that in a player. I like somebody who is always thinking about these situations. What is a position that they won't expect, that they haven't droned, that I can play in to have maximum impact? And to be fair, Jigsaw has found those positions quite a few times. Close on the Condor is a massive gamble. It pays off, and as we later found out, was part of a broader trend of Furex just not droning things. I mean, Quiz, the only reason Quiz did not get 1 to 2 kills right there is because a flashbang that I'm pretty sure was genuinely not meant for him blinded him as the Dokkaebi ran up, and then she went prone on the rafters to dodge the boost angle, and only when she started standing up did Quiz rotate back. The only reason he didn't get a kill there was some of the most egregious timing I've ever seen a player suffer.
Sounds very Oast-like.
But it's part of a broader trend that even though they got a 3-3, in the rounds that they were losing, there were key parts that they did not drone where Chiefs were hiding players.
So, I mean, the bigger talking point there is this coming down to Furex making mistakes? Do you know what I mean? Like, if we were to completely strip everything away and simplify this game right now, are Furex 3-3 because of mistakes?
I mean, I don't think it's as clear-cut as that, because I think you have moments like in the second basement attack where Oda just, I mean, we didn't see it, but Oda was just 1-2 fights. And, like, If you have a mechanically skilled player, they could have set that up well. He could have hit a crazy spray transfer, anything like that.
Yep.
But we are seeing rounds that are influenced in a substantial way by these missed drones. Maybe not cost them, but retaking Kitchen Hatch proved to be really important in that basement round. Not droning him on CC door, massively impactful. That round 2, it didn't cost them, but still, it's evidence they misdroned a big position that would have halted the garage push had timing not gone their way. So, is it just Fearx making mistakes? No, but I think in the end, they probably left some rounds or some more convincing results on the table, and well, they're not even picking up this round.
Okay, what I find absolutely hilarious, maybe I'll talk about it after this round because this is still unfolding in real time. Chiefs, they have a very strong case. There's one player left upstairs to try and deal with, and he is behind the bar, so whether they complete out or not, how does he not get the kill? They now know exactly where Rin is. The C4 comes out. It's nicely placed, but poorly timed. Rin finds Jigsaw on the backside and shuts down Oda, fighting from Kitchen. He will eventually lose his life. With Mephi in a 1 versus 3, all 3 players are low. This is still doable.
It might just be, but with that Deathmark tracker, I mean, they know where he is. He's got the Fuser, but a Deimos in a 1v1 is such a brutal reality you have to face, and he's got another one. I mean, in all likelihood, the time will fall before Mephi will actually beat the Deathmark trackers, but again, once that recharges, he can activate it. There's a brief moment right now, a window of opportunity.
Small. He's going to take it. He could isolate both 1v1s here, but Quiz comes in from the backside. And Chiefs ultimately end up with the round after a quick double entry from Jigsaw.
It's just such a difficult spot. I mean, with that Deathmark tracker, they know you were last in church.
Yep.
The Deimos is watching long, so he knows you haven't pushed out. So when you know where the last guy is, you don't need that Deathmark tracker to just send somebody moto, send somebody up long, and one of you is probably going to kill him unless you massively fumble the bag. He's not hitting the 180. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not happening. He's not. What's he going to do? Move his mouse and slap the player next to him while he's...
I mean, hey, stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened.
I guess, but...
You're hoping for it now.
Yeah.
You're absolutely hoping for it.
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen. No. Fearx, some very impressive play from Rin in bar, but I don't even know what happened that round. Like, it seemed like they were running like somewhat of a roam setup. You know, some people around the middle floor, Rin especially, obviously holding down in bar. And we just saw Good Boy fall, Nova fall, 3v5. Only 2 kills they got were from Rin, and Chiefs just had the manpower to collapse on that guy and still retain the man advantage afterwards.
Yeah.
Bit of a puzzling round. Again, I don't know if I can really diagnose it all that much aside from a really effective drone clear from Chiefs, but not the kind of thing we want to see when it's been a very close game so far.
It has. It's been entertaining. Like I said, you can say whatever you want about the game, but it's been incredibly close. And, you know, like, looking at it from my point of view, looking at how Jigsaw has played this game, he is absolutely, without a doubt, one of the top 5 players ever. He has been unbelievable. I mean, top 3. Maybe even the best. I don't know. I don't think I can say that with certainty until he's back in the region is playing for, you know, a considerable amount of time. We can then shape up, but it looks like he's got a license. Chiefs have given him a license, and they've said, play your game. We will play around you, play your game. Multiple times, he has been the linchpin in all of their winning rounds.
Yeah,
he's been the linchpin.
And to kind of lend further credence to that point, Fearx, we didn't really talk about it at the side spot, but Fearx were 5 and 6 in opening engagements.
Whoa!
And three of those 5 rounds were rounds they lost. Ironically, one of the rounds they won, was the one round they lost the opening pick. But 3 of those rounds they won. What was it? The CCTV round where Jigsaw was ratting. The last round where Jigsaw was ratting. And even in the gym bedroom round, sure, Fearx won that, but it came a lot closer because he was making that late play. Yeah. So he's the kind of player that you can rely on to do that because Fearx was starting most of those attacks with man advantages, and it was most of the time Jigsaw that was getting a huge multi-frag to make it competitive for Chiefs and to neutralize that advantage. Plus, low time will just do that to you.
Well, you know, that's also the other the counterpoint of the playstyle that Fearx have constantly brought throughout the many years they've been playing this game. As you've said multiple times, it has been, I mean, it's been a double-edged sword.
It's happening to the Chiefs now right now. I mean, talk about slow attacks. 5v5, minute left. Firax replaying the Church Arsenal site, and now we're seeing the utility come out, and Quiz is the first one to find one. We got a dirt push, a blue push, and a main stairs push. A lot of angles from which Firax are being assaulted. Oh, we don't have kitchen hatch. That's not great.
Is this what Papa Jack calls a split push?
We still got 2 heart breach charges, guys, and Kate is banned.
There we go.
I don't know. There's probably an impact trick of some kind, but geez, the time right now, I mean...
It's just...
No, there's no impacts. The mute does not have impacts.
Okay.
I don't know why it took them that long to open up kitchen hatch. I'm going to keep it so real.
I think just a comm issue. And now they've got 20 seconds. They have to find the kills. Fortunately, Tex has already found one. There's a player towards dirt. There's one that's gone aggressive. Cairo catches him on the cross. There is still a player in dirt that is stuck, and they could potentially win this round, but that's a really unfortunate placement from Mephi. Oda will close out with a quick 2K. And they're looking... I feel as though the defense is just looking a bit befuddled.
You know what's funny? I'm going to disagree with you because I don't think it's looking befuddled. It just doesn't look like anything. Like, it just kind of looks like a blank face at the moment. I don't really know what kind of, like, the win conditions are on the defense right now. They're not... if they're roaming, it's not really that impactful or successful. And if it happened, you know, if they tried it in round 7, they tried to play a bit aggressive, it clearly obviously did not work out. It was cleared. So maybe you go for a bit more anchor setup and no Kate on the board. If you're just sitting on the site... Technically speaking, Chiefs probably could have opened that hatch a lot sooner with Hibana.
A lot sooner.
If there were any impacts, they were not used, and I'm pretty sure there were no impacts with given the operator lineup. But the only reason that hatch was not open is because I think Chiefs maybe just like miscommed and like forgot about it. So all you're doing is bunkering. You're losing all the fights once you take them. It just doesn't really seem like Firax kind of have a really strong game plan on the defense right now, aside from the positions they're playing at the beginning. And I think this is a moment where, obviously, not saying Dark should not have taken that tactical timeout, but you are really wishing you had another one right here. I mean, it's a 5v3, and these rounds are not looking competitive. Like, Firax literally just looked like a blank canvas, and Chiefs are just, like, painting whatever they want on it.
And that's the thing. Dark's the only player that can get all 5 perspectives. Right, so Dark's the only one that can see exactly what's going wrong. All the players can only make assumptions as to what's going wrong. Whether it's where players are getting killed from, like whether yeah, I mean, like there's so many elements to this that when you're playing, you can't think about all of these different things.
Something to note, by the way, so the EU1D went off in the early round, and the reason that usually happens is when you're bringing a Deimos, you want to try to catch somebody moving to deathmark them. The 2 players they found were the Bandit and the Tubarão, who are likely going to be close on this wall trying to Bandit trick it.
Yeah.
So that is something really big to find. It might not end up having an impact, as it seems he's just Bandit tricking and they're Zodoing anyway, but it's something they could have worked around. No mute jammer as well, so they could try to send a Deimos below on this wall.
That's some juggling for you. Let's see, how good is your decision making? Oh my god.
Guys, just send the Deimos below. You spotted the Bandit. Just send him below. You've got control below. Jigsaw's literally down there.
Okay.
We targeted the Fenrir.
It's been 30 seconds so far. Let's see how much longer it's going to take. All right, we're at 35 seconds. Are they going to continue to try and focus on this wall? Because there's 3 players that are trying to help this right now. 3 players. And the time is continuing to dwindle.
Guys, if you want to get... Okay, well, the Bandit's not even here anymore, but, like, I definitely think... I think we're overcomplicating it a bit. I think, like we not only have we messed up the EMP trick now...
And Cairo's gone. Oh, and the zone
Yeah. So you said at the end of the last round maybe the kitchen hatch was a comms issue? Yeah, I'm thinking it's a comms issue, buddy.
I'm thinking it's a comms issue for sure. I think there's just something that's not panning out right now. But you know what is? Firepower. And that is keeping Chiefs in this round, and they're going to have to double down.
Jigsaw was sniffing that floor hole for like 2 minutes, by the way, and he finally gets a kill off it. 3v3. Pushing up red stairs, but I mean, look at the time you've wasted. The big thing, at least, is like Demic took almost all of his HP and damage from that exothermic, so he's low health. The Fenrir's low health too. You're kind of bummed you lost the shield and the Deimos, but you've still got... No, he actually doesn't have any flashbangs. I couldn't tell the axis from this distance. So you really don't have any secondary utility, actually. This is going to be rough. Really wishing that EU1D would be able to do more.
I will say, Jigsaw still being up is a really important part of
Can't
this.
count him out.
If they can spearhead this attack with Jigsaw leading the opening kills, I actually think they've got something in this. But they need to make sure that they back themselves. One, they back themselves in, but they back Jigsaw as he makes that move. You can see now they're trying to get into position to open up this.
I mean, the problem is we're just shooting F-nods.
Bang. That's one. That's one, and there it is. Jigsaw's allowed to swing
You're
wide.
kidding me. You're
Tex
actually
has just
kidding me.
completely opened this round up, but Demic could play spoils.
No way.
Chiefs
Bro.
go to map point.
Bro! No! No! What are we now, Fear-X? Why is he rotated in front of Metal Window? Why has he done that?
I don't know where that came
Why
from.
has he done that? Dude, they were literally... What I was about to say before he got the kill was like saying they're shooting F-Knots with 18 seconds left. They're trying to, like find the pixel of the Dread Mine on top of Condor, and we've got, like, literally no time. And the Fenrir's just like, hello!
I wish everyone could see what I could see just then. Carter just physically got out of his chair and walked around.
Dude, like, dude, that round was so cooked. It was, dude, they took like 2 minutes to open up plat wall on a gym bedroom attack. It has never been more Jover for an attacking team. Rob, they couldn't EMP it. They scanned the Deimos, and they didn't track the bandit from below. It took them 2 minutes to get in the building. Jigsaw was in there. What was he doing? Looking at a pixel in cash. That's what he was doing. He was doing nothing. They won that round. Just don't move. It's 15 seconds left. You don't have to move.
I wish I could have a steady cam just following.
All right, I'm done now. I'm going to take a drink of water.
It's really disappointing for Fear-X. So many of these rounds have come down to their own mistakes. I can count already 3 mission-critical mistakes that have been made by Fear-X that have led to them losing a round. That's map point. That's all 3 rounds that Chiefs have the distance on you right now.
It's rough.
Oh, he's goaded.
I mean... Bro, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. He's just shot the Harbreeze charge. He shot his Harbreeze charge in the wall. I think that was intentional because you don't need to. They were trying to... I genuinely don't think they realized they killed the bandit.
They just wanted 2 open.
Yeah, so... That was intentional.
I
Bro,
can't believe
dude, this guy's about to make out with the smoke. What is going on?
Did he just... No, okay. No, he did knock him down. Okay.
Wait.
So, but again, this is the second round we've seen Cairo go solo with no support.
Oh my
Demic
God.
finds Tex, and
Shut
things have spiraled out of control. Nice shot from Quiz. It's now back in the realm of doable, but Jigsaw, he's got to find a quick shot. He's got to find a quick peek. Do they know about the player in garage flanking them right now? They absolutely have an idea, and Good Boy has just been taken out of the server.
You know the funniest part too? Diffuser's garage door.
No!
Diffuser is garage door right now.
They had that?
If Jigsaw is in sight, if he wants to get Diffuser, he's got to rotate out. If Quiz wants to do it, they've got to plant close on the breach. When it's open up right beneath the floor, tucked on the breach, there's a hole right there. You do not need to go for kills here. You can recover Diffuser. I know it's rough. I know it's low time. I was about to say, Quiz has got to go recover this. But where the hell are they going to... You still don't have Diffuser.
And Jigsaw peaks solo. I feel like this has just been a multitude of errors, a calamity. He's going to go for the swing. Does he know how close Mephi is? There's no way. There's no way he knows that he's on that door. Where is that kit? Why don't we have the kit? He made it all the way back, and Mephi finds the easy swing. Someone please call. Is it what do you call in Canada? Is it 000? Is it?
I don't live here.
Yeah, but surely you know.
I'm not Canadian. I don't live here.
Someone call 911. I just got confirmation. Carter is
dude,
struggling.
Dude, I'm losing it.
Of course, that is a. Let me just say for legal purposes, that is a joke. Do not call 911.
Dude, I'm not doing well.
How you feeling out there?
I'm not doing well, Rob. I'm not doing well.
That round has broken our spirits.
So I just guys, I want to recap. It was really the first 2 rounds were fine. It really was I don't know what, Fear-X don't really seem to be doing a whole lot. They're kind of passive and just letting Chiefs do whatever, but it's fine. It was overall normal. Kitchen hatch opened a bit late, but hey, that happens. And then we've got whatever happened on the gym bedroom round. Just
We won't talk about that.
Just sprinting around by Platwall. And got EMPs. You got the whole planet trying to solve that problem. And everyone's scratching their heads. They're like the guy standing in front of the server. They're just like, not sure what to do here. Then you have that round. So, okay. So obviously it takes a bit to open Platwall, but we use the fuse charge. We lose an exothermic, but at least we open it up. The Bandit doesn't wait for the fuse charges to clear.
Rin, let's just call it like it is. Rin didn't wait for the fuse charges to clear.
Rin did not wait for the final fuse charge to go. Literally hops on, steps on a landmine, and blows up. Then we have the Monty. He's all the way up in garage.
Solid.
That's huge. Problem is, he's by himself. The next guy is getting Burger King around the corner. So Good Boy just flanks and shoots him in the back.
What is that reference?
Like...
And then with Kit, they run out into a Claymore.
Yeah. They run out to a Claymore, and then they don't get Diffuser. Quiz is like, I should get Diffuser. And Jigsaw's like, the voices are taking over. And he swings. 5v4, though, for Chief.
Context of last round and now this round. Yeah, it's been a funny old couple of rounds.
It was a very normal game up until this point.
It was so normal.
It was like very, very normal.
Couple of like rat plays, that's
very
all good.
chill 8 rounds. The only weird thing was like, yeah, FDRX have a bit of a droning problem, but hey, that happens. A lot of good teams have that issue. And now we're here. Now it's 6-4. Chiefs still on match point. That's the thing. The team that is being like exceptionally silly had a 3-round buffer and still won one of the rounds where they did a little bit of trolling.
Yeah.
Like
a little bit.
But they got the 5v4. They've taken on Good Boy, who's the one who hit that garage flank last time. You could feel really good about getting that kill. And here, I think the Hibana actually just got Kitchen Hatch or just put the X-Kairos down. So prioritizing things well. No roam from Furex, or at least no roam that has had any impact whatsoever, is basically the only notable damage that has been done was lethal 1 to Good Boy and over half of Rin's health. So you've got 4 players sitting on the site with like no Azami to kind of remold it to make it more advantageous to play. It's rough. It's difficult.
I don't think there's any shield or anything in AK Racks either, so...
Oh, they just killed the guy blue. They can just walk down now.
And now they've got dirt information. 2 players just fall in quick succession. Demic over the last lane here on the first map of this series. But you can stick a fork in this one because it's absolutely, well and truly, almost there. We're really close now. But you can nearly do it. You can take the fork back out for a second and sit on it while
it's cool.
Nova tries a 1 versus 5.
Really hot.
And it's still there.
Hotter.
It's getting hotter, but 32 HP. I don't really like the gravy on that one.
And
you
well
can
done.
stick your fork back in it because it's done. Wow,
hey,
what a strange end to the match.
Some like it hot, and some like it when the heat is on. And that is what Chiefs were putting Fear X through. They were putting them to the torch that game. Were we doing some trolling in the middle of that half? Yes. But thankfully, that was the anomaly. Overall, when you had those basement attacks, you had everything else, Chiefs were good on that second half. And I think in hindsight, not necessarily in terms of how the rounds actually played out, but just in terms of their chance in this game, I think Furex left a lot of rounds on the table on their defensive half that I think would have made this game a lot more competitive. Maybe droning out that top floor, not allowing that flank. Doesn't solve everything, as Oda gets 2 kills on, I believe, the second basement attack between Chiefs and Furex, but makes it better. If you able to drone out some other positions, find Jigsaw close on the construction door, maybe you win that round, and maybe Chiefs still win. I think the broader trend of that attack was, even if the coordination wasn't there, the shots were hitting for Chiefs very consistently, especially for Jigsaw. I think if you fix some of those errors, I think Furex just have maybe a bit more workable of a game on that attacking side, and didn't happen. Now we have a very clean win for Chiefs, 7-4.
Yeah, and we move forward with the intent in mind of that conversation. For me, you take the positives away for both teams. I think that we definitely saw enough from Furex to say this is going to be a competitive series.
The shield play, highlight for me. Definitely the highlight.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's any 2 ways about it. I think that's probably that is probably one of the easiest takeaways, right?
Wasn't perfect, but definitely the best thing.
No, it found them openings. It continued to put them into positions that could have won them rounds.
Yeah, fixed one of the biggest problems they have, which is slow attacks by mitigating those downsides.
Yeah, and it kind of like... One, it allows you to get in the building quicker. Two, it allows you to execute later and not have to worry about opening engagements.
And 3, it's super difficult to kill. It's really hard to kill if you don't have a C4, just like ready and waiting.
We're in the shield meta. Who would have thought that it was a critical part of that game?
But if you're talking about then the strengths for Chiefs, I think it absolutely was just the individual performances. I think it was very clear, even in rounds they won, that this was their first LAN game as a roster. I think it was very, very clear. It's sure, maybe Oda's the only one who maybe hasn't skipped a beat whatsoever. Who knows? But Texas has a lot of LAN experience. 4 years out of date at this point. You got to get back into it. And then Cairo, Quiz, and then, well, oh yeah, Jigsaw, because Jigsaw hasn't been here since Copenhagen. You have a lot of players who either have not landed at all or have not been in LAN in at least a year plus.
Yep.
So you got some things to figure out, and the fact that it was very clear that they needed to get settled in and get comfortable on the comms, and they still got a 7-4, that's a good omen for Map 2.
I would say so. It leans well as we head to Skyscraper. But look, again, I think the scoreboard kind of reiterates the conversation of, yes, it was close. But there was obviously one team that just looked better.
Yep.
And Chiefs take away a fair bit out of this map. I think that one thing that I really want to be careful of, and something that we need to monitor as we head through this series, is what is the impact Jigsaw's going to have, right? He's got that license. It's very, very clear he's got a license. But if FearX tidy up and stop making, I don't want to say simple errors, but it's a simple error, when does that start to kind of slowly shift into the realm of FearX?
Or on the opposite side, you have Nova, who played Shields in 4 of the 6 rounds, and he's only got a 36% cost. I mean, you mentioned that Nova can be a very hot, hit or miss, hot and cold player. This was a cold game.
That's really
cold. And cold in the bad way. Not cold as in, like, that was freezing. Like, cold as in, you forgot to turn the heat on.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, 5 and 10. 2 of those kills came in the first round. That double kill on Blitz. I believe he got, another opening kill later on when he was playing Monty.
Yep.
So, he was... he had, a bit of outsized impact on those shields, but overall it was a really rough game for him. And obviously, one player does not make the faults of a roster. This was a 7-4, and I think everybody was having difficulty, but everyone on FearX had a 64 to 73% cost.
Yep.
Everyone had at least 7 kills. Nova is a bit of the outlier, and he's playing a very important role on the attacking side. And while when they were winning rounds, he was having impact, but when they were losing rounds, he was getting C4'd outside of doorways, getting shot in the back of the head on one of the defining operators for the meta and for this team.
I could have put it in a bit of myself.
I really am quite something.
I would not have said that.
But no, it's a bit of a difficult position that they might find themselves in, especially going into Skyscraper next game. That is something that you're really going to want on your attacking side. I mean, I believe it is Chiefs' pick, especially since FearX are on the defense. I doubt that FearX would pick that map, or I doubt FearX would pick that map. The Chiefs are like, yeah, we're attacking on Skyscraper first. I don't know a team would do that. But FearX, it will take a bit for them to get on attack. They will start with those defenses first. Maybe they could build a bit of a comfortable buffer to get to that side. But Skyscraper's a hard map to attack. FearX are really relying on their shields on Clubhouse, a map that is not nearly as defender-sided.
Yeah.
And if they're losing Nova in important moments like that, it's not going to be an attacker-sided Skyscraper for them.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And I think, kind of just looking back, the one thing that gives me hope is across 19 maps over the last 2 months, Nova has held a 71% cost. So that's
whole
actually,
team really has a really high cost.
Yeah, they've actually, I think every single player barring Demic, who's at 69%, they all have 70 and higher. So it really goes to show that they do have an impactful roster altogether. I'm hoping this is the anomaly, and again, I'm hoping that Nova's performance, this is just part of that up and down trends.
Well, it's why we've got a second map. We have Skyscraper coming up right after this. Maybe our final map of the day, so don't go anywhere. The Apex Showdown will be right back after this.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, ooh, you catch that, ooh, I guess that, the best back, yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet, might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish, tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel, let's go.
2 of this one. Skyscraper is where we head, and hopefully, we pray, Fearex stop messing about. Couple rounds there, very interesting. Chiefs as well had many pitfalls of their own. However,
Did they?
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Did they? I wasn't aware of that. Rob. It just completely missed me.
For the viewers at home that didn't watch map 1, I'm going to break it down for them real quick.
So Chiefs played a good game overall is like the thing I want to talk about, right?
Yeah.
It's like Chiefs overall played well, specifically individually and mechanically.
Yep.
Jigsaw had a lot of really good positioning on the defense that gave Chiefs a leg up in rounds that, frankly, they looked very, very unfavored to win, especially with Fearex winning 5 of the 6 opening engagements. You need somebody to make plays like that. Then on the attack, strong attack on basement. Down on Gym Bedroom, it takes 1 minute and 40 seconds to open up Plat Wall on a Gym Bedroom attack with Thatcher and Deimos having spotted the Bandit in the first 2 seconds of the round. And then the next round is CCTV, and the Monty is alone in rafters, like face-to-face with the smoke, and gets flanked because nobody's holding the angle.
I'm getting flashbacks.
So here's the thing, right? And they won one of those rounds, by the way. They won Gym Bedroom, so it didn't matter in the end. Overall, it was a good game. The floor is real low between Fearex and Chiefs.
What about the ceiling?
The average, decent. The average is like right in the middle, right? The floor of where we can go, not great. The ceiling, yet to be seen. I think for Fearex, the ceiling was the first round. I think that was the best they looked. The blitz came in through dirt. Sure, it's low time, but he gets the kills. He gets this control. It's fantastic.
So
for Chiefs, the first 2 attacks, that was their ceiling. Especially that first basement attack for them, too.
Yeah. So Fearex should say it's like a 1-floor kind of home at the moment with like a basement and a...
Yeah, and for
there's
Chiefs,
the floor and then there's the basement.
Yeah, and for Chiefs, they've got like a bunker under the basement, then the basement, but they also have a second floor.
Okay,
so they've
got an
4
attic.
Yeah, they've got
you
an
wouldn't
attic.
call it a floor, would you? It's just an attic.
I mean, you could have a second floor, like those do exist.
But
lived
would
in a house,
would you? So
my
you
first
think
house had a second floor, no attic.
But that's what I'm saying. Like an attic's smaller, right? So is the ceiling the 2-floor, or
yeah,
is
but
it
when you're
is it a
talking
floor
about
and an attic?
when you're talking about ceiling in the like capacity of like what is this team's ceiling?
What are we
The
even
ceiling,
saying, man?
the ceiling. You started this. You should have known what you were getting into when you decided to cast me. When you say a team has a ceiling, you're not talking about it in terms of the breadth. You're not saying like they have a really wide ceiling.
What? Hang on a second.
You're saying they have a really high ceiling, which what we're talking about is like a limit, right? We're talking about like their scale represented vertically.
Is an attic smaller than a full floor?
I mean, like...
Would the roof of an attic be smaller than a...
In a lot of houses, the attic is the length and the width of the roof. It just is angled at the top. So yes, technically, dimensionally, it's smaller, but when you're using the ceiling analogy, you're referring to the bottom.
We'll have to agree to disagree, because in Australia, we don't have these attics that are like literal rooms on top of our houses.
I'm not saying it's a literal room. Now I'm done with this conversation, okay? Now I'm done.
I hope you all followed along at home, because that was fun.
A lot of my arguments like make real sense to me, and it's just like nobody else gets it.
So is the problem? Let me just.
I don't.
Is the problem you, or is the problem everyone else?
It's got to be everyone else. It's got to be everyone else.
Yeah, for sure.
Listen, it all comes back at the end. All right.
Yeah.
I'm moving my way through there. I'm weaving my way through.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
So we got Skyscraper coming up next, everybody. As you can see,
I've been again.
I was about to say, thankfully, even though you and I were messing around quite heavily, we were rewarded by some actual interesting bands to talk about. 2 maps in a row, by the way. I got to say, some really out of left field bands.
Yep.
Double Mav ban, 2 games in a row, and then the follow-up from Chiefs is a mute ban to start.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
I mean, think about it this way, right? Like, you might be thinking, well, if you wanted to ban Hard Breach, then why didn't you just ban the K? That's what they did as the follow-up. Well, what it probably is, think of how often Chiefs were running Deimos. Think of how much they wanted to try and use that Lion. They put Jigsaw on the Lion, with great op for Jigsaw, by the way, because he literally can stare at a hole in the floor, and they'd be like, Jigsaw, E1D, and he presses 4 and then keeps holding the ankle. But they've been playing Deimos every single time, and by taking mute off the board when you're attacking on Skyscraper and you need every advantage you can get, this is like, we are going all in on Lion, Deimos, probably Dokkaebi too, with those mute jammers gone, so you can call effectively, and they could change, but we literally see all 3 of those ops right now. I'm sure they're all changing. I'll feel silly.
No. Hopefully they don't, because this will turn out to be a very interesting round if they don't. I mean, this is the kind of like, you know, like making a cowboy making you dance by shooting your feet.
Exactly.
Like
it's gonna be one of those games. If with them locking this in, if this is how Chiefs are really gonna try to play this, and the edge they're gonna try to get on this map is using the E1D to mark people that might be moving. The doe could be called to kind of walk up staircases to demos too. That really is the strategy that, not saying necessarily Chiefs are on that same level, but that's the strategy we've seen a lot of really good Skyscraper teams win attacks on this map, is commanding control of either black stairs or main stairs, not really clearing across. It's having Dokkaebi be able to flank up black stairs, having Deimos be able to take a fight with somebody through the floor in karaoke. Let's see them execute it, but it's a really good formula for teams that can't make it.
Well, let's see whether Chiefs continue on their trend of slower rounds, because I'll be honest, the pace feels slower than what we saw from stage 2 from them. Grenade up and over the top. It does force Nova out into the open. And just like that, there's a quick double ending. And this is just going to go from bad to worse. As you said, dance. Run.
Move.
You better run.
Have fun. I actually got to commend him for running that long. That was actually kind of impressive.
He wasn't messing about. He was not messing about. Now they've all fallen back to the side.
And Quiz has fallen. I will say, the Deathmark tracker coming out, as you can see, of all the operators you could have lost, Bravo probably the one you're totally fine with. Because look at this lineup right now. I mean, you could hack in a Rooney gate that might save you some time later, but ideally you should be able to clear those no problem. We're kind of beyond hack and bandit batteries at that point. The early round is kind of ended. That kind of stuff is no longer really something we need to worry about. But as the Deathmark tracker's found, look at the players you can find. There's very little, so they're all going to be holding important positions. But the Warden's likely going to be holding close. The smoke, never mind, the Warden is downstairs.
Bang. Oh, wow, okay. They must have had a ping on that.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a really nice find, too. Jigsaw cuts down Devin. I mean, I thought that this could, you know, given the confidence and the strategy they were pulling with that op and the off lineup, I thought it was going to be a good showing. That was a dominant start for Chiefs. I mean, Rob. They clear off exhibition. I thought it was going to be like maybe a direct black take, just try to like focus pressure on that side. They go for the full clear. They nade the guy on house. I will say he whiffs an entire mag on a Deimos that not only was not looking at him, but then ran away and was not shooting at him. So gotta point that out.
Was that the Nova?
Was that the Nova? I don't know.
The Nova boy.
I don't think it was actually. Okay. Because I don't think he was Legion. Oh no, it was Nova actually. It was Nova. All right. Well, that's not good.
That hurts.
But the Legion whiffs that mag. That cannot be stated. Huge impact there. And sure, they don't kill the Warden, but they're able to find 2 of those players roaming on the top floor. They only lose a clutch when there was really nothing that I think is like super high priority to hack on that defense. Really great start that used everything from the E1D to the death marks. And I don't think they used a Dokkaebi call, but frankly, if they did, they didn't need to.
Yeah. And now look, they're going to double down with the exact same lineup. I mean, this is I'm going to find this really interesting from Chiefs if they continue to kind of track the same pace. Again, finding those early 2 picks. They were very early, but not like, you know, mind-blowingly early. I'm actually going to go back and have a quick
But both those gunfights happened within a minute. I think it was after 2:30, but it was certainly, I think, kind of closer to like 2 o'clock or 2:15.
Yeah, 2:05.
Okay, yeah. So before the first minute, but kind of well after, you know, the early round has begun. But I think this strategy, just leaning fully into it, I think it is really good. Of course, you know, when this is always the problem with how few bans we have. You're always leaving important stuff on the table. I mean, Public Enemy #1 is a zombie. Literally one of the best operators in the game, but also on this map, I would argue is probably the best operator on this map.
Yep.
She's in play, but if you can navigate around those Kivas, if you can kill the people around main stairs or black stairs and really just make it so you don't even need to destroy the Kivas, but if you want to, you got a DMR.
Yep.
I was going to say 2, but Kyra's got the Boss G.
Honestly, like, shout out anyone who's down to play with the Boss G. Like, I am their biggest fan. This could be a really early engagement. But it settles back down again. And Chiefs, this will now be the only issue with what they're bringing, is if they're unable to find any kind of openings,
Yeah.
If they're unable to track the time properly, they're going to find themselves in a lot of trouble. Neffy tries to swing with a Boss G at close range, and it doesn't pan out. Rin finding a crucial kill on Oda. The pressure is once again alleviated for Chiefs, but they've still got to lock these in. Good Boy continues to fight. I'm really impressed with FearX's ability to continue to take these fights.
Honestly, like, the only reason that Good Boy might not end up being MVP of the round is because he only down text and was not able to finish him off. If he's able to kill the Deimos there, I mean, that is such a good flank. Even only 2 rounds in, as a whole, that's going to be a great play. Because if you take out the Deimos, a key element of their strategy, especially when they're about to attack a site with soft floors, look at how much time has been since Tex was first down. It's been like 45 seconds. Yeah. He's, of course, low HP, but it's going to be really difficult to get into position down below with only 1 death mark, get information on somebody in Office Exhibition or Samurai. It's going to be really hard now, especially with the Diffuser all the way outside. They've just had to rotate out, rappel back up now. They've got a 4v3, but so much has been sunk into just reviving Tex, getting the Diffuser, and getting even close to the bomb site. As the final death mark goes out, there's nobody nearby to capitalize off of this. This is not really going to be impactful. FearX need to overperform. Somebody's got to go big, but they've got the positions to do it.
Mick has to make the first engagement. That, for me, that had to be a critical kill. That had to be the one that turned the tide. And now Good Boy, 10 HP. There's just 1 damage. That's all that's needed. But look at the time. This is what we said. This might be the point in which FearX can turn this around. Jigsaw goes down. Cairo hasn't yet taken the fight, but eventually swings with about maybe a second. A second. 0.5 left on that clock. That is horrendously close.
You know what's funny?
I can't wait to find out.
Kind of a I mean, obviously he won it. Kind of a difficult swing when you've only got 2 shots in your primary, isn't it?
He had 2.
I mean, with like the Dokubi, the Boss G, like you.
He pulled out with the sidearm.
No, I know he had the SMG-12 out, but if you're running with the Boss G, sure you can run that with it out, but that's the main primary you're probably going to be using a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So it's obviously good that you had the ammo. It has a lot of kills, but you really only got that SMG. So if you're going to be doing a lot of shooting, but you really only got 1 option to make that gunfight with. It was nothing impactful, just something funny because of the loadout choices. You really better hope you've got enough. You can control the SMG-12 recoil.
Another interesting point here, Carl.
I mean, they have to. You've lost 2 defenses out of the gate on Skyscraper. You got to take the tech time.
But like, this is twice now we've seen 2 rounds. Only 2 rounds being lost. An instant tack. Instant. There's no second thought on that.
Yeah, Dark was super proactive about it on Clubhouse, which I think paid off in the first half. And as we got to the second half, I think really, especially considering that attack timeout, it was like, wow, you really needed to run up the score on that attack because your defenses just were very uninspired. Chiefs got all the control they wanted. But we have an early attack here for a much more simple reason. You have lost both primary sites on Skyscraper right out of the gate. That round was close. It came down to 1v1. The other one was not. It was an incredibly dominant round. 4 people from Chiefs were alive by the end of a T karaoke attack. That's insane. Like, that is very, very rare to happen on this round. And, like, Chiefs are executing their formula well, more so in that first round. Like, they have made good use of the Deimos, the Dokubi, and the Lion.
Yep.
Less so in that second round. They were really struggling to power through that guy on main stairs, but at least in tier karaoke, the site we're going to, they did well with it, but
they're now bringing the bees.
The fact you're taking attack timeout 2 rounds in on your defensive half of Skyscraper, you better win 4 after this.
I am shocked that the bees are doing this.
Why is that?
I just feel like they have so much intel.
Bring it all. I want it all.
They have so much intel gathering. It's not even funny.
It's going to be a Blackstairs take, though, and this is how I thought they were going to use this lineup initially. I thought they were going to have the Deimos below to try to find the smoke, either playing behind the shield or playing on the karaoke rotate. Then you likely maybe send the Dokubi up the stairs with the Osa pushing in from the Blackstairs door. So when I saw this lineup and thought, how are they going to do this? It was this attack that's probably going to happen was the immediate thing I thought.
And now where's that room going to come into play?
Probably Blackstairs door would be my guess.
Yeah.
Try and get info on the rotate.
Oh, talk about rat positions. My goodness. Tucked away, engage shot.
Didn't even use a death mark for that. He just took the fight.
Yeah, why not? I mean, that's just built diff. That's what we do down in O's. No, honestly, I'm very, very happy with the way that Chiefs have opened up this campaign. This is a very, very serious opportunity for them. And to see them playing with this much gusto and determination, it's a good note.
It's fantastic, and I think something you guys, maybe might be realizing right now is Tex does not have to kill this zombie, because when you put the death mark on her, if you stay on this floor, you're likely going to die. So she's got to rotate out, and then karaoke. Yeah. The only person you got to worry about is Mephi and Geisha right now. You got a minute 18 seconds to do.
Like, look how much util they still have on the board with a minute. They've pretty much suffocated these sites now. There's no extension, there's no runners. Spot. Jigsaw, he wins this fight. I mean, this is not going to be a fun time at all. Quiz has taken down Ren in the meantime, and things continue to go from bad to worse for Fearex. Nova with a lovely C4 has equaled things out just in the slightest. It's given them some breathing room. You can see Chiefs immediately reverted their attack.
But this main stairs push has been difficult 2 rounds in a row now for Chiefs. Like, we've not been able to get control of Geisha, and they are so worried at taking that 1v1. They have refused to take it 2 rounds in a row, and they've only got 30 seconds now because of it. Something's got to give.
It really feels like this pressure might just end up being too much. If Fearex can find some power positions here, if they can get into these angles to, force Chiefs out into the open, which it kind of feels like they're about to do. You're going to play it tucked away well behind Karaoke. Unfortunately, not winning that gunfight to begin with. Players are losing HP, but it doesn't matter. They're staying alive. Not anymore. 7 seconds left on this clock, and that is a critical fight for Mephi. They still are yet to get this kit down, not with seconds again. Cairo swings with the boss G. 2 rounds in a row have come down to the wire.
I mean, it's fun that it's happening on your attacking half of Skyscraper, but I have not seen a team in a long time, visibly scared to take a gunfight when they have exact intel on where that player is. I mean, 2 rounds now, they have put 2 death marks on the guy main stairs. It was Vigil on Office Exhibition, it was Valkyrie this time, and they have just refused to push.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, I said, maybe they should take Geisha control. They did actually need to take it. They couldn't just move in because the Bandit was playing there. It wasn't for free. But, at some point, you just gotta be confident. You got a 4v3. If you're gonna power the guy main stairs, you've got a man advantage. You've got a 2v1. You've got intel on where he is. As long as you don't stack on top of each other, odds are you can get that trade. And they are just shaking to take that fight.
I can't believe how close that was again.
Yeah, and listen, ultimately is I'm really harping on that. They're still 3-0 on their attacking side. It's just a very obvious thing I see, but they've still not lost a single attacking round so far, and they've done their work. They can keep making mistakes like that, but even if they just keep winning rounds of 0-0, I don't care.
Yeah, well, now Fearex are in probably the worst position. 3-0 down.
After the timeout.
After your timeout. And not only that, but these last 2 rounds have been convincing up until the last second.
Literally, it's actually so funny. It is a lot of teams feel a struggle to get into the building.
Yeah.
And they got to bumble their way through an execute that's not set up. Chiefs are really decisive in their early round, and then their mid-rounding is just very shaky, very nervous.
Shout out the Oast League.
I mean, it's honestly probably a lot of nerves.
I could only imagine. You've got 3 players that really haven't been to a LAN in let's just say 4 players haven't been to a LAN in a very long time. 2 of them have never been to an international LAN, so,
A little bit of an opening for Quiz here.
Oh, Quiz. If I have to watch another prone pick, I'm going to lose my mind.
He literally just prone under the castle.
I'm telling you.
Fortunately, the IQ finding out that proning is not that quiet.
No.
Good cutoff, though.
Yeah, lovely cutoff.
You got one guy down below. You had, of course, the IQ on the opposite side.
His stuff was absolutely on an island, and they double down. In fact, triple down to try and get him back up. But now, this is awful.
Oh, my God.
This is absolutely awful. Fearex have just been dismantled at Dragon. And I don't mean awful in the sense of...
Oh, my God. You've got a 4th guy on this.
This is not... Is he about to lose this fight? I don't think they know he's there. Oh my God. Okay, I take it back. I was trying to say it's not awful because it's I was just saying it's awful in general to be in that position. You are actively putting yourself into that position. You lose 1 and you swing with 4.
It's like, have you seen Saving Private Ryan? You like no, and you know the whole point of the movie is they need to save Private Ryan.
Yep. We'll
So-
say Private Ryan.
They did not save Private Ryan. Because the whole point of the movie is like a lot of people don't make it to the end and things like that. It's like, but it's
spoilers.
It's this Pyrrhic victory. They still complete their mission. Private Ryan gets to go home to his family.
Spoilers!
Dude, it came out in the 90s. I wasn't even born for that movie. What were you, like 85 when that movie came out?
Okay, what? Just because I'm bald?
You were probably in high school when Spielberg's first directing gig came out. Do you know what his first big directing?
No, but I have no doubt you do. I have no doubt that you do. Please. Everyone at home, listen in.
I don't know if it was the first gig, but before he did any big films, at a young age, he directed the first episode of the hit detective show Columbo. There's Chowder.
Links, everyone.
Is really content with that reference, actually.
Links, everyone.
What am I supposed to talk about? It is a 4-0 on Skyscraper Attack, and the round we just saw, a guy got down, and they sent not one, not two, but 3 people to pick him back up, and they weren't able to pick him back up.
You can talk about whatever you want, but when you call me old as shit, then the conversation's going to change.
You had it coming.
I thought I was a nice guy.
There are a lot of nice old people. In fact, there's a lot of them. Usually whole homes filled of them.
Well, that's depressing.
Deathmark Tracker spots the Legion on top of house stairs. Thankfully, there's also 4 people on this realm at the moment, so you might find one, but Mephi will retake the angle close. This is kind of a good way to counteract the strategy the Chiefs are going for. Just kind of overload these staircases with too much bodies that you don't have all the intel, but Rugby Call goes out and...
Oh my god.
I was like, that's gotta be the... I was like, oh, he's gotta be Deathmark Track. No, that guy was just taking shots through the floor.
Yep. There we go. I think that's the first... I think that is the first opening kill FearX have found this entire map.
On the demos, too. We're still running the trifecta of those intel operators that synergize so well. But to take out a big piece of that, even though it hasn't had as much impact as I thought it would. Oh, look at this. Finally, nobody on main stairs, and they take full advantage of it. With Jigsaw pushing a little deeper, ends up overplaying his hand. Demic still holds Geisha, and all they get is a 4v3.
Cairo on the boss G. I tell you what, it's making it work. Otis just sent it in. If he finds that kill, maybe things turn the tide. It is a 2 versus 3 after all. Quiz, the only player that remains, will swiftly be shut down, and FearX continue the trend of the opening kill, converting into a round win.
I mean, I don't know what else to say about that round. Is like we have the Deimos go down early, obviously, yet somehow Jigsaw, they've been struggling with main stairs so many times. They've been struggling when there's a guy playing there. Jigsaw's like, oh my god, there's nobody there. It's free. I'm going to push up. He puts like 8 shots in the bandit's arm, and the bandit on shot 7 is like, wait, I think I'm getting shot right now.
Yeah,
he backs
that was
off the drum.
funny.
And Jigsaw, I think, just over-aggresses a little bit there. Obviously, he had that opening.
Yeah.
And when you fire the first few shots, odds are nobody's going to react. But if you're pushing deeper, you fired like 7 DMR shots, and you never cleared Geisha, that guy's going to peek the holes. He's going to be able to do it safely and not avail himself to the breach of the window. And I think he just gets a bit over-aggressive there. And because of the early kill on Tex, you might be 4-0 on Skyscraper attacks up until that point, but you're not coming back from that.
I guess it just goes hand in hand when you lose your open pick.
Yeah.
You're scrambling trying to find something, and he's happy to take that gamble and find that kill.
Oh, yeah, and I think ultimately it was a gamble, but if you're weighing kind of the risk factors, you're pushing deeper in a man disadvantaged situation when the very angle you're going to get killed from hasn't been cleared.
Yeah.
And hasn't been taken control. Like, the guy can peek you for free. I see your point. Like,
No, 100%.
I'm not saying it's invalid, but it's like if you're weighing the risks, you kind of have to take that swing knowing what will happen, and if it doesn't happen, your team's in a 3v5.
I, as a coach, would also be, like, if I was to ever coach, I'd be saying it's a 4 versus 5.
The Little League team.
It's yeah, and you can be the captain.
True. I would. I'd fit right in.
Shut up, Frodo. It's my turn to talk.
He literally saves the world. Yeah, I'm Frodo.
Bro,
You kidding me?
No.
I resisted the evil.
He does not save the world.
Yeah,
he
you're going to
gets
say
carried
Samwise
by
Gamgee saves
Samwise
the world.
Gamgee.
Yes,
he gets
I know.
carried the whole way, and then guess what happens when he gets to Mount Doom? He doesn't throw the ring in the goddamn
That's
lava.
true. Gollum knocks it out of his hand. That's a fair point.
Like, I'm sorry, but Frodo was useless in that. And you can never tell me otherwise.
All right.
He's very similar to you, complaining all the time. This
Hey,
burden's too heavy
Hey,
to carry.
I resent that. I resent that, actually. Anyway. Minute in, and we have a lot of intel gathering, but not a lot of capitalization off it. They found the Vigil. We'll find him again, but again with this ERC. They try to track him, and it's neutralized completely while this ERC is activated.
No way.
Oh my god. I mean, that gamble really did not pay off. Hello! Almost gets away scot-free. Tech's able to finish him off through the floor, but my oh my. That was the guy there. All right, he's gone now. Well, it's been a weird opening round, but it's a 5v3.
Yep.
10.5 in. Rob?
Yeah, Fearex is just throwing everything at the wall when it comes to these individual gunfights. I mean, that's probably one of the most brazen peaks I've ever seen from someone.
Yeah.
Impacts into a boss G.
Well, not only impacts into a boss G, throws the impact on the floor, doesn't win the fight. They now have a complete angle on the only spot you can rotate from.
But at least at least they're getting in the face of Chiefs.
He went down swinging.
And that's fine. As long as you go down, you're trying.
Speaking of, that's going to be a good boy right here. As the flashes are coming in at 3v4, you've got to go down and take one with you.
Big. That's big. And it's actually pushed the other player away. But, well, unfortunately, when you lose the rest of your team,
I guess it did matter.
The Chiefs are just going to collapse.
5-1 Skyscraper attacking half. I don't even know what to say to that.
There's not much to say.
It's not like it was dominant. I mean, 2 of those rounds did come down to either 1v1s or kills with only a second remaining, so it wasn't this, like, landslide victory, clean sweep for Chiefs, but it's still a 5-1.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how it was done. The fact that you went up 5 rounds on objectively the worst side on Skyscraper, sure, it's their pick, but geez, that's like, you're never going to expect that to happen. Team might say, oh, yeah, you know, we're that good. We expect it to happen. No, you didn't.
Yep.
Shut up. You did not expect it. Like, you might feel like you have the ceiling to go 6-0. Nobody thinks they're winning 5 Skyscraper attacks, let alone 4 of them in a row.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. I think as well, Chiefs have... That's a strat that I have... I've been casting for hosting for a very long time now. Casting for a while. I used to cast. I haven't seen a strat like that and stuck to it, executed round in and round out. Maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, it's, you know, just because of, especially once you get to the higher and higher level, teams just pulling out so many things, throwing so many different things into a round that you don't often see something as simple as one op ban. Or, you know, a strategy, then informing an op ban, and then playing entirely around that. Just because
the entire attack.
It's literally just because of how few ban slots there are. Every team is going to ban a shield, maybe 2. Then you're going to ban like either Azami or Fenrir or Valkyrie or Mira or something like that. An operator that is either powerful everywhere or really powerful in a specific map. We just don't see something like that anymore with these 2 ban slots where a team bans a character and then entirely revolves around abusing that weakness. And think of how long it took them to, like, adapt effectively. Like, we saw the Vigil every round after the first, but I really didn't feel like it made that much of a difference in the end.
Unfortunately, I don't know whether the Vigil needed to get more aggressive or take more bites, whatever it may have been, but it definitely did not have that same kind of attack, that same kind of impact that you would have expected. Jigsaw goes down early here. That is the issue when you are at the forefront of most of these fights eventually.
And with Wamai gone, I mean, this Blacksteer shield, a bit of a difficult spot projectile-wise.
Well, you got a shield waiting for you to make any mistake.
I mean, Tex is going to have to expend all of these, and we got a Death Mark, a Blitz, likely Candelas and Grims as well. He's going to need a lot of help to get out of this one. He is just buying time because the way it stands right now, not for any fault of his own, he is like a dead man walking with all this utility trained right at him.
Gun Tex, this is where you make your money. How much can you slow this down?
Yeah,
Not at all.
There's nothing you can do.
No, that's very difficult. There's no one that can support you there either from Chiefs. There's zero support. You're nothing.
And especially because of, like, the Candelas blinding the guy top black, you've got the resources to look at the vertical angles, too, if somebody's covering you. Like, I don't know if that's where they, you know, Well, they didn't even win the fight because they got Jigsaw earlier, so you might lose Good Boy on the game list, but you've got Black Stairs control. But Quiz, look at this flank right now, looking to retake the stairs. Oh my god, and the shield is looking away.
Oh my god, that is not the first time this series that has happened. Nova has done that twice now in this best of 3. That is unbelievable timing, or even better reactions.
1v1 on the backside though. Candela goes out. Oh, you gotta swing ahead of that Cairo. No, you're warded. Doesn't matter. Kill him anyway.
Oh no, and Oda's found a kill in the meantime. This is doable for Cairo,
okay, but he sprinted him.
I mean, Rin's just waiting for him in the end. That's very unfortunate.
It is, especially as Noah's very quick, but is sprinting into the angle that his teammate did just get shot by. But still, for Chiefs, what do you do there? Like, you lose Jigsaw early on, and you're playing a guy on top of Black Stairs, and the team has the attack has basically brought an operator lineup that is built to not just defeat it, but to smash that shield and the player behind it into pieces.
Yeah, good luck playing power positions.
Yeah, Grim to get the intel on it, the Candelas to blind him, the shield to push him from the bottom, and the guy to watch the shield's back on the vertical angle, and then to trade him out if things somehow go poorly.
Yep.
There's nothing you can do there. Like, you are screwed. There's nothing you can do.
You're in a lot of trouble.
Exactly.
I want to see how they bounce back here. Chiefs, very early tactical timeout. This is their
5-2 lead.
Their first defense. Now, I am going to comment as well. Nate, their coach, former IG player, former Order player. He's been around in the OS League for, my days, a very long time. That's all I'm going to say. He's been there for
I-9, old name.
Yeah. He's been around for a very long time. And speaking to these players and individually getting their perspectives in OS interviews, both Oda and Tex have actually given Nate a lot of praise. This is his first time as a coach, and they've given him a lot of praise for how much he's worked with the team. So, make of that what you will. We'll now see what kind of impact he's had.
I think in a team that is like overall young, not only in terms of experience, but a lot of the players on the roster, but young in terms of age, young in just terms of like even at this tournament, there's like still a lot of room to grow.
Yes.
If you have a system like that where like everyone, no matter the ego, the experience, or the age, is just buying into the coach's system or the coach's feedback, it's really, really good. Really strong recipe for like a team that can develop quite well. And I think it's evidence right there, not necessarily saying this was Nate's idea, but like saying we're doing the mute ban and we're playing Lion, Dokkaebi, Deimos every single round. Yeah, it's simple. They're leaning into the meta, but it was like the Bible to them.
That was.
For that attacking half.
It was incredibly
and
so.
As we get to the defenses, I don't think we're going to see anything that parallels that closely.
No.
But it's still
it's
still things to consider. And I think as we see the tactical timeout come out, one thing I have to imagine was mentioned is bringing out the flash.
Yep.
It's very hard to deal with shields nowadays. Impacts do less damage. They can dodge C4s, generally speaking, very well if they have a long time to react.
Yep.
What's one way to do it? You bring the clash, you shock them. That shield's not sprinting anymore.
And they've also swapped out the Warden for the Vigil as well. So
thankfully, there's no Ying on the board, so actually a change that may be a bit risky given the prevalence it had in round 7, but it does pay off.
Yeah, I mean, just, speaking holistically, I think that APAC as an entire region is starting to slowly understand how these international events work.
I think so.
It feels as though there's a grip, or even just that teams are coming to terms with how T-Rex is a great example in their last meeting.
CAG one map away from knocking out BDS in Manchester.
You're finally starting to see these teams click a little. Consistency is going to be the number one issue.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's 2 times now that, CAG obviously 1 round away from knocking out BDS, but they opened with a 7-3 victory over G2 earlier in a very close second map.
Yep.
T-Rex obviously knocked out G2. Not as much of a close game today, unfortunately. Jigsaw able to get the first pick, knocked down is definitely one of the weakest maps I've seen T-Rex play internationally in a while. Tex getting a bit liberal with his looks right there, exposes the back a little bit, but you've got a 5v4. The shield is still up, but you can stare it right in the face. As long as you can navigate around those nades, there is nothing that T-Rex have to counter that.
It's a really nice keeper as well, and it looks like they're stacking up here. They're looking to death ball this.
Pray you out-rotate the Clash.
I think it's the right call, because if the Clash gets into position, he's going to really start to dismantle what you're doing. But Oda might be able to do it all, and he's lonesome.
Oh, no, bro.
A double kill. This is, for Matt Point, Fear-X in a 2 versus 5 with a Clash up. They've got so much work to do. Cairo gives them a look in, but I mean, at this point, it's written off.
There's really nothing you can do. I mean, you got to hope you win the fight against this bandit. He's playing passively as you should, so you've got to like pre-fire this guy, and you're still in a crossfire. You're basically relying on Oda and Quiz to straight up like messing up, like making a mistake. Flashbang might be nice. You got these Selmas to clear out the minibar position. Oh,
Here we go.
I like that. Rin has the foresight to get on the boost angle and kill him, but only 10 seconds.
Jigsaw. He holds strong. And Demi, I mean, look, you've had some good shots, but you're 2 and 7. It's been a struggle-some series. And FearX just do not look in it today.
No, this is just Skyscraper, just not their map. Maybe it's not their day. I don't know, but this is just an unbelievably dominant performance of Chiefs. They take the tactical timeout. They bring operators to counter that shield, and you can see a completely rattled FearX. They had done no work to clear out the minibar position early, and they had spent so much time trying to move forward that once they actually realize, hey, wait, let's open this Selma and take out the bandit, and they even get on the boost angle and catch his head behind the minibar, the damage is done at that point. Like, the guy playing mini took 2 1v1s outside of the door and won both of them. One of them was against the Blitz ADS.
So,
like,
I mean, when things go right, they go right.
They do, yeah. When FearX have won rounds with that Blitz, it is just like this cascade of force that washed over Chiefs in the early game of Clubhouse. And when it's not worked, I mean, thank God that Nova has 2 times now. Like, his spidey sense has kicked in, and he's whipped around as somebody's tried to backstab him. Because he was put to 1 HP when that guy flanked Black Stairs 2 rounds ago. If he doesn't do that, or even if the guy aims at his head, he probably dies. And maybe they lose that round as a result of that. The game could be over.
I think you got to play your win cons a little better if you're FearX.
I think so too, and that's perpetually been, even when they were looking better, that's perpetually been the issue with this team. Is it just like they struggle to identify the win condition in the round? It was very clear in round 7, but I think because it's very obvious, if you're bringing Ying, Grim, Blitz, and then there's one other operator I was missing.
Zofia.
No, it wasn't Zofia. No, I'm thinking about round 7.
Oh, sorry.
Dokkaebi. That's the round. That's what I was thinking of. Damage is actually all of them, really. You want to completely barrel through Black Stairs. It's very obvious. And when you bring all that utility, it's very easy to accomplish, too. But when things get more complicated, FearX starts struggling exponentially. It's like struggle a little bit, one more factor, even more, a lot, too much to handle. And that's what this game has been so far. The problems that Chiefs have thrown at them, especially if we're getting these defenses, seem too much to handle. When they can't just sprint up a staircase and dump all their utility in one position, and they get a 5v4 earlier in the round, they struggle. It was the case on Clubhouse, and it seems to be the case here.
Well, if you're a Korean fan, you're not going to be too happy with this outcome. And nor should you.
Tomorrow, if they lose.
They do still have one more chance, but they go up against
Alpha Team, I believe. Yes, it's Alpha Team. Opening kill from Mephi.
Again, really important. Now, I guess it's a good time to mention this, but every single opening kill has been converted into a round win this entire map.
And it'd be honestly pretty hard to fumble this at this point. We have the Blitz all the way in Geisha. You've still got... that's his last Deathmark tracker, I believe. Okay, maybe the second one. Still... Oh, he's dead. Well, that's not great. Huge flank from Tex. Oh my god, wait.
Yeah, I think Rin gets the free kill here. Oh my days, the timing. It'll at least be 1. Make it 2. Unfortunate for Chiefs. Rin finds a very nicely timed flank, and Cairo has nothing but the clash. Yeah? Yeah, go on.
He just, what?
Wait.
Just 360'd him.
I'm so confused as to what I just watched.
I don't know why he did that, but I appreciate the style points.
I mean, you may as well.
I guess.
You don't have much from this game.
There may be a reason for it. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. 6-3, yeah, that's still the big problem. But when you get a 5v3 like that, like I said, even on Skyscraper, it's going to be difficult to convert when the way you're positioned at the end of that is you have your Blitz and Geisha. You've got direct eyes on one of the defender's main stairs, who then gets Deathmark tracked. You've still got easy angles into the site just because of the man advantage, whether you want to push through Black Stairs or just collapse onto the guy main. Like, it's just very difficult to lose at that when your shield is still up and you've got a 2-body lead and you've taken Geisha of all places. Just like, not a whole lot to do after.
you're actually, like, you could literally just wait for Chiefs to score.
Pretty much.
They have to, I mean, they did, right?
And while Cheese brought it back in the mid-round, like, I'm not going to lie, when I saw Rin flanking behind there, I was like, okay, this is a little scary, like, we're hunting this, and this is going to be like Rin in the 1v2, and he killed both of them.
He did get a little lucky there, didn't he?
He did,
I mean,
yeah.
they did have intel. You could see the yellow pings, so I guess luck has nothing to do with it if you're good.
But I think just because of, you know, the nature of, like, trying to hit big flanks like that, probably the comms are hectic.
Insane.
There are a lot of places you get pushed from because you're kind of flying into the unknown just a little bit. So you got to be thinking about main stairs, which the enemy controls, black stairs, which the enemy controls, house window, which they could jump into, bathroom window they could jump into, and of course a guy coming house. Like, you got delivery.
There's way too many. There's just way too many things to deal with.
There's so many variables. You're still up 6-3, so who cares?
Well, you know, we saw this on Clubhouse. Have a little bit of a
troll a little bit.
Yeah. Have a bit of fun.
These haven't necessarily been trolls, but they've let some slip away.
Not. I definitely don't think on this map we've seen really any trolling from either team.
But now we do go to barbecue. I was about to say, this should be the...
wrap it up. FearX win this round.
Yeah, I mean, you know, call it here.
Yep.
But
may as well start talking about Lord of the Rings again.
But this is the site that, if you're thinking on Skyscraper, most attacks feel the most confident in winning. It's the site that now, obviously, FearX, especially with a 5v4, have a really good chance to narrow this lead that Chiefs have by at least one more round. There's still players up above, but with the player you killed either being around there, I believe, around the Geisha window position, Oda's going to be in a very difficult spot because Tex has got to watch behind them. Oda's got to watch the front. Sure, Jigsaw is up above, but if there's even a little bit of pressure on that site, somebody's got to fall back. You're spread a little thin up top.
No, I'm not.
Oh, I'm looking at you. Yeah, you're right. You're not thin. It's barren.
It's a choice. And so is the choice of FearX to continue to push into these players. They're going to be careful of Oda at the moment. He's really the only player on that side that I feel like could have that impact. And just as we say his name, C4 over the top, that allows Jigsaw to swing. And it's a flurry of kills. FearX come out on top at such a crucial moment in the round. That could have all gone spiraling out of control, but instead, FearX, they take control. They sit in the driver's seat, foot down, pedal to the metal, and Jigsaw is the last to remain.
Especially in a 1v3, you don't have the Dokkaebi calls to hunt him down, but with 3 canisters in that hive launcher from Grim, like, I mean, well, he just straight up kills him, so it's fine. But like, literally, you can. It's a 1v3. You've got 3 canisters. You can easily, let's say, you want to plant in kitchen, be off the door, be off the rotate, be off like back delivery if you want to. But I doubt you even need to do that.
Oh, my brain's hit delirium. It is hit utter delirium. Just, you said be off 3 times in a row. It just sent me.
What I'm saying is you could get a plant down if you wanted to.
Yes, you could.
That's the point I'm making. And you
or in a 1v3. What would you rather do? In a 1v3, would you rather go for the plant or the kill? Or would you rather be off someone? It's not just delirium for me either, apparently.
I thought it in my head and I just looked at you. I was like, I don't know. Oh, that was funny. Office Exhibition unlocked. FearX slowly starting to string together these rounds. I'm going to lose my mind if it's an attacker-sided Skyscraper, specifically one that's a 5-1 attacking half for both teams. I'm going to be quite confused, especially to actually talk about that round, which we can, of course, look at the op lineup in a second.
Yeah.
I mentioned that the roam was spread kind of thin. They fixed that by putting all 4 people on the top floor.
Yep.
Which is like, 1, FearX didn't realize that, but 2, kind of impressive when there were 4 people on that top floor, and FearX, like, got almost all of them with only losing 1 body in the process. Like, they won all of those fights.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's those moments where it can come down to your individual ability. And sometimes you just get lucky with a fight. Sometimes a player's not looking in the right direction at the right time. There's a multitude of things that lead to that, but ultimately this has looked a lot more convincing and a lot more engaged from FearX, which has certainly been really lovely work. He went back to pick it up. I can't believe you did that. Nova picks up another opening kill. Well, you may as well put it in the box. Go for it.
They open up the Ash charge down below. He's still bandaged with the exothermic. Oh my god, they send the Clash to hunt down the Ash. Dude, what is going on?
Oh, go for it,
They just
Kyra.
used both firebolts on that.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
No
Tex
way!
gets the double! Through the fire and flames, the clash prevails, and now he's back into a position of power. VIP is secured, and FearX are left squandering for
Dude.
openings.
That is one of the most insane early rounds I have ever seen.
That's wild.
It was crazy enough when after the Ash charge and the guy's still prone on the window, he not only tries the bandit trick, does so successfully.
Yep.
Ash gets down through the floor by Oda, I think, and then they just converge on these guys outside, and the way it all happens. By the way, smart use of the EMP to disable the Clash shield. They literally just get so comfortable that the Clash is the shield in front of them. They're like, oh, she's got a gun, and I'm reviving her right in front of the window.
Takes a cheeky little spray. And a pray.
And now what do you do? Defense still has drum, dragon, everything. And a man advantage.
I mean, this feels insurmountable. It does not feel like FearX are going to be able to get past this. You have to try and brute force your way through 3 different opening areas. Jigsaw gives them the look in. He gives them the opportunity. Now, granted, I think that's a good risk.
I was about to say, I think that was a perfectly fine risk to take.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear the guy go on drone, he's right around the corner, you even tagged him up to basically low HP. The Clash could actually finish this guy off. That's the last EMP. Oh my god. The Thermite literally body blocking the electricity to try and save him.
No way! He threw himself on the sword for him, and then he finds the player in the back, which was Oda trying to rotate. And Clash, look how low he is. This is doable. This is not just doable. This is absolutely going to happen. C4 over the top. Tech shuts down. Good boy. Makes it a double for the quad kill. Oda now tucked away. Demic walks into him. And Chase will close out their opening best of 3. A clean 2-0.
That has got to be some of the most insane Clash play I've ever seen. Not that it was even mechanically impressive, but I've just never seen a Clash have that much like direct impact.
That was wild.
They try to revive the team in front of the window. Tex is like, I have a gun. I'm just going to kill you. And then they regain the man advantage. It's a 3v2. He wins not just one fight on house side, he wins the other.
That's insane.
When Oda is like fighting for his life in minibar.
That's insane.
He is back. I talked about he needed to unlock that. He needed to unlock that experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pieces fell back into place in round, what was that, round 11?
Yep, round 11.
Yeah, the pieces fell back into place because a ridiculous 4K from Tex there.
Look, this has been a series to remember if you're an OS fan.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
I was about to say.
There were some things that went on.
I'll remember it.
We will definitely remember that one.
You know what I will say, actually, speaking of reasons to be an OS fan for Chiefs and reasons to remember, I will remember a lot of the silly plays. I will remember Chiefs giving us something we don't see in Siege, which was impactful op bans. Because, like, obviously they're impactful when you ban the Azami, you ban the Monty because you're doing a powerful. But a lot of the times, it's tools to just remove the meta strong ops.
Yeah, sure.
We don't get to see somebody ban an operator and then dedicate an entire playstyle around that. And they did it very well. It got them a 5-1 half, even though, you know, you look in the details, could have been a 3-3, even a 4-2.
Don't talk about that.
But still, I really appreciate that, and I think it was a really good showing for Chiefs. Double 7-4s, too.
Certainly is. And, again, convincing. There were some good ideas in there. And for FearX, I mean, look, the takeaway is... I would say it's neutral. I wouldn't say it's either positive. I wouldn't say it's necessarily negative. You would?
You went down 5-1 on Skyscraper defenses.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna tell you because, you know, one of them came down to a 1v1. The other was literally like 1 second left on the time when they got the kill. Like, if you're in a different position, a very winnable 1v2.
Yeah.
It's like, it could have been a 3-3, but like, the fact that it even was in a position where I'm like, I could grant you a 3-3 half on Skyscraper defense. Like, I agree with you overall. Like, I don't think on Clubhouse, it was like god awful. I also don't think even necessarily that was the case on Skyscraper with how those attacks were going, but like, you were still in a position where you had to mount a comeback on your attacking side.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Then again, I'm negative. When you look at the stats, they look fine overall.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's, you know, it's always easy to sit there and just be like, oh, yeah, it's positive. But then I guess when you go and look at the series stats, it probably tells a better and bigger story, which is again, we said it going into this series. Nova, questionable, on and off. Just did not hit the mark today.
No.
Only 48% cost
That's
across
egregious.
the entire series. That's really
like
low.
when Nova has a 48% cost and he's the shield guy on this team. He was hitting 70% across the main stage and the LCQ. And, like, he's dying. He's not dying first a lot, but he's getting C4, he's getting shot, he's getting flanked, and he's having an impact only 48% of the rounds. Like, that just... When you have a guy on an operator like that, that can't be happening. And if it is, it's a big reason why you lost. Even though if maybe there's a closer game in there. I mean, if it's a 3-3 half with that attacking half from Furex, I think we might have bank. Like, if you're just able to close those 3 rounds and then we see those same attacks, we could then see a third map. We could see bank if they were able to do that. So I don't think, like, it was completely always going to be a 2-0, even halfway through Skyscraper. But... what makes it a 2-0, what opens up that opportunity is stat lines like that, unfortunately. A guy who's always playing a super strong meta operator who is struggling to have impact in more than half the rounds. And you look at the opposite side, shocker.
Yeah.
Rob, you shocked that Jigsaw's first international game is the highest rated player?
I wish I could say
First international game back.
But. Look, Jigsaw's first game back in OS, he dropped 26 kills against Gaming Gladiators in the first map alone. So I think that, to be honest, the resurgence of the Chiefs organization and the roster that's on this, you've got a lot of old heads, you've got the experience to match it, and you've got the best, I'm going to say equal best firepower in the OS region, in line with Gaming Gladiators with the like of like Brendo and Tuhan. You know, Jigsaw and Cairo, granted on both of their given days, are absolute menaces. I think this roster has what it takes to continue to progress and force teams into uncomfortable circumstances.
And even though he was the lowest rated, you know, Quiz was still 14-15. And what I liked a lot from him on their defensive side is he was really confident to go a lot of flanks that weren't just like, you know, he was selling his team and like trolling by flanking. It was like, all right, you know, maybe you even have a man advantage, but you found a gap. Like, the attacking team is droning, which it was clear, I think Chiefs by the end knew that Furex had a bit of a droning problem. And Quiz was always the one that seemed like had the confidence, while Jigsaw was the one ratting like on the site. Quiz was the one, especially on Clubhouse, I remember trying to actually rotate around and like backstab the enemy team. And sure, he was the lowest rated, but he was -1 in KD, like 89 EPS. Like, he had that confidence, and I appreciate that. Like, in my first time, like, I've watched a couple Chiefs games, like not live obviously because America, but I've watched in the Chiefs games I've watched. I've enjoyed watching this team, and for their first international game, didn't disappoint for me.
No, and that's the thing. The ceiling only expands from here when you've got a player like Quiz, who really is their second best player. In complete honesty, he is an absolute menace. And the reason he's a menace is because he's got that experience that you're talking. He's got that knowledge. He understands the game on a different level. And when you add firepower in with that, it mixes chaos. It just blends perfectly.
And I think to kind of round things out on Chiefs discussion, as you know, they have won the game. They will be playing why are they Falcons tomorrow?
Yes.
I literally could only, the word alpha team was literally just like blaring in my head. I'm like, they lost. That's not what I'm talking about. As you can see, they will be playing Falcons tomorrow.
Very nice.
I think that's something that'll serve them very well. That's going to be a game that will probably likely revolve around the firepower. I will say, obviously, Falcons did have some issues today on Kafe, and obviously it was a dominant performance. I'm not necessarily saying that's the reason, but when we saw Falcons dominating, it was confidence, winning gunfights, playing very well within the confines of their strategy, specifically on their defenses. And I think for Chiefs, that could get them really hard on their attacking side when we saw a lot of reticence from Chiefs in executing that strategy.
I'm excited for them, honestly. Like, this is, you know, again, coming from OS, being OS for the last 7 years, I've always been excited when a team starts to get a little bit of traction. Obviously, you're probably starting in the best possible place in Phase 1 against teams that are at your level. So you need to be able to do this. You need to be performing like that.
And not only that, you know, arguably they're in a better spot than they were than Bliss last year, because that was new for everybody.
Yes.
Like,
everybody
needed to get that experience. But if you're a player like Cairo, you know, you haven't played on a LAN, well, you've got a coach to rely on that's been around in the scene for a long time. You've got Tech LAN experience, even if it's old, and you have Oda, who has that very recent experience. Jigsaw has good T1 experience. You know, sure, maybe Fnatic and Koi, when they were that name, weren't doing well, but it's still a robust team environment. He has that experience as well.
He does.
A lot of the newer players have people they can rely on, veteran kind of knowledge of what it's like to be in these positions, and obviously, you know, a win over Fear X does not mean they're going to make a deep run, but
No.
I would argue for an OS team debuting, which is now the second OS team debuting on the international stage since Blast took over.
Yep.
They're in a better spot to make that improvement quicker than I think Bliss were at the start of their time.
I would agree. I think that there's a ceiling that is going to continue to expand,
I hope
especially
so.
when you play better teams, when you get more experience, things just start to expand a little more. Actually, on that, I forgot. Nate was actually meant to play this stage. Oda replaced Nate when
That's
he
funny.
joined the roster. So this was Nate's last stage, and he makes a major as a coach. It's a pretty cool little storyline. But for Fear X, the takeaway is they're not up to scrap right now. They definitely, it feels like the woes of what we saw from them in the Korea League has kind of started to shift a little bit here. And internationally speaking, they have no more chances.
True, but tomorrow, as of course that is the last game of the day, as you saw, they will be playing Alpha Team tomorrow.
Yep.
They've got 2 subs. They're in a difficult spot. That's the time for Fear X
Very true.
to bounce back. But why stall any longer? Let's let everyone, you know, take a break, get to tomorrow. We could talk about our love for Chiefs all we want, you especially.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I wouldn't shut up. But thank you for having me today.
No problem.
It's been a pleasure.
We made peace very briefly to engage in a craft that we love, and I'm happy to have done it.
Firm handshakes all around. On that note, we're going to close up shop for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for more of the Montreal Major.
Deal closed.